Chapter 765. Negotiations. Pooh. Luo Qiqi nearly fainted on the spot. However, with her sharp wits, she swiftly understood what kind of bizarre thoughts were in her teacher's mind, and a helpless smile appeared on her face. Her teacher was a person of great capability, but sometimes his thoughts tended to be eccentric. Xian? Hu Yaoyao asked, bewildered by the bizarre name she was hearing. Fearing that the other party might misunderstand his intentions, Luo Qiqi quickly replied, "He is my apothecary teacher, Zhang Xian." Zhang Xian? So, you are the freshman who wrecked the business of our student factions? Hearing that familiar name, Hu Yaoyao suddenly recalled something, and a glint flashed across her eyes. A chilling smile emerged on her flawless face as she examined the young man before her, determined to see what it was about him that dealt such a heavy blow to the finances of so many student factions at once. Ever since the establishment of the Master Teacher Academy, there had never been a freshman who had caused such a huge uproar in the academy before, resulting in nearly all of the student factions incurring huge losses. However, no matter how she looked at the young man before him, he had an honest face and an earnest gaze, completely unlike how the rumors made him out to be. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Hu Yaoyao turned to Luo Qiqi and asked, "You just said that he is your apothecary teacher? What is going on?" Just like her, Luo Qiqi was a reputable figure in the academy, famed for both her talent and beauty. In terms of prestige, the other party might be beneath her at the moment, but that was only due to her young age. She had no doubt that with sufficient time, Luo Qiqi would be able to surpass her. Thus, she had been keeping tabs on this young lady since shortly after she enrolled at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Yet, such an outstanding person actually said that Zhang Xian was her apothecary teacher. This was particularly astonishing. Just like I have said, Zhang Shi has been guiding me on pill forging, Luo Qiqi replied shortly, choosing not to go into detail. Since you know where the old residence of Elder Wu Yangzi is, can you tell us where it is? Once we confirm the location, I will compensate you with 2 academic credits. I don't want the 2 academic credits. Since Luo Qiqi was unwilling to explain, Hu Yaoyao also chose not to probe into the relationship between her and Zhang Xian. You don't want them? Luo Qiqi frowned. The Sucker Tower was basically like a market, a platform for students to liaise with one another and conduct trades. Since the other party had accepted the request, it could only mean that she had acknowledged the reward as well. If so, what did the other party mean by rejecting the reward? Fiddling with her hair, Hu Yaoyao replied with a smile, "I can tell you where Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence is, but you have to tell me the reason why you are willing to spend such a heavy price for the information." It had been 2,000 years since Wu Yangzi had disappeared from the face of the world. There had been many people who had inherited his old residence in this period of time, so any treasure left there should have already been swiped clean by others. Yet, Luo Qiqi was offering 2 academic credits to purchase information about his old residence. It was clear that she was up to something. "Pardon me, but I can't tell you that." Luo Qiqi shook her head. Wu Yangzi was the most famous blacksmith in the history of Hongyuan Empire, so there was no doubt that the treasures he had in his possession would surely be of exceptional value as well. There might be a few who would attempt to do them harm out of greed if news regarding Wu Yangzi's treasure was to be made known. Oh. Seeing that Luo Qiqi was unwilling to talk about it, Hu Yaoyao said, "If you refuse to say it, it only means to say that our deal is through, and I won't be able to tell you where Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence is located. Let me just tell you this, I am the only one who knows where it is. Even if you were to search through all of the books in the academy, you won't be able to find his old residence without my help." Luo Qiqi turned to Zhang Xian, and upon seeing him shake his head, she said, "I see, but we will still have to turn down your offer if that is the case. We will manage it one way or another." Following which, she clasped her fist and bowed. "I apologize for wasting your time. We will be taking our leave now." After which, she left the gazebo together with Zhang Xian. They were determined to find Wu Yangzi's treasure, but even so, they knew that they mustn't let anyone else learn of it. Otherwise, not only would they be unable to obtain the treasure, their lives might even be threatened as well. Wait a moment. Seeing that the other party would rather abandon the deal than speak of their goal, Hu Yaoyao's lips curled up as she said, Since you are unwilling to speak of it, allow me to change the conditions then. Luo Qiqi halted in her footsteps and turned around. You should have heard the news by now, right? Zhang Xian has offended nearly all of the student factions in the academy, including mine. As long as you hand him over to me, I will show you to Wu Yangzi's old residence. Hu Yaoyao said. Hand him over to you? Luo Qiqi frowned as her face darkened. Hu Yaoyao, I respect you as a senior, but this is a grave humiliation. You want me to hand my teacher over to you? She had already introduced Zhang Xian as her teacher, but the other party still demanded that she hand him over. This was no different from a direct slap to her face. As the saying goes, a day as one's teacher, a life as one's father. What if she couldn't even protect her own teacher's dignity? What remaining pride would she have? Realizing the problem in her words, Hu Yaoyao swiftly apologized. I apologize for my inappropriate remark. Even though Zhang Xian is your teacher, he is a grade 1 student of the academy as well. I ask of you to pardon my discourtesy. Teachers were highly respected in the master-teacher continent. Heaven, earth, kin, teacher, sovereign. 2. Beneath the heaven and earth, the position of one's teacher was even above that of one's country. It had been ingrained so deeply into her that Zhang Xian was a grade 1 student that she'd accidentally neglected the fact that he was Luo Qiqi's teacher as well. To insult one's teacher before one's face was grossly disrespectful. To display such blatant discourtesy for another's teacher despite being a master teacher, her reputation would be sullied if this were to be made known to others. After apologizing, she turned to Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Shi, since you have come here with Luo Qiqi, you must be interested in locating where Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence is as well. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will tell you where it is. What do you think of it? Seeing that the other party had decided to turn her efforts to him instead, Zhang Xian asked with an earnest smile, What are your conditions? It's simple. You ruined our bewitching devil faction's opportunity to earn money, so it's only right that you make up for it. As long as you join us and help us earn 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones within a year, I will tell you what you want, Hu Yaoyao said with a smile. Bewitching devil faction? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Is that your faction? There were many benefits to having a faction, so most of the top grade 5 students would choose to create and manage their own factions. Zhang Xian seemed to recall hearing something about the bewitching devil faction before, and from the looks of it, it seemed to be related to the young lady before him. Seeing the look of confusion on her teacher's face, Luo Qiqi sent a telepathic message over to fill him in. Hu Yaoyao, her name carries the character Yao. At the same time, she possesses bewitching charm. As a result, her faction is also known as the Bewitching Devil Faction 3. That's right. I am the leader of the Bewitching Devil Faction. Seeing that the other party was ignorant of this, Hu Yaoyao was a little speechless. To offend so many student factions despite not knowing who their leaders were, this fellow sure was impudent. I see. Coming a realization, Zhang Xian nodded. Gazing at the seductive young lady whose voluptuous figure could easily hasten a man's breathing, he said calmly, I am not interested in joining any faction. As for earning 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones, I don't even have that sum myself, so how could I possibly earn that for you? Choose another condition. He was the type of person who would never allow himself to be placed in a disadvantageous position, and yet the other party wanted him to pay? That was a good joke. Change another condition? Sure. Hu Yaoyao stretched her back lazily, accentuating the beautiful curves on her body. Serve as my servant for a year, and I will forgive you for crossing my bewitching devil faction. At the same time, I can't tell you where Wu Yangzi's old residence is as well. Servant? Zhang Xian was speechless. That lady was truly going further and further. Shaking his head, he replied, I wouldn't even accept you as my maid. And you want me to be your servant? You sure have a vivid imagination. Zhang Xian meant those words. In his opinion, the only thing that was commendable about the other party was her beauty, but even that paled far in the face of Luo Ruoxin. He wouldn't even be interested to have her serve as his servant, and yet she wanted him as her servant? Dream on. Hearing the arrogant words from the young man before her, Hu Yaoyao's face reddened in fury, and she snapped, then there's no way our negotiation can go on. I wish you luck in your endeavor then. Born with both talent and beauty, she was a prideful person. She had always been respected and admired by others, and she'd thought that she was already doing the other party a favor by offering to take him in as her servant. Yet, that fellow turned her down so haughtily. He would regret his decision. After saying that piece, she turned around, and with a step, she soared into the distance. Exerting her strength as a transcendent mortal Dan chrysalis realm expert, she swiftly disappeared from the view of the duo. In truth, the Bewitching Devil faction was one of the larger student factions in the Master Teacher Academy. As its leader, she had no lack of academic credits or spirit stones. The reason she wanted Zhang Xian to join them or to serve as her servant was because he had embarrassed all of the seniors with his previous deed. If she could make him submit to her, her reputation would surely soar amidst the student populace. However, that fellow didn't know what was good for him. Since the other party had already rejected her so bluntly, there was no room for negotiation. After Hu Yaoyao left, Luo Qiqi turned to Zhang Xian and said, "She is the leader of the Bewitching Devil faction, and I heard that she spent a great deal of effort compiling the information in the teacher information documentation. Yet, her effort ended up in vain, so it's inevitable that she carries some hostility toward you. She was intentionally trying to humiliate you, so there is no need to take it to heart." "Don't worry, I won't," Zhang Xian smiled. "But with this, we have reached an impasse. All right, leave this to me. I will find a way to make her spit out the location of Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence obediently." "Leave it to you?" Luo Qiqi frowned. "Hu Yaoyao is an extremely prideful and cunning person. It won't be easy to make her speak. In the past, there had been a handful of people who had attempted to do in Hu Yaoyao, and all of them had ended up paying a heavy price for their actions. Even with her teacher's capability, it wouldn't be easy for him to make Hu Yaoyao reveal the location of Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence. "Don't worry, wait for me at my residence in the elite sector. I will be back very soon." Zhang Xian instructed with a smile before he activated the Eye of Insight and followed Hu Yaoyao's trail. In any case, he was already in a hostile relationship with the Bewitching Devil faction. There was no way he could mend the relationship anymore, so perhaps he could attempt another method instead. "Teacher." Seeing Zhang Xian pursue Hu Yaoyao, Luo Qiqi froze for a moment before yelling, "Senior Yaoyao is a student of the Terpsichore school. She specializes in soul attacks, so you must be careful." However, Zhang Xian's figure had already disappeared amidst the night sky. Perhaps he hadn't heard her words at all. Chapter 766. The Price of the Origin. Heavy water. Zhang Xian didn't hear Luo Qiqi's voice. Executing the red dust heaven ascending step, he flew silently at an altitude close to the ground. His Eye of Insight had grown extremely sharp after undergoing the third acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher. Even though Hu Yaoyao's trail was extremely faint, he could still see it as clear as day. Where is she heading to? Zhang Xian was perplexed. The trail first lingered around the lake before abruptly heading for a hill. The hill looked extremely remote, and it seemed unlikely that there would be anyone staying on it. Why would the other party visit this hill at this ungodly hour? Under the concealment of the night, Zhang Xian advanced ahead. The hill was filled with many short shrubs, and at its very peak was an octagonal gazebo. There were many of such gazebos throughout the academy. The purpose of it was so that the students could stop by them any time they wished in case they suddenly stumbled upon an enlightenment in their cultivation. Often, inspiration came suddenly and left as abruptly. If one were to miss that moment, one might miss it forever. Sticking close to the greenery, Zhang Xian slowly advanced toward the gazebo. Before long, he saw a bewitching figure standing within. Starlight fell upon her blurred silhouette, creating a beautiful painting. From afar, that entrancing profile was reminiscent of a beautiful goddess of the night, rendering it impossible for one to pull his gaze off her. Other than Luo Ruoxin, Zhang Xian had never felt anything toward any women before. Nevertheless, he still had to admit that Hu Yaoyao did possess fatal charm. "Isn't it about time for you to come out?" At that instant, the entrancing figure abruptly spoke up, breaking the silence of the night. "Did she notice me?" Zhang Xian jolted in astonishment, but soon, He shook his head. In order to not leave a trail behind him, he had executed the red dust heaven ascending step to remain floating in the air. On top of that, he had been keeping a safe distance from Hu Yaoyao, following her only by her faint trails through the eye of insight. With all of the safety precautions he had taken, it would be difficult for even a Saint Realm expert to notice his presence. The next moment, resounding laughter suddenly erupted. Haha, Yaoyao sure is sharp. I only arrived just a moment ago, but you have already noticed me. With the sound of the wind, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the other end of the hill and leaped into the gazebo. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in his early 30s. His aura felt powerful, reminiscent of a torrential river. Just like Hu Yaoyao, he was a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert as well. Upon reaching such a realm, it was already impossible to discern the other party's age through their outer appearance. He might look like he was in his 30s on the outside, but chances were that he was already in his 50s or 60s. Even so, given the lifespan of 200 years for a transcendent mortal, he could be considered to be young. Before Hu Yaoyao could speak, another faint voice sounded by the side, and yet another figure walked into the gazebo. As a cultivator of the true Helios art, your presence feels like the searing sun in the sky. How can anyone possibly miss that? It was a lady as well. She seemed to be of the same age as Hu Yaoyao, and she possessed a beauty not paling to the latter. However, the dispositions they commanded were the complete opposite of one another. As if a succubus, every single movement and gesture from Hu Yaoyao would tug at one's heartstrings, leaving one tempted to make her their own. On the other hand, the other lady had an aura of poise and indifference. Despite her beauty, the coldness she exuded left others standing a distance away, not daring to get close. True Helios art. Could that man be the leader of the true Helios faction, Shuizhenyang? Zhang Xian thought as he looked at the two new figures in the gazebo. He had heard by chance that the leader of the true Helios faction was a grade 5 student named Shuizhenyang, so he immediately thought of the other party. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, another figure stepped into the gazebo. Indeed, that fellow sure doesn't know how to conceal himself. Otherwise, Yaoyao wouldn't have noticed him so easily. It was as if that figure was a specter of the darkness. If he hadn't talked, not even Zhang Xian would have noticed him. It seemed as if he had just materialized out of nowhere. Long Tsangyue, you might be able to tread silently in the night due to your frigid moon art, but you ended up making yourself neither a man nor a woman. Don't even compare yourself with me. Shuizhenyang harumphed. You are the one who is neither a man nor a woman. Are you asking for a beating? The young man named Long Tsangyue flew into a rage. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Come. It has been too long since I have been able to work those joints of mine. Shuizhenyang drove the zhenqi in his body, and the next moment, an aura reminiscent of flames gathered around him as he prepared to make an attack. Ha! A defeated loser dares to speak so haughtily to me? Since a fight is what you want, a fight is what you'll get. Long Tsangyue sneered coldly. In an instant, a tense atmosphere weighed down between the duo. Enough. To fight right after meeting one another. Can't the both of you tone down a little? Don't you know we have some important matters to discuss tonight? Hu Yaoyao harumphed in displeasure. Along with her words, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. The duo harumphed coldly and said, Humph, I guess we can fight on another occasion. For now, we should discuss about the matter we have at hand. Since everyone is gathered, Dong Xian, you can start now. With the duo toning it down, Hu Yaoyao turned her gaze to the other lady of the group and gestured for her to begin. The cold-faced lady, Dong Xian, paused for a brief moment before reporting, Okay, I went to that place and observed it for 2 days. Just as Xinjiang has said, I am certain that the item exists. However, the difficulty in obtaining it seems to be greater than our initial estimates. I fear that it will be hard to succeed with just the 4 of us. Indeed, it won't be easy for us to succeed. Putting aside the difficult geographical terrain where the place is located, those 2 fellows guarding it are also beyond our capability, Shuizhenyang said with a frown. We will have to ensure that our plan is foolproof, or else we might potentially end up losing our lives there, Long Tsangyue added. Ensure that our plan is foolproof? Do we have the time to do so? If I recall correctly, that item is going to be ripe in just a month's time. And the moment it happens, those two fellows will surely consume it to refine their bones and meridians. By then, we will have lost our opportunity to get it. Shui Jinyang flung his sleeves and harumphed. Jinyang is right. We won't have a chance if we don't act decisively. We have to get to it before it ripens and obtain it as soon as it happens. Otherwise, if we lose this opportunity, it will take us at least several dozen years of hard work in order to reach half-saint. Hu Yaoyao nodded with a frown. We all understand that logic, but the problem lies with how we can breach the defense of those two huge fellows. Shui Jinyang shook his head before turning the cold-faced young lady. Dong Xian, you are famed genius of the Beast Tamer School. Do you have any idea how we can deal with those two fellows? Those two fellows possess the ancient bloodline, so it will be hard to distract them with ordinary items. Didn't I tell you all to purchase some origin heavy water before I went a scout? That item has the effect of purifying the ancient bloodline, so it might work as a bait against them. As long as we can distract them momentarily, we might be able to get to the fruit. Dong Xian said before turning the group to ask, So, have you bought it yet? How can we possibly have the money to buy it? A single bottle of it costs more than 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones. It is not like you don't know how much money we have at hand. Shui Jinyang replied with a bitter smile. Even as grade 5 students, it was still hard for them to fork out 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones at once. Origin heavy water? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's heart suddenly leaped in agitation. In total, there were 5 dawn to the quintuple incandescence golden body. Even though he'd fused many physical body cultivation techniques with it, he still needed 4 items to serve as a catalyst to cultivate the last 4 dawn. The third incandescence happened to require the origin heavy water. However, Zhang Xian had known its name before. Regarding its appearance or where he could find it, he had no idea whatsoever. He'd never thought that he would receive news about it from the mouths of these people. It seemed like they were intending to purchase the origin heavy water. 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones. That is equivalent to 10 high-tier spirit stones. My, how expensive it is! Zhang Xian exclaimed in frustration within. Based on his understanding of the quintuple incandescence golden body, if he wanted to fully cultivate the third incandescence, he would at least require 10 bottles of the origin heavy water. However, he only had 10 high-tier spirit stones at the moment, which was far from sufficient for him to obtain enough of it. Hearing Shui Jinyang's complaint, Dong Xian asked, Didn't a new batch of freshmen arrive just a few days ago? I thought you all would have made a killing there? The student factions of the academy would usually be able to earn substantial wealth for themselves whenever new students arrived in the academy. On top of that, this was the once-in-decade massive intake of the academy, and according to the rumors she had heard, there should be 30,000 freshmen this year. With so many of them, even if they were to earn just 3 middle-tier spirit stones from each of them, they would still easily scrape together 100,000. Make a killing? We even made a loss, you know? Haven't you heard of that matter 2 days ago? Long Tsangyue shook his head in frustration. Heard of what? I came here as soon as I could to deliver this news to you all, so I haven't heard anything yet. What happened? Did the academy interfere in the matter? Dong Xian asked bewilderedly. She had spent the past few days in that area in order to gather intelligence for their operation. As a result, she had only returned earlier that night, so she wasn't too sure about the happenings in the academy. However, it was a convention for the senior to exploit the freshmen, and the academy had never interfered with it in previous years. There shouldn't have been any reason for them to do it that year. Besides, the practice had its merits as well. Firstly, it could dampen the conceit that most freshmen came in with, teaching them that there was always a mountain higher than the other. Secondly, participating in a faction also served as a social platform for master teachers to interact and coordinate with one another, which helped them to build camaraderie to deal with the otherworldly demons if the time ever came. Since the academy didn't interfere in this matter, and the freshmen had no choice but to step right into their scam, the various factions should have been able to earn a substantial sum. But if that was the case, why did the others look as if they had made a loss instead? A freak amidst the freshmen wrecked our entire business. The entrance examination this year was conducted by your Beast Tamer School. so you should know some details regarding it, right? Long Songyue said. Yes. Dong Xian nodded. It was conducted by Elder Mo, and he started preparing for it since several months ago. As a genius of the Beast Tamer School, she had a close relationship with most of the teachers and elders there. As such, she had been let in on the matter regarding the entrance examination even before it had been announced. In preparation for the examination, Elder Mo had been going around capturing malicious spirit beasts, and Dong Xian had helped capture a few of them herself as well. The rules of the entrance examination this time around are rather simple. Obtain the inner core of a transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle spirit beast, and you will obtain 1 point. Do you know how many points that freak of a freshman earned? Long Songyue asked. It had been several days since the freshman examination had finished. As the leader of the Ashen Moon faction, it wasn't too difficult for him to gather some intelligence regarding the happenings there. Chapter 767. I saw Zhang Xian how many? Looking at the look of disbelief on the other party's face, Dong Xian couldn't help but feel a little curious at how well the freshman did. Since he is a freshman, his cultivation should probably be at Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. Even if he were to make the breakthrough to Cosmos Bridge Realm, it would already be an incredible feat for him to kill 3 Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle Spirit Beasts within a single day. 3 of them would give him 120 points. Could his score have exceeded 1,000? A Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle Spirit Beast was worth 40 points. It was already rather formidable for one to slay 3 spirit beasts of the same cultivation realm as one in a single day. Even if one were to multiply that by 10, that would only be 1,200 points. Scoring 1,200 points was indeed an incredible feat for a freshman, but surely it wouldn't produce such a look of disbelief on the face of the leader of the Ashen Moon faction? Hearing those words, Long Songyue scoffed. 1,000 points? If it was only that much, would I need to be so shocked? Let me tell you this straight. He obtained a grand total of 43,724 points. How many did you say? 43,000 points? Hearing those words, Dong Xian nearly fainted on the spot. She had participated in the capture of those spirit beasts, so she knew how difficult it was to locate and hunt them down. On top of that, they had targeted the aggressive spirit beasts who had a record of hurting others, and they were far more difficult to deal with than the spirit beasts enclosed in a cage. Every single of them was incredibly cunning, and a lapse in one's concentration could easily lead to one's death. Yet, a freshman had actually obtained more than 40,000 points in such an examination. Wasn't this joke a little too much? How many spirit beasts must he have killed to obtain such a result? Could he have single-handedly slaughtered every last spirit beast in the mountain? That's not all. The points he obtained weren't from killing the spirit beasts, but by taming them. Long Songyue added. Taming them? Dong Xian exclaimed sharply. Taming a spirit beast was far more difficult than killing one. Even her, a renowned genius of the Beast Tamer School, would have to spend several months or even years in order to achieve the required intimacy to tame one. Yet, to tame multiple spirit beasts in a day, not to mention, enough of them to obtain 40,000 points. Just how many spirit beasts in the world did he tame? Seeing Dong Xian's expression, Long Songyue could tell what she was thinking, so he said, he tamed more than 400 spirit beasts. Furthermore, according to the accounts from the dozens of eyewitnesses in the area, he did it within just 2 hours. 2 hours. Dong Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Even she didn't have the ability to do the same. It's this incredible feat that won him School Head Mo's favor, and School Head Mo offered to take him in as his disciple. Long Songyue said, Take him in as his disciple? School Head Mo? Dong Xian was stunned. All along, she had been working hard in the hope that her effort could catch School Head Mo's eye. However, School Head Mo never seemed to notice her. As a result, she thought that School Head Mo had no intention of accepting any disciple at all. Who knew that he would end up favoring a freshman over her? That's right. However, what is the most unbelievable thing about this matter is that the fellow actually rejected the offer. Long Songyue's eyes flew around the place. The first time he heard of that news, he had also been rendered dumbfounded. To actually reject school head Imo, one of the 10 great master teachers, he sure was gutsy. At this moment, Dong Xian felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Countless students in the academy were vying to become school head Mo's student, and yet that fellow actually rejected the offer? Did he have a screw loose somewhere? That's not all. There is still more to come. After that fellow heard many people had failed the examination, he gave away his points away to them so that they could all clear the examination. Long Tsungyue said, "Gave away his points?" Dong Xian widened her eyes in astonishment as her body swayed weakly from side to side. The points one obtains in the entrance examination can be used to trade for academic credits. Given his accomplishment in the examination, he could easily have received 10 academic credits. Even if he has no interest in academic credits, he could easily apply for 20 high-tier spirit stones from the academy with his score. And yet, he gave them away? The points could be traded for academic credits and high-tier spirit stone? Upon hearing those words, Zhang Xian nearly spewed blood from his mouth. If he'd known that those points could be traded for academic credits and high-tier spirit stones, he would have never idled around in the entrance examination. He would have surely rushed around the mountain, taming and killing as many spirit beasts as he could. At the very least, he would have strived for 1,000,000 points. Or if it came down to it, he could even have handed the Byzantium Helios beast over. Consonant Spirit Realm spirit beasts were worth 10 points. Cosmos Bridge Realm spirit beasts were worth 100 points. Perfect Harmonization Realm spirit beasts were worth 1,000 points. Ethereal Treading Realm spirit beasts were worth 10,000 points. Chrysalis Realm spirit beasts were worth 100,000 points. Half-Saint beasts were worth 1,000,000 points. Nascent Saint beasts were worth 10,000,000 points. Then a Saint beast should be worth at least 100,000,000 points, right? Furthermore, that fellow was at Saint Wondan Pinnacle, which meant 400,000,000 points. Calculating by proportion, wouldn't that mean that he could receive 100,000 academic credits or 200,000 high-tier spirit stones from the academy? Regret dyed Zhang Xian's guts green. What if he had that many academic credits and high-tier spirit stones? Would there be anywhere that he couldn't go? He would be able to make his round through all of the libraries in the academy, and perhaps he might already be on his way to a conferred empire now. I will look for Elder Imo later. Perhaps I might still be able to exchange the Byzantium Helios beast for some academic credits. Zhang Xian thought about the matter for an instant before eventually shaking his head. But putting aside the fact that the entrance examination is already over, which means that the academy has the right to refuse to give me the corresponding academic credits and high-tier spirit stones, even if I am able to do so, I won't be able to explain to them how I managed to capture the Byzantium Helios beast. On top of that, it would reveal my possession of the otherworldly demon puppets. It would be impossible for him to explain the presence of the otherworldly demon puppets at the moment, and even if he could, they were currently his greatest trump card, so it would be unwise for him to reveal their existence as well. Thus, even though it was a huge shame, Zhang Xian still decided to drop the matter in the end. To be honest, even I can't help but be in awe of how generous that fellow is. Long Tsungyue continued. But that still isn't all. When you hear what he did afterward, you will surely go mad. Oh. Suppressing her shock, Dong Xian turned to look at Long Tsungyue. On the other hand, Hu Yaoyao and Shui Zhenyang were listening to the conversation between the duo silently. Judging from the looks of helplessness on their faces, it was likely that they had long heard of it. Shortly after clearing the entrance examination, that fellow headed to the blacksmith school, and God knows what he did. But he destroyed the entire passageway of records along with half of the blacksmith guild. Long Tsungyue revealed. Passageway of records? Blacksmith guild? Dong Xian gasped in shock. Vice school head Yuan didn't kill him for that? As one of the senior students of the academy, she was aware of vice school head's austere and fiery temper. He expected students to abide by the rules strictly, and he tolerated zero nonsense from others. To destroy the passageway of records along with half of the entire blacksmith guild, he should be glad that vice school head Yuan didn't strangle him to death on the spot. Kill him? I also thought that would be the case as well when I heard about it. But not only did vice school head spare Zhang Xian, he even treated him with the utmost politeness and led him to the ocean of weapons personally to take the blacksmith examination. And that fellow, within 4 hours within the ocean of weapons, progressed from a mere apprentice to become a 6-star blacksmith. Long Tsongyue said, What did you say? Within 4 hours. He took the 1-star examination all the way to the 6-star examination? Dong Xian's mouth slowly widened in shock. No words could explain what she was feeling at the moment. That fellow's previous deeds were incredible, but it was at least remotely possible. The world was huge, and there were all kinds of incredible geniuses out there. They weren't so arrogant as to think that they would be the top of the world. But what the heck was with clearing the 1-star to 6-star examination within 4 hours? More importantly, the prerequisite to taking the 6-star examination was for one's cultivation to reach transcendent mortal 9-dan chrysalis realm. This wasn't just a condition imposed by the Blacksmith Guild, but that it was fundamentally impossible for a cultivator beneath that cultivation realm to clear the examination. For one, the purity and quantity of their zhenqi would be insufficient to evoke the heat in the flames, making it impossible for them to melt most ores that 6-star blacksmiths were expected to process. Are you sure you aren't messing with me? That matter alarmed school head Zhao, and he insisted on taking that fellow in as his teacher's student, or in other words, his junior. But that fellow rejected it yet again. Long Tsongyue could clearly perceive the disbelief in Dong Xian's eyes, but it was all the truth. Many had witnessed Zhang Xian's deeds in the blacksmith school, and as the leaders of the largest student factions in the academy, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to verify the authenticity of the news. School head Mo offered to take him in as his disciple, and school head Zhao offered to acknowledge him as his junior. But they were rejected? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Dong Xian fell into deep thought for a few moments before lifting her gaze to ask, that freshman is indeed a formidable figure. But what does he have to do with the issue regarding the finances of the student factions? Thinking about it now, they had been talking about the lack of money in their student factions just a moment ago when the topic had suddenly shifted to that fellow. Could that freshman be responsible for the student factions' business failure? As you know, the main source of income of student factions during the start of the term is from the sales of the teacher information documentation to the incoming freshmen, but somehow, that fellow managed to obtain an even more accurate and detailed version of it and gave it away for free. With that, who else would buy ours? Not only so, our reputations were even dragged down into the gutters. Quite a few freshmen who were intending to join our factions ended up backing out due to that scandal. Long Tsongyue explained with a hint of fury in his voice. That matter had caused significant losses to his Ashen Moon faction, so he'd ordered an investigation into the culprit of the affair, Zhang Xian. Who could have known that the results of the investigation would be so baffling? If it had been any other freshman, he would have stomped right up to them and given them a good pummeling so as to beat the rules into their bones. But this fellow, how could he dare to touch a person whom school head Mo and school head Zhao favored? Not expecting such a situation, Dong Xian was at a loss for words. But indeed, if there was a free and better version, who would want to waste 100 middle-tier spirit stones on their document? Then, don't any of you have a way to deal with him? What can we possibly do against that fellow? His cultivation might not be too high, but he has the backing of 2 of the 10 great master teachers. Unless you wish to offend those 2, there is hardly anything we can do about him. Since all of us are gathered here today, let's discuss that matter as well. Long Tsongyue sighed deeply as he turned his gaze to the group. Not only did he spoil our market, his actions also sullied our reputations as well. We have to punish him, or else we might risk losing our authority amongst the student populace. Indeed, we can't let him go that easily. Shui Zhenyang narrowed his eyes and harumphed. So, do you 2 have any ideas yet? Dong Xian asked. This. Long Tsongyue and Shui Zhenyang glanced at one another and smiled bitterly. School head Mo and school head Zhao were 2 gigantic barriers standing in the way of their vengeance, and there was hardly any way they could circumvent them. If they really had an idea in mind, they would have long carried it out. Would they still allow Zhang Xian to get off scot-free even to this day? At this moment, Hu Yaoyao suddenly spoke up with a soft chuckle. Speaking of that fellow, I met him today. You met him? The others immediately turned their sights to Hu Yaoyao. Even though they had nearly died from shock due to the many rumors they had heard regarding Zhang Xian, none of them had been fortunate enough to meet him yet. The other party had caused a huge storm right from the moment he'd enrolled at the academy, so they hadn't had the chance to see his appearance for themselves yet. Yes, I believe you all should know the genius of the grade 2 students, Luo Qiqi, right? Asked Hu Yaoyao as she glanced at them. Of course, Dong Xian replied. Luo Qiqi had been enrolled at the academy for barely a year, but she had already advanced from 4-star pinnacle to 5-star low tier. Such speed was astounding even when taking into consideration the innumerable geniuses that had come before her in the academy. Possessing both looks and talent, it was inevitable that they would be aware of her. I saw her together with Zhang Xian earlier, and she had addressed him as her teacher, Hu Yaoyao said. Teacher? Luo Qiqi addressed him as her teacher? Are you sure you aren't pulling our legs? Luo Qiqi has a mysterious background, and it is rumored that she is the princess from some empire. I have tried looking into her background myself, but I wasn't able to uncover anything substantial about her either. A person like that actually acknowledged a freshman as her teacher? Long Tsangyue, Xue Jinyang, and the others could hardly believe their ears. Chapter 768. Terpsichorus School. It is not the aged but the skilled who becomes the teacher. This has always been how we master teachers work. Considering how Luo Qiqi was willing to address him as her teacher without the slightest indignation in her voice, it can only mean that he possesses abilities surpassing her significantly in certain aspects, Hu Yaoyao said. There was no human who could possibly be skilled in all aspects. Even the most formidable of cultivators had their own weaknesses. As a result, there were cases where a higher-ranked master teacher acknowledged a lower-ranked master teacher as their teacher. Even Empyrean Kong Shi had sought guidance from Tan Shi, an inconspicuous 5-star master teacher from the remote Tan Kingdom. Understanding this fact, the others nodded in agreement. After which, Dong Xian asked, Since you have met him, what is your evaluation of him? Are there any flaws he has that we can exploit against him? We barely traded a few words, so I am unable to make a complete evaluation of his character. Nevertheless, based on what I have seen so far, he seems to be an honest and upright person. It doesn't seem like he will do anything against his principles. However, if there is one flaw I have to name about him, it will be that his words are infuriating. Hu Yaoyao said. Even though she was a 6-star low-tier master teacher, she was still unable to discern anything significant about Zhang Xian. The only thing that she came out of the encounter with was her raging fury from the other party's words. His words are infuriating? The others blinked in surprise. To make a person like Hu Yaoyao, who could take most things in her stride, angry, that fellow was indeed a genius in some ways. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yaoyao added, Oh, right. That fellow seems to be interested in the old residents of Wu Yangzi. I feel that we can use this as a leverage against him to teach him a lesson. Even though the competition among the 4 of their factions was rather rife, perhaps due to mutual respect for one another, the 4 of them were surprisingly on relatively good terms. Wu Yangzi's old residents? It's good that he has something that he desires. We should be able to use it against him. Why don't we give him a false location and set up a trap there so as to teach him a lesson? This way, we might be able to pull him out of school head Mo and school head Zhao's notice to teach him a lesson. Xue Jinyang's eyes glowed in excitement. The years of cultivating the true Helios art had slowly shaped his personality to be more forceful and decisive. If it was something he could resolve easily with brute force, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. That isn't safe. If he were to report the matter to school head Mo and the others afterward, we will surely be punished for it. We have to find a way to make him suffer without having him speaking about it. In order to do so, it will be best if we can find something to threaten him with so that he won't dare speak of it, Long Tsangyue said. Unlike Xue Jinyang's straightforward personality, Long Tsangyue tended to be more thorough and scheming in his actions. Since Zhang Xian was favored by school head Mo and school head Zhao, it would be safe to assume that they would be inclined to protect him if something happened. Thus, they had to be careful when dealing with him, or else they would suffer too of the 10 great master teachers' wrath, and that wasn't a joking matter at all. Thus, The only way it would be safe for them to strike was to obtain some kind of material they could blackmail him with, so that even if they were to make him to suffer, he wouldn't dare speak up about it. A thought came to Dong Xian's mind, and her eyes lit up. Something to threaten him with? That is indeed a good idea. Yao Yao, you are better than us with such matters. I recall there are quite a few students who have crossed the bewitching devil faction over the past few years, and while they ended up suffering immensely for their actions, none of them dared to speak up about it. Hu Yaoyao's reputation in the academy was resounding. This wasn't just due to her incredible talent in cultivation and her beauty, but for her unconventional means in dealing with problems as well. There were many master teachers who had challenged her authority in the past, but she had managed to resolve them beautifully while giving the other party the humiliation of their life. Now that you speak of it, I do have an idea in mind. Doesn't that fellow like to sell others his favor? Since that's the case, why don't I drag his reputation down to his gutters and let him understand the price of offending me, Hu Yaoyao? A sharp glint flashed across Hu Yaoyao's dark eyes as a chilling smile crept onto her face. And that Luo Qiqi as well. It seems like she cares for her teacher quite a fair bit. If she were to learn how shameless and immoral her teacher is, let's see if she will still be able to respect him as before. Knowing that Hu Yaoyao would never say anything she was unconfident of, the eyes of the others lit up in excitement. Leave this matter to me. However, I want an additional share of that item for dealing with that fellow. This request of mine isn't too much, isn't it? Hu Yaoyao said. An additional share? Fine. As long as you can deal with that fellow, we will give you an additional share. The others nodded in agreement. That's good. For the time being, you should focus your efforts on acquiring the origin heavy water. We'll set off once the preparations are ready. As for Zhang Xian, just wait for the good news. As long as he wants to know the location of Wu Yangzi's old residence, he will have no choice but to obey my commands obediently, Hu Yaoyao said as her lips curled up. Obey her commands obediently? It seems like she has some plan up her sleeves, Zhang Xian thought. Considering how confident Hu Yaoyao sounded, it seemed she had already found a sure-kill way to deal with him. Zhang Xian mused over the various possibilities for a moment, but without anything else for him to work with, it was impossible for him to determine the other party's next course of action. Thus, he could only give up in the end. If the other party was going to go after him, he would just have to deal with it accordingly when the time came. At the very least, he did know of the other party's intentions, so he wouldn't be caught completely off guard when something happened. After Hu Yaoyao and the others were done negotiating, they swiftly left the gazebo and flitted down the hill. Only after ensuring that everyone was gone did Zhang Xian finally stand up. Even though I know that she means me harm, I still have to get the location of Wu Yangzi's old residence out of her. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian eventually decided to follow Hu Yaoyao. He activated the Eye of Insight and hurried off in the direction the latter had departed in. As for the treasure which Hu Yaoyao and the others seemed to be targeting, that had nothing to do with him, so he had no intentions in getting involved either. As for the heavy origin water, since he knew that it was possible to procure it with high-tier spirit stones in Hongyuan City, he would just have to earn sufficient money to purchase it in the future. Thus, the only thing left for him to do was to find Wu Yangzi's old residence. Considering Wu Yangzi's prestige and standing in Hongyuan City back then, it was likely that his treasure would hold great wealth. Thus, as long as Zhang Xian could lay his hands on it, he would not need to worry about having insufficient funds for his cultivation anymore. Following Hu Yaoyao's trail, he soon arrived at a vast courtyard. There are so many ladies here. As Zhang Xian slowly crept within manor, he soon realized that something was amiss. For some reason, the number of female students in this manor was disproportionately higher than the male students. Furthermore, each and every one of them had an elegant figure and beautiful face. While they were unable to compete with top beauties in the academy, such as Hu Yaoyao and Luo Qiqi, the charm that they exuded would still be irresistible for most men. The number of male master teachers had always been higher than the number of female master teachers, yet the number of female master teachers here far exceeded the male master teachers. Zhang Xian found the situation before him completely bizarre. The density of people increased the further Zhang Xian progressed, so he had no choice but to slow down in order to avoid detection. It was fortunate that he possessed the Eye of Insight, allowing him to clearly discern the actions of others and take precautions in advance. On top of that, he possessed the Heaven's Path Shinchi and Red Dust Heaven Ascending Step, allowing him to move discreetly without alarming others. An hour later, following the trail, Zhang Xian soon found himself penetrating into the depths of the manor. Shinru, keep watch for me outside. I will be preparing some things, and I don't want to be interrupted. After advancing a moment longer, Zhang Xian suddenly a crisp voice ahead of him. It was Hu Yaoyao's voice. He swiftly rushed to hide behind a huge tree in the vicinity. Following the source of the voice, he saw Hu Yaoyao standing right before a room. Yes, the lady named Shinru replied with a nod. Shinru was a young lady in her 20s, and she possessed an exceptional figure and beauty as well. Is Hu Yaoyao intending to prepare her hand to deal with me? Having eavesdropped on the conversation among Hu Yaoyao, Shui Zhenyang, Long Cangyue, and Dong Xian, he knew that Hu Yaoyao was intending to deal with him. This might be a good opportunity to see what the other party was up to so that he could come up with a suitable countermeasure for it. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian slowly flew to the top of the room which Hu Yaoyao was standing before. His movements were as light as a feather, leaving no sound whatsoever. After landing on the roof, he gently pried open one of the brick tiles above and peeked down. Just as his gaze fell into the room, Hu Yaoyao stepped into the room as well. Under the warm glow of the many night illumination pearls embedded in the room, Hu Yaoyao could be seen dressed in a crimson silk robe, which further accentuated her perfect figure. Her smooth white skin, long and slender neck, exquisitely shaped earlobes, silky pitch-black hair. No matter how one looked at her, Hu Yaoyao was like a bewitching devil that one couldn't avert one's gaze from. Voila! Just as Zhang Xian was staring intently to see what Hu Yaoyao was up to, the other party abruptly walked up to her bed frame and gently pulled at the knot by her waist. The crimson robe she was wearing immediately slipped down her body, revealing her pristine skin. From top to bottom, there was not a single piece of cloth on her. Her beautiful figure lay bare in the room. Zhang Xian was speechless. He'd thought that the other party would prepare some kind of artifact or trap to deal with him, so he'd climbed onto the roof to peek on the other party, hoping that he could perhaps use this to blackmail her into revealing Wu Yangzi's old residence. Who knew that the other party would strip off her clothes as soon as she returned to the room? This was way too weird. The sky had darkened just a moment ago, so she couldn't possibly be intending to go to sleep. But if that was the case, why was she taking off her clothes? He truly couldn't understand what was going on in that woman's head. Never mind, I shouldn't look any further. Knowing that his actions would be nothing but despicable if he were to continue peeking, he decisively placed the roof tile back. If he were to be branded as a perverted peeping Tom because of this matter, that would be truly unfortunate. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Hu Yaoyao's room was situated at the highest point in the area, and it was the largest one as well. Sitting on its roof, he could easily see everything in the other courtyards. In a few of them, he saw a few ladies dressed in resplendent outfits moving about. Their elegant garments and their bewitching movements left him in an entranced state with just a single glance. It was only after driving his Zhenqi that Zhang Xian finally recovered, and he immediately fell into deep contemplation. Could this be the Terpsichore school? The fact that they were able to make him momentarily lose his senses through their dancing meant that their gestures carried the ability to beguile souls, and the only occupation in the academy that was capable of such a feat was Terpsichore. This also explained why this manor consisted mainly of women as well. It will be awkward for me to remain here considering that Hu Yaoyao is naked inside, but since I am already at the Terpsichore school, I might as well pay their library a visit so that I don't make this trip a waste. Knowing that it would be suspicious for him to remain here, Zhang Xian decided to postpone the matter for the moment and visit the library so as to deal with his innate fetal poison. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight and began scanning his surroundings. Soon, his gaze fell on a towering building in the distance. 3 elegantly calligraphed words, carrying both elegance and an historic aura, came into sight: Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion. I should go over to take a look. With eyes gleaming with excitement, Zhang Xian flitted off into the darkness. Chapter 769. Night at the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion. The Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion was large and majestic, standing tall and conspicuous even amidst the deep darkness of the night. In several breaths, Zhang Xian landed on the branch of a large tree just outside the building. The libraries of the academy require a student token and academic credits to enter. Zhang Xian scratched his head in distress. He'd thought that he would be able to access the library freely as a student of the academy, but based on what he saw at the entrance of the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion, that didn't seem to be the case. Just like the ocean of weapons in the blacksmith school, the doors to the libraries could only open by scanning one student token and paying the required amount of academic credits. Unfortunately, Zhang Xian had neither of the two, so it was impossible for him to enter. If he were to attempt to barge in and trigger some kind of protective formation due to it, he might even attract the attention of the school's elders, bringing himself trouble. But I am already here. Am I to return empty-handed? Zhang Xian muttered in frustration. The matter regarding his innate fetal poison could not wait. His goal was just standing before him, and if he were to return just like that, he might possibly regret it for life. Wait. The mechanisms and formations protecting the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion are indeed useful against cultivators, but can it block off souls? After all, souls are intangible existences, rendering most mechanisms and formations ineffective against them. Perhaps I might be able to enter the premises this way, Zhang Xian thought. Based on Zhang Xian's analysis, it seemed like the formations and mechanisms around the library could only sense tangible beings. As such, it might be possible for him to sneak in as a soul. Furthermore, while he could only duplicate books in the Library of Heaven's Path by touching them in the past, with the new upgrades it had just undergone, he could replicate them just by laying his eyes on them. In other words, even with just his soul, he could gather every single book in the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion into the Library of Heaven's Path easily. Let me give it a try. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more excited he became by the idea. Thus, he hid his body well amidst dense shrubs before drawing his soul out. As if an apparition of the night, his soul gradually approached the tightly shut doors of the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion silently. At its entrance, he saw several students standing guard to keep away intruders. Despite the intangible nature of souls, they were still bound by the laws of the world. One of the manifestations of such a phenomenon was their inability to pass through concrete walls, and unfortunately for Zhang Xian, the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion was made of an airtight material which prevented even souls from slipping through. Just as he was contemplating about how he could enter, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him as a figure approached the doors of the library. The figure walked up to the doors and bowed deeply to the several students at the entrance. "Seniors, I would like to access the library to check some information." She was a lady in her 30s, and the master teacher emblem pinned on her chest had 5 stars on it. 5-star low-tier master teacher, she was a grade 2 student. One of the seniors glanced at her and said, "Your student token and academic credits token." Most likely, the seniors standing guard at the entrance were taking this job as a way to earn additional academic credits to finance their expenditure. Yes. The student quickly passed her student token and academic credits token over. A moment later, the senior nodded and said, "You are a grade 2 student, so you can only browse through the books of grade 3 and below. If you attempt to look at any book beyond that tier, you will be expelled from the library immediately. On top of that, you are only given 20 hours of reading time for each academic credit you spend, and you are not allowed to take out any books from the library." Yes. The student nodded in response. As a grade 2 student of the Master Teacher Academy, she was accustomed to the rules of the library. "Okay, you may enter now." After emphasizing on the rules, the senior waved her hand to gesture that the student may pass. Carrying her student token and academic credits token, the student walked up to a stone pedestal in front of the doors and placed them on it. "Gia." The doors to the library opened. "This is a good opportunity for me to enter as well." Upon seeing a chance to slip into the building, Zhang Xian immediately got to action and dived in behind the student as well. After entering the doors, a vast hall immediately appeared before his eyes. The walls were embedded with night illumination pearls of all sizes, making its interiors as bright as day. Shelves of books were positioned orderly in the hall, and the books on them were innumerable. As expected of the Master Teacher Academy, their collection of books is indeed astounding. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Terpsichore was one of the more remote occupations, so the number of books on them was severely limited. However, the members of the Master Teacher Academy were all master teachers who had unique insights and had their own understanding of the occupation. Over time, more and more books had been added to the collection, resulting in the impressive compendium that lay before him at this very instant. I should collect them all first and look at them later. Considering the number of books that were in the library, it would take a considerable amount of time if he had to go through them one by one. Zhang Xian's soul moved to the very first bookshelf at the corner and began scanning through them. Flaws. Muttering in his head, he could feel that book after book was being replicated in the library of Heaven's Path. It was as if his eyes were scanners, allowing him to replicate the content within books entirely just by laying his eyes on them. This allowed him to copy books at a rate far quicker than he did by running. This is really great, Zhang Xian thought excitedly. Walala! Books were filling up the shelves in the library of Heaven's Path at an unprecedented rate. 4 hours later, Zhang Xian was finally done taking in all of the books in the hall, and he compiled them into a Heaven's Path manual. On to the second floor. After Zhang Xian was done with the first floor, he proceeded on to the second floor. There were significantly fewer books here than on the first floor, but the content covered within them was more profound. Just like apothecaries and blacksmiths, terpsichores were also ranked from 1 star to 9 star. Contained on the first floor was the basic knowledge regarding dancing from apprentice to 4-star pinnacle, whereas the second floor contained the dancing art and cultivation technique manuals corresponding to 5-star primary terpsichores. Zhang Xian took all of the books on the shelves into the library of Heaven's Path without any hesitation. 2 hours later, he was done collecting the books on the second level. Continuing on, it wasn't easy for him to come to get into the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion, so it would be a huge shame if he didn't make use of this opportunity to take in as many books as he could. Thus, he hurried off to the third floor. Technically speaking, a grade 1 student was only allowed to browse through the books on the first and second floor. This rule was set by the Academy in order to discourage ambitious students from attempting what was far beyond their capability, and various measures were implemented to enforce it. However, while these measures could stop students, they couldn't do the same to souls. With a thought, Zhang Xian's soul turned into a stream that flowed right through the formation, blockading the stairs, and arrived at the next floor. There were even fewer books on the third floor, and Zhang Xian finished them in just an hour, after which he did the same for the fourth, fifth, and sixth floor. It only took him another 2 hours to collect the books on the remaining 3 floors. In other words, in less than 10 hours, he had made duplicates of the innumerable books in the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion in his head. With a slight smile on his face, Zhang Xian thought in satisfaction, I will examine them carefully when I return to my residence. He had been thinking that he would have to pay a visit to the Terpsichore school someday to browse through the books, but who could have known that he would accomplish this while following behind Hu Yaoyao? Furthermore, now that he had learned that he could easily access the libraries in the Master Teacher Academy through his soul, wouldn't he be able to do so for the other schools as well? If that is the case, I should be able to cover all of the books in the 10 schools within 10 days. By then, I would have sufficient books to push my cultivation to higher realms as well, perhaps even reaching Saint Realm. With that, my work at the Master Teacher Academy will be done. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in agitation. As long as he had sufficient books to compile the Heaven's Path divine art, advancing his cultivation would be as easy as eating and drinking. The main reason he had chosen to enroll in the Master Teacher Academy was so that he could access their trove of books. The upgrade of his library of Heaven's Path had truly come at an ideal time. With this, he would be able to access the knowledge from the various schools as he pleased, and his lack of academic credits wouldn't be an issue anymore. 10 days should be enough for him to cover everything in the Master Teacher Academy. After compiling them into the respective Heaven's Path manuals, he would be able to make a breakthrough both in his cultivation and Master Teacher ranking. Just the thought of advancing 6 realms, the Perfect Harmonization Realm, Void Treading Realm, Chrysalis Realm, Half Saint, Nascent Saint, and Saint Realm, and bringing the 10 supporting occupations to 6-star pinnacle left his heart trembling in excitement. I should go through the Terpsichore books first? However, Zhang Xin knew that it wouldn't be as simple as that. Thus, shrugging the thought off with a smile, he turned his consciousness back to the library of Heaven's Path. New Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art manuals appeared before his eyes. There was a total of 6 of them, consisting of books from 1 star to 6 star. Let me see if the portions regarding souls. Zhang Xin turned his gaze outside swiftly and noticed that the sun was already setting. It didn't seem like there would be sufficient time for him to learn the entire Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art, so he chose to focus his attention on those regarding souls instead. Voila! On Zhang Xin's will, the books regarding soul cultivation flew from the shelves and gathered in front of him. Compile, he commanded silently, and yet another book appeared before him. This was the book that could potentially suppress the innate fetal poison in his soul. Unable to suppress his agitation, Zhang Xin immediately started browsing through it. It didn't take long for him to finish reading it all. By then, his face was already looking incredibly awful. These are only methods to strengthen one's soul, and they aren't even complete. They won't be much help in dealing with the innate fetal poison. The books he had collected were sufficient to form a Heaven's Path manual, but it was only effective in strengthening one's soul. Against the innate fetal poison, it was nearly completely useless. In other words, after all the effort he had put in that night, he didn't have a way counter the innate fetal poison to alleviate the threat he was under yet. What do I do now? Zhang Xin thought frustratedly. To him, the most urgent matter at hand was to suppress the innate fetal poison in his soul. Otherwise, if the innate fetal poison was triggered on a whim, that might very well be the day he would breathe his last breath. He'd thought that, given the nature of the terpsichore occupation, the terpsichores would possess a deep understanding of souls, and he might be able to find a solution to his problems here. But it seemed like he was being too naive. If the innate fetal poison could be dealt with that easily, Empyrean Kong sure wouldn't have to rush all the way to become a 9-star master teacher to resolve it properly. He would have long found a solution before then. Nevertheless, these methods are still effective in building up the resilience of one's soul. I should try to compile them with the soul oracle techniques and see if I can perfect them. The soul cultivation techniques he had obtained from Mo Hunching ranged from Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan to 9 Dan, but he didn't have enough books to complete them then. Perhaps, if he were to fuse these books together with them, he might be able to compile new Heaven's Path Soul Art manuals. Currently, the strongest Heaven's Path Soul Art manual he had was still at Consonant Spirit Realm, so his soul cultivation was still capped there as well. With the new books he had gathered, it was worth giving it a shot. Compile. Zhang Xin tried putting the books together with his soul cultivation technique manuals. Hula. 2 new books appeared before Zhang Xian's gaze. He swiftly grabbed them and flipped them open. These are the Cosmos Bridge Realm and Perfect Harmonization Realm soul cultivation techniques. There are no flaws at all. They have reached the level of Heaven's Path. Looking at the content of the books, Zhang Xin nearly burst out laughing out of sheer delight. He'd thought that his trip had been a wasted one, but who would have thought that he'd be able to compile the 6 Dan and 7 Dan Heaven's Path Soul Art manuals using the books he had gathered from the library? With these 2 books, he would be able to advance his soul cultivation to Perfect Harmonization Realm, thus enhancing his fighting prowess significantly. Even though the advancement of his soul cultivation wouldn't be able to resolve the threat concerning the innate fetal poison, it would at least help to suppress the innate fetal poison a bit. It seems like it's already morning. Time for me to return. By the time Zhang Xin was done, the brilliant radiance of the sun rays was already spilling in from the eastern horizon of the skyline. It was dawn. Chapter 770. 6-star Terpsichore. One of the reasons Zhang Xin was able to slip into the Terpsichore school in the first place was due to the concealment of the night. Even with his aura hidden by utilizing the unique nature of his Heaven's Path Shinchi, there was a huge chance that someone might spot him if he were to attempt to sneak off in the day. If he didn't leave right now, he would be stuck in the library once the crowd starts spilling into the school. Thus, without any hesitation, Zhang Xian's soul rushed to the first floor of the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion, heading for the doors. The student whom he entered with was still busily looking through the shelves. However, judging from the deep frown on her forehead, it seemed she hadn't found the book she was seeking yet. Zhang Xin didn't know what she needed, so he couldn't help her even if he wanted to. Thus, he headed straight for the main door. Zhang Xian walked up to the door and tried to open it, but to his alarm, it wouldn't budge. In order to prevent any unauthorized personnel from entering the premises, a special mechanism was installed to ensure that the doors wouldn't open without the presence of a student token and academic credit token. Unless one possessed strength beyond the level of a half-saint, it would be impossible to open. Zhang Xian was only able to get in earlier by following the student in front of him. As long as no one tried to enter or leave the library, he would be trapped within. What do I do now? Zhang Xian thought frustratedly. It was still dawn, so there were still very few people in the Terpsichore school at the moment. If he were to delay it any longer, he might very well be found. For an unaffiliated individual to be snooping around the Terpsichore school in the early morning, there was no way he could explain that. But if it wasn't opened, the formations and mechanisms constructed around the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion were more than sufficient to prevent a soul like him from leaving even if they weren't able to perceive him. Zhang Xian turned to look at the student in the library worriedly, but the latter didn't seem like she was about to leave anytime soon. Sighing deeply, he could only continue to wait patiently. Forget it, there's no use worrying over this. I should just make use of this time to study the Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art. Since there was nothing he could do in this situation, he decided to find a quiet spot in the library and immerse his consciousness in the library of Heaven's Path to read through the Terpsichorean books he had just compiled. He had a full compilation of Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art from 1 star to 6 star, and detailed within them were the cultivation techniques for the various Terpsichorean arts. Since he couldn't do anything else at the moment, he flipped open the 1 star Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art and began browsing through it seriously. With the new upgrade of his library of Heaven's Path, he could take in the content of a book just by flipping open the book, thus allowing him to understand and assimilate the essence of it even faster than before. To become a terpsichore, one must have a powerful soul and a dance that is nearly aligned with nature in order to draw it out. The purpose of dancing is to enhance the strength of the soul to the utmost limit, thus drawing out its full might. The knowledge regarding terpsichores flowed through his head. Before long, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He had fully assimilated the knowledge regarding the 1 star Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art. In other words, even if he were to take the examination at this very instant, he would be able to clear the 1 star terpsichore examination easily. The prowess of a terpsichore was highly dependent on their soul, and Zhang Xian had cultivated his soul to be beyond 10 meters large. The level that others could hardly reach in their life, he could achieve it as easily as merely eating or drinking. Drawing his consciousness out of the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian noted that the student was still busy looking for her book and had no intentions of leaving yet. Thus, he moved on to study the 2 star Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art. While martial artists wield their battle techniques, and terpsichores wield their terpsichorean arts, terpsichores essentially aim to utilize their art form as a weapon for murder. The world trembles beneath a dance, and in the next moment, a soul perishes. The dance serves as a medium for terpsichores to engage in soul attacks. Reading the content in the book, Zhang Xian couldn't help but nod in agreement. Terpsichorean arts, just like the soul techniques of soul oracles and the impartation of heaven's will, were offensive techniques for dealing with souls. But different from the others, terpsichores utilize their dance as a medium to amplify the effectiveness of their offense. Since it serves as a medium, does it mean that, once one reaches the very peak, one will be able to engage in powerful soul attacks even without using the dance as a medium? As Zhang Xian continued to read on, a certain line appeared before him. Engage in powerful soul attacks even without using the dance as a medium? Does that mean the swordless realm? Zhang Xian thought in agitation. He might not know much about terpsichorean arts yet, but he did have some mastery in the field of swordsmanship. Based on what he knew, if one were to cultivate their swordsmanship to the peak, they would be able to utilize even a blade of grass or a pebble by the roadside as a sword. Going further, they might even be able to execute the full prowess of a sword art without a weapon in hand. That was to say, the sword only served as a medium in order to execute the techniques. Even without a sword in hand, one could still execute a sword art, perhaps even more fluidly, completely, and agilely. What Zhang Xian was reading was very unlike the knowledge imparted in the conventional books that terpsichorees read. His road of cultivation was directed toward the ultimate endpoint, for the swordless to surpass any sword, for the formless to surpass any form. Reading on, terpsichorean arts aim to utilize movements as a medium to engage in soul attacks. In essence, even walking and the slightest gestures could be considered as movements, so they could, as well, be considered as terpsichorean arts. A true terpsichore dances not with a routine set of movements, but with even the most casual of gestures. Before long, Zhang Xian was done browsing through the book. He closed eyes to slowly savor and comprehend the knowledge he had just taken in. Jai, Jai. Crisp echoes sounded from his soul as a new world unfolded around him. 2-star terpsichore. Reached. Continue. The more Zhang Xian studied, the more excited he became. Thus, he went on to finish the remaining books as well. For hours later, he was done browsing through all of the books and assimilating their knowledge. As if his massive soul had been tempered, it looked much more transparent and purer. Terpsichorees utilize their dance as a means to beguile, enchant, attack, or even kill the soul of another. Even though Zhang Xian had never learnt terpsichorean arts before, he had comprehended the most profound and innate essence of the occupation. Currently, his knowledge regarding the occupation was unmatched by anyone beneath 7-star. If he were to take the examination at this very moment, he would definitely qualify for 6-star pinnacle. I finished the books much faster than I would have before, Zhang Xian thought. In the past, it would have taken him at least 12 hours in order to learn another occupation from scratch to 6-star pinnacle. However, he did it with terpsichore using only 6 hours. Where is that student? Standing up, Zhang Xian glanced around the room to search for the female student who was in the library with him, and he suddenly froze. The vast terpsichore compendium pavilion was empty, and not a single person was in sight. The heck? When did she leave? Widening his eyes in shock, Zhang Xian nearly fainted. He had been too immersed in his cultivation that he hadn't noticed that the student whom he had followed in had already left. As the terpsichore compendium pavilion required academic credits to enter, there was rarely anyone in it. From his arrival last night until now, this student was the only one who had entered the premises. Now that she was gone, how was he supposed to leave the area? Was he going to be locked in there for several days straight? Zhang Xian felt a tinge of helplessness. What the heck was this? If only he'd known, he wouldn't have immersed himself so deeply into his cultivation. It's nothing much for me to be confined here, but my body is still in the vicinity. If someone were to find it, I will be in deep trouble. As a soul, he was highly indiscernible and was unaffected by the mechanisms and formations governing the terpsichore compendium pavilion, so being trapped here wasn't too much of an issue for him. The problem was his body. Even though he had hidden it in the best spot he could find, it would be a stretch to say that it would be able to hide from the discerning eyes of the many master teachers of the terpsichore school for extended periods of time, especially in the day. It would be a calamity if he were to be found by anyone. Seeing that it was already nearing noon, Zhang Xian could no longer hold himself back any longer. He rushed up to the door, hoping to find a gap or any other openings which he could escape through. However, after circling around the entire terpsichore compendium pavilion, he could only sigh deeply in frustration. Looks like there really is no way for me to escape. The mechanisms and formations set up in the terpsichore compendium pavilion were extremely powerful, and it was impossible for anyone to force them open. If Zhang Xian's physical body was there, he could have compiled a book on them just by touching them, and exploiting its flaws, he would have been able to escape easily. Incapable of touch, however, his soul was unable to do so. His eye of insight was currently too weak to see through the formation and mechanisms as well. Was he doomed to continue waiting helplessly here until someone arrived? Zhang Xian's eyes twitched as helplessness washed over him. Forget it, I will just continue to wait. Surely there will be someone who will visit the terpsichore compendium pavilion by the end of the day. Since Zhang Xian was unable to find a better solution to his dilemma, he could only resign himself to fate. Just as he was about to find a place to bide his time, the doors suddenly creaked open. Someone is here? Not expecting that someone would arrive that quickly, Zhang Xian leaped up in excitement. He hurriedly rushed behind the doors to hide as he waited for an opportunity to rush out of the library. Who? A resplendently dressed lady carrying a graceful disposition walked into the room. After stepping across the threshold, she was just about to walk toward the shelves when her eyebrows suddenly knitted together. She glanced at the direction where Zhang Xian was hidden and howled, "Who is it? Come out!" Sensing her gaze on him, Zhang Xian's body stiffened in tension. It should have been hard for anyone to notice him in his soul form, especially since he was lying dormant in the corner. Yet, the other party had actually noticed him instantly. How could that be? A Saint Realm expert? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed warily. There was only one possibility for this. The other party was a Saint Realm expert. With the breakthrough to Saint Realm, one would gain a certain level of comprehension regarding the nature of space. Even though Zhang Xian had concealed his presence well, his disguise was not perfect due to the limitations of his cultivation. For one, the flow of spiritual energy where he was standing would be slightly disturbed due to the presence of his soul, thus betraying his presence. What? You aren't going to come out? Frowning deeply, the lady harumphed coldly as she raised her palm and grabbed toward the space where Zhang Xian was situated. Hong Long. A sudden burst of zhenqi abruptly froze everything in place. Zhang Xian felt an immense pressure strangling him, threatening to dissipate his soul. As big as his soul was, it only possessed the cultivation of transcendent mortal 5-dan pinnacle. That was far from matching up to a Saint Realm expert. They were two completely different levels. Escape. Knowing that he would die if he were to allow the other party to do as he pleased, he immediately drove his cultivation, and with a powerful burst of strength, he managed to barely break free of the other party's restraint. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he rushed right for the doors. Hong Long. The movement of his immense soul disturbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings, stirring up a burst of wind in the surroundings. This is a soul? The lady's face turned grim. While she did sense a presence in the room, she'd only thought that it was someone who had used some kind of technique or ability to conceal their presence. She'd never even considered the possibility that it would be a soul. Soul oracles had already vanished several dozen millenniums ago. For one to suddenly appear in the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion, where could he have come from? And what was he up to? Where do you think you are going? With a sharp shout, the lady darted forward to grab the escaping soul. Hong Long. With a Saint Realm expert exerting her full might, the space within several thousand meters was immediately sealed in place. This is truly bad. After barely darting out of the library, Zhang Xian was just about to escape into the air when the area around him suddenly turned incredibly viscous. It was as if he had fallen in a marsh. As much as he tried, he just wouldn't move. Is this the ability of Saint Realm experts? Zhenqi spatial lock? Zhang Xian stiffened tensely. Chapter 771. The foolish deeds of the body. Saint Realm experts possessed the ability to seal space, leaving those who were within the area of its effect feeling as if they had fallen into an ocean of mud. Limited by the spatial lockdown, they would only be able to utilize a tenth of their original movement speed and strength. This ability was known as Zhenqi spatial lock, and only Saint Realm experts were able to overcome it. With an awful look on his face, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and continued trudging forth. However, with his speed being reduced to a tenth under the effects of the Zhenqi spatial lock, his speed was barely any different from that of a snail. Trying to escape me? Dream on. With a light harumph, the lady flicked her fingers thrice toward Zhang Xian. Pung pung pung. A powerful shockwave engulfed the area around Zhang Xian, and he immediately felt a stifling sensation in his chest. His massive soul trembled uncontrollably as a splitting headache assaulted his consciousness. It felt as if he was going to lose control of his body at any moment. A soul attack, Zhang Xian thought with a grave expression. With 3 simple flicks, the lady was able to inflict grievous injuries upon Zhang Xian's soul. Considering her skillful use of the soul attack, she must be one of the upper echelons governing the Terpsichore school, perhaps an elder or even higher. I must return to my body this very instant, or else I might really end up being killed by her. A chilling sensation swept over Zhang Xian as he realized the dire situation he was in. If it had been any other Saint Realm expert he was dealing with, and this was inclusive of the 10 great master teachers such as School Head Imo and School Head Zhao, it would have been difficult for the other party to wound his soul. Due to the soul's intangibility, it couldn't be hurt by physical means. Only those who wielded soul offense techniques could possibly inflict damage upon a soul. To Zhang Xian's misfortune, the person he was facing was an upper echelon of the Terpsichore school, which meant that she had a thorough understanding of souls. To such a person, erasing his soul from existence was no difficult feat if his soul were to dissipate. That would be complete and utter death. There would be zero possibility that he could come back to life. There was no way he could survive the attacks of a Saint Realm Terpsichore as a soul, so the only chance he had at surviving this ordeal was to return back to his physical body. This would reveal the location of his body, but he had no other option at the moment. After all, this was a much better alternative than having his soul dissipated on the spot. Bearing the excruciating pain his soul was in, he rushed right for the tree at the courtyard, where his body was located. However, before he could get far, he heard yet another harumph beneath him. "You still wish to continue on?" Voila! The lady raised her palm and thrusted it at the air several times. An overwhelming force tore through space and struck Zhang Xian. For an instant, Zhang Xian felt as if he had been struck by a comet, and his soul flipped several times in the air, nearly ripped apart by the sheer force of the attack. It was fortunate that his large soul had allowed him to distribute the immense force across his soul body, thus reducing the severity of the damage he sustained. At the same time, as a cultivator of the Heaven's Path soul art, his soul energy was particularly pure, granting exceptional resilience to his soul. Otherwise, he would surely have been killed under the blow. But even though he had managed to survive the attack, he still felt as if someone had attempted to tear his soul into two, and the wounds on his soul had worsened as well. Knowing that he would surely die without fail if the other party were to continue attacking, Zhang Xian intended to make another charge for his body behind the tree when an idea popped into his mind, and he held himself still. The might of the other party's attack was more than sufficient to kill any ordinary soul oracle. It was only due to the immense size and exceptional resilience of his soul that he was able to remain intact. If he were to attempt another charge for his body, the other party would surely sense his presence and be astounded by the durability of his soul. In response to that, she would execute an even stronger attack against him. If this were to happen, regardless of how big or resilient his soul was, the only fate awaiting him was death. But if he could make the other party think that she had managed to kill him, he just might be able to escape with his life. As expected, when he paused in the air and manipulated his soul to emulate a dissipated soul, the lady looked visibly relieved. Sensing the lack of movement in the air, the lady suddenly recalled something, and her face darkened. Soul oracles betrayed humanity back then, opting to become a weapon for the otherworldly demons. For one of them to appear here at this moment, could it be related to that incident? If that's the case, I shouldn't have killed it immediately. Countless years ago, the soul oracles and their heritage were wiped clean from the face of the earth by the Master Teacher Pavilion. If anything related to them was still existent in the world, the chances were that the otherworldly demons were involved in the matter as well. For a soul oracle to appear right after the incident at Leiyuan Peak, no matter how she looked at the matter, it was impossible for the two incidents to be unrelated. Realizing that she had allowed a potential clue leading her to Byzantium Helios beast slip through her fingers, she couldn't help but regret her impulsive actions. At this instant, the lady suddenly recalled something. Wait, if that person is a soul oracle, why would he try to escape from the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion at this time? But if he isn't a soul oracle, what else can he be? Soul oracles were of the Yin attribute, which made them highly vulnerable to yang energy. As a result, they dared not appear in broad daylight, or else they would be putting themselves at risk of being seared by the sun rays. Even if they managed to survive the exposure to the sun rays, they would be in for a round of excruciating pain and a sharp decline in their cultivation afterwards due to the searing yang decline. Considering how that the other party had rushed out as soon as he found an opportunity to do so, he clearly did not fear the sun. Could that mean that he wasn't a soul oracle? But if that was the case, what else could he be? As a Saint Realm expert, she knew that the world was far larger than she could ever imagine. There were many unique occupations with mystical means that ordinary cultivators could hardly fathom. Even with her broad knowledge base, she dared not outright refute the possibility of anything. For example, she had heard of a species of saint beast known as the weak-scaled beast. It was a massive beast with an exterior as dark as ink, making it a conspicuous existence no matter where it went. However, as soon as it stepped into water, its body would immediately turn completely transparent, as if it was invisible. Could the fellow she had just encountered be such a life form as well? This was a plausible hypothesis as well. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a soul oracle was, a human soul couldn't possibly expand to be beyond 10 meters large, right? That would be sheer insanity. Upon that realization, the lady's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Damn it, that would mean that fellow is feigning death. If her enemy was truly a soul oracle, there was little doubt that her soul attack would have ripped the other party apart. However, if her enemy was a saint beast instead, it would be likely that it would possess thick and tough skin that granted it superior defenses. If so, it was unlikely that her soul attack would have been able to kill the other party. In other words, there was a good chance that the other party was feigning death. Trying to fool me? Don't even think about it. With a livid expression, the lady raised her leg and stomped forcefully on the ground. Hong Long. The earth immediately shook intensely as waves of zhenqi surged into the surroundings as if searing heat waves. She noticed it? For a moment, Zhang Xian had thought that he'd managed to fool the other party. However, upon hearing those words, he realized that his deception had failed. Left with no choice, he was just about to attempt another dash for his physical body when one of the branches of a certain tree abruptly shook. Puthong. A corpse-like figure suddenly fell face down from the tree, creating a huge depression on the ground. Upon seeing the sight, Zhang Xian nearly fainted from utter horror. Who else could that figure be if not his body? He'd thought it would be safe to hide his body amidst the trees. But that lady's attack had caused the trees to sway, resulting in his body falling from its hiding spot. It was just a few moments ago that he was still thinking that even though his soul had been discovered, as long as his body remained hidden, he would still be safe. After all, considering the fact that souls were intangible, it was impossible to see their true form without the eye of insight. Thus, as long as his soul could flee for the time being, returning only after the storm had cleared to fetch his body, he would be able to get away scot-free. However, with his body face-planted in the ground right before the other party, his identity was already compromised. There was no way he would be able to remain in the Master Teacher Academy anymore. Who are you? While Zhang Xian was feeling so frustrated that he could spew blood, the lady howled in astonishment and immediately raised her palm to strike the fallen body. Hong Long. A violent torrent of zhenqi that harnessing destructive might fell upon Zhang Xian. Now that her attention is away from me, I should make use of this opportunity to return back to my body. Knowing that this was the only chance he was going to get, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and immediately rushed for his body. But at that moment, his face-planted body abruptly placed its palms against the ground to push itself up before flitting away swiftly. Its speed was so fast that its movements were a blur. Heaven's Path Movement Art. This is Mind of Void. Upon seeing the sight before him, Zhang Xian's soul swayed weakly. If souls could faint, he would probably have fainted there and then. Having comprehended Mind of Void, his body could move instinctively in times of danger even if its soul was not in it. Realizing the immense might behind the other party's palm, his body gauged that it wasn't the other party's match, so it immediately fled so as to avert the danger. Looking at the distant back of his body, Zhang Xian nearly burst into tears. The heck? If you had just waited a split second longer, I would have already freaking returned back to my body. Think of what an awkward situation you have left me in. Furthermore, with the speed you are fleeing at via the Heaven's Path Movement Art, how am I to catch up with you? Zhang Xian's soul was only at Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle, whereas his body possessed the cultivation of Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle. Pair that with the Heaven's Path Movement Art, and red dust heaven ascending steps. If his body were to flee with all its might, the distance between them would only grow further and further. Screw this, you scoundrel. Where do you think you are running off to? Seeing the young man who had fallen from the tree running away, the lady nearly exploded from fury. Pushing against the ground, she soared into the sky and pursued the fleeing figure. With the incredible speed Zhang Xian's body was traveling at via the Heaven's Path movement art, even the lady had to dash with all her might in order to keep up with him. Hurry up and catch him. Seeing the lady rushing for his body, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, however, a bizarre expression appeared on its face as what he had just asked for dawned on him. The hell? To be cheering when another was attempting to capture his body. There was just some kind of inexplicable peculiarity to the situation. This was all that foolish body's fault. If not for it, why would he be in such a dilemma now? Wait a moment. If my body is caught, it will be even more difficult for me to slip back into it. After a moment of depression, Zhang Xian suddenly realized that even if his body were to be caught, the lady would never allow his soul to slip into his body. Thus, he immediately rushed off to chase his body as well. However, the next sight he saw left him dumbfounded. His body was crashing through wall after wall as it fled with all its might. Calm down. Stop doing that. Zhang Xian bellowed within as he watched the sight before him with an aching heart. All actions conducted under the effects of Mind of Void was instinctive, so it was impossible for it to conduct precise movements like a living human. Even so, to be crashing straight through walls, that was a little over the top. You were supposed to save me from danger, not to leave my body bruised all over. Even if you get out of this situation alive, if you leave my body mortally wounded in exchange, what good will you have done? You better stop right there. Just as Zhang Xian was wallowing in self-pity at his unfortunate plight, the lady ahead of him caught up to his body. With a flick of her hand, several surges of zhenqi gathered and sealed the space around his body, forming an invisible cage around it. Pong, pong, pong. Sensing the immense threat looming over it, his body executed the Heaven's Path fist art in an attempt to break open the cage. However, with just a total might of 16 million ding from his zhenqi cultivation and physical body, it was impossible for him to break the zhenqi cage constructed by a Saint Realm expert. Knowing that the other party wouldn't be able to break free of her zhenqi spatial lock, the lady turned to the figure before her and asked with a sharp glint in her eyes, "Who are you? Why were you snooping around the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion?" Pong 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 pong. Naturally, Zhang Xian's body, driven only by its instincts, was unable to answer the question. It continued striking the cage frenziedly, creating loud sonic booms. You are courting death. Seeing that the other party actually dared to snub her, the lady's face flushed crimson in rage. She raised her hand, and a destructive force swiftly gathered on her palm. From the looks of it, if the figure before her continued to remain silent, she would simply kill him. Mind of Void was an ability that only the most powerful soul oracles possessed. However, with the disappearance of the soul oracles and their heritage, the knowledge regarding Mind of Void had vanished as well. This was the reason, despite being a saint and a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, the lady was unable to tell that the figure standing before her was just a soulless body incapable of speech. If my body is smashed into minced meat, it will be of no use even if I do get it back. At this moment, Zhang Xian finally arrived at the scene. Seeing that the lady preparing her hand to smash his body into pieces, his soul nearly dissipated from fright. Not daring to waste a single second, he immediately dived straight through the cage and into the glabella of his body. Unlike the zhenqi spatial lock, the zhenqi cage didn't harness the spatial laws of the world and could only block physical beings. It couldn't interfere in the passageway of a soul at all. As soon as his soul entered his body, he immediately saw immense energy gathered on the lady's palm that was on the verge of landing on him, so he hurriedly had his body stop whatever he was doing. Clasping his fist, he spoke resoundingly, "Elder, thank you for helping me suppress my inner demons, sparing me from the fate of going berserk." Chapter 772. dance of the rippling cloud robe, the reactions his body made was simply too unnatural that he could only attempt to pass it off as his inner demons acting up. Otherwise, there was no other way he could explain his unnatural actions. Naturally, he couldn't talk about Mind of Void either, as it was intricately linked with the soul oracles. As for the soul the other party noticed earlier, as long as he adamantly denied it, there was no way the other party could investigate the matter and trace it back to him. Inner demons? As expected, upon hearing those words, the lady in the sky dissipated the violent energy in her hand. However, given that she didn't dispel the Jinchi cage, it seemed that she still carried some doubts towards Zhang Xian's words. From the looks of it, it seemed that she was intending to hear Zhang Xian's story out, but if she were to detect any falsehood in his words, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Indeed, I am a freshman of this academy, and I was intending to enter the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion to read up on some books so as to prepare myself for the Terpsichore examination. However, on my way here, an inspiration suddenly struck me, and in order to prevent others from interrupting me, I can only hide on a tree for the time being. Zhang Xian explained. Sudden inspiration? The lady frowned. Cultivators did have moments of sudden enlightenment from time to time, and they disappeared as abruptly as they appeared. Thus, it was important for one to muse over it as soon as possible so as to not allow it to slip their minds. For this purpose, the academy had built innumerable gazebos all over the academy so as to allow students to rush in and focus their attention on developing their sudden inspiration. If that fellow really had a sudden stroke of inspiration, it wouldn't be too far-fetched for him to hide in the midst of the trees for fear of being interrupted. What is the relationship between you and the thing hiding in the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion then? But of course, just because it was logical didn't mean that it was necessarily true. Ultimately, this was just a one-sided story from the other party. She wasn't ready to believe it so easily. It was just a moment ago that she spotted an uninvited guest within the library, and the next moment, this fellow fell from the tree. It was difficult to believe that the both of them weren't related. Pardon me, but I am not very sure what Elder is asking me. I was in the midst of pondering about the details regarding the dance of the rippling cloud robe, when a stroke of inspiration hit me, but due to a slight mistake I made, my cultivation almost went berserk. I have only recovered from my berserk state just a moment ago, so I'm not too sure what has happened in between. Zhang Xian replied sheepishly. It was best for him to feign ignorance and deny his involvement vehemently right from the start. Once it was established that he was involved in the incident, the matter could potentially spiral out of his control. Dance of the Rippling Cloud Robe? That is a grade 6 Terpsichorean art that only 6-star Terpsichores are able to comprehend. What is a freshman like you pondering over it for? Are you taking me for a fool? The lady harumphed in displeasure. The fellow before her seemed to be only in his early 20s, and he had also just said for himself that he was a freshman of the academy. Yet, he also said that he was musing over a grade 6 Terpsichorean art. It was obvious that there was a clear contradiction in his words, so it was inevitable that she would get even more suspicious of him. Thus, she began gathering power in her palm once again, ready to make a move should the other party fail to come up with a good explanation for his words. But on the other hand, seeing that he had managed to divert the other party's attention away from the appearance of his soul in the library, he heaved a sigh of relief within. After which, he flicked his wrist and took out an emblem. Even though I am a freshman, I am a 6-star blacksmith as well. Thus, it shouldn't be too bizarre for me to be musing over a grade 6 Terpsichorean art, right? 6-star blacksmith? Seeing the 6 shining stars on the emblem, the lady frowned. The emblems were made out of a special material, making it impossible to falsify them. In other words, the other party was truly a 6-star blacksmith. Blacksmith was one of the upper 9 paths occupations. Considering that he was even able to achieve such heights as a blacksmith, it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise for him to be musing over a grade 6 Terpsichorean art. Yes, the dance of the rippling cloud robe is one of the stronger grade 6 Terpsichorean arts, and if executed well, it can even beguile a Saint Realm expert, leaving him deep in a trance. However, after analyzing it for some time, I realized that despite the impressive prowess of the technique, it has several conspicuous flaws that need to be corrected. Seeing that he had managed to capture the other party's attention, a faint smile crept onto Zhang Xian's lips as he continued. Firstly, just as the name Dance of the Rippling Cloud Robe suggests, the technique requires resplendent clothes and accessories in order to maximize its effectiveness. However, if you were to find yourself placed in a dangerous position abruptly and a battle was imminent, would your opponent give you time to change your clothes and accessories to prepare for battle? This is the greatest flaw in the technique I have found so far. Next, even though the Terpsichorean art is indeed enchanting, it hasn't reached the level where one is unable to guard against it. On top of that, the soul energy consumption for the dance is enormous, making it extremely exhausting for the Terpsichore executing the technique as well. In other words, if the technique were to fail to work on your enemy, there is a good chance that you might already be too drained to fight any longer, thus making it a double-edged sword. This is the second flaw. This is the third flaw. This is the fourth flaw. This is the 17th flaw. Words shot out from Zhang Xian's mouth like a machine gun, leaving the other party no chance to interject at all. In a mouthful, he pointed out 17 flaws in the Dance of the Rippling Cloud Robe. There was a detailed introduction to this Terpsichorean art in many of the books in the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion. He had glanced through them momentarily, so he had a clear idea regarding their content. Thus, it wasn't too difficult for him to dig up those flaws. If he wanted to pull the other party's attention away from the matter regarding the soul entirely, he would have to dominate the conversation so as to dictate the flow of the conversation. The Dance of the Rippling Cloud Robe was one of the more common Terpsichorean arts used by 6-star Terpsichores, so Zhang Xian knew that he would be able to shock the other party by pointing out their flaws. Judging from the shocked look on the other party's face, he knew that he had succeeded. You managed to analyze so many flaws in the Terpsichorean art? The lady could hardly believe her ears. She had often used this Terpsichorean art herself, but even she hadn't noticed these flaws at all. Yet, the young man before her actually pointed all of them in a single breath, so it was inevitable that she would be shocked. As a 6-star Terpsichore, she was sufficiently proficient in the occupation to conclude swiftly that there was no mistake with the other party's analysis regarding the flaws of the Dance of the Rippling Cloud Robe at all. To be able to see what even she had neglected. Just what kind of eyes did the fellow before her possess? Could he really be here to take the Terpsichore examination? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Do you have any proposed solutions for the flaws you have listed? Hearing the confidence in Zhang Xian's voice, the lady couldn't help but ask. I wasn't too sure before, but my sudden inspiration has given me some insight into the problems. I might be able to solve some of them now. Zhang Xian nodded. The first problem I have raised is that the clothes worn must be resplendent. However, I believe that it is a misinterpretation of the technique. The main focus of the Terpsichorean art lies in the rippling and not the cloud robe. What that truly draws people in is not the beautiful clothes, but the ripples flowing through them with each movement. Take me, for example. Even if I were to execute the technique in my plain clothes, its offensive ability is still not one to sneeze at. As Zhang Xian spoke, he raised his arm and lightly shook it. Wang, Zhenqi flowed across his sleeves, creating layer after layer of ripples on it. In an instant, it was as if a stone was thrown into a lake, bringing life and harmony to the once stagnant water. Despite the young man's ordinary wear, under the effects of the harmonious ripples, she was still put under the illusion as if he was dressed like a majestic deity of the heavens. In an instant, the beautiful aesthetics permeated deep into her soul, bringing her inexplicable pleasure. His disposition and exterior changed in just a split instant, as if the dirty beggar from a moment ago had turned into the charming prince in a night banquet. Unwittingly, she found herself delving deeper and deeper into a trance. She quickly shook her head to regain her senses, and it was only then that she realized that the other party's motion had already stopped. The other party was still wearing the same old clothes, as if nothing had happened at all. Impressive. The lady's heart jolted in astonishment. As a 6-star Terpsichore, she had always been the one to charm others. Yet, the other party managed to make her lose herself momentarily despite his humble clothes. Most likely, his understanding of Terpsichorean arts had already far surpassed her, reaching a level she had always dreamed of. Seeing the shock on the other party's face, Zhang Xian knew that he had already succeeded in convincing the other party about his identity, and he heaved a breath of relief. With a light chuckle, he continued, as for the second flaw regarding the high soul energy consumption of the technique, as long as one were to drive his soul energy in such a manner, one will be able to avoid. Given his current proficiency as a terpsichore, it wasn't too difficult for him to resolve the flaws in the dance of the rippling cloud robe. That terpsichorean art was highly demanding on the soul energy consumption, making it extremely damaging to the terpsichore executing the technique as well. However, if the terpsichore were to drive her soul energy using his circulation method, she would be able to lower the soul cultivation expended to less than a third while enhancing the might of the technique by a significant amount as well. This. Hearing the formula, the lady swiftly did some calculations, and her eyes slowly widened in disbelief. She had just given the soul energy circulation formula a brief try just a moment ago, and she realized that the other party was right. Not only did the fellow before her revolutionize their understanding of the dance of the rippling cloud robe, he even enhanced the efficiency of the technique immensely as well. As for the third flaw, amidst her shock, the other party continued on proposing the solutions to the problems he had listed. The fourth flaw, the fifth flaw, the sixth flaw. In a few moments, he had proposed unique solutions to resolving all 17 flaws he had listed. If we were to implement the changes you have proposed to the dance of the rippling cloud robe, its prowess will be boosted by more than twofold. If I were to execute it, I would be able to even beguile a Saint Tu Dan expert, rendering him helpless in battle. The lady felt her throat dry up, and her body stiffened from the sheer agitation she was feeling. How could someone with her eye of discernment possibly not notice how valuable and fearsome the revised dance of the rippling cloud robe was? To be able to list out 17 flaws and resolve them impeccably, despite his young age, the fellow before her possessed an understanding of terpsichorean art that was far beyond her imagination. This is all I have just gotten from my inspiration regarding the dance of the rippling cloud robe. I hope that this will be useful in perfecting the technique. If there is anything else that you are unsure of, feel free to ask me. I will try to answer everything within my means. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Forced to a corner, he had to apply the knowledge he had just learned on the spot. Otherwise, considering how even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for a Saint Realm expert, it wasn't too difficult to imagine how tragic his outcome would be. Fortunately, everything seemed to have turned out well. It just happens that I do have some problems I wish to consult you on. It is regarding the fleeting fragrance terpsichorean art. Every time I attempt to cultivate it, I will feel a heavy and stifling sensation in my heart. May I know if there is any way I can resolve the issue? The lady hesitated for a short moment before asking. There were indeed some issues regarding the cultivation of her terpsichorean art that had confounded her for some time. Considering how the fellow before her was able to further refine the dance of the rippling cloud robe, perhaps he might be able to resolve the problem she was facing? Fleeting fragrance terpsichorean art. Are you referring to the technique created by 6-star terpsichore Zue Linglong 3,000 years ago? Zhang Xian asked. Indeed. The lady nodded. The fleeting fragrance terpsichorean art can stir one's soul and produce a fragrance that reaches up to 10 li away, inviting birds and bees to dance in joy to it. It is one of the most advanced grade 6 terpsichorean art, possessing immense power. If you feel a heavy and stifling sensation in your heart upon its execution, if my deduction fails me not. Frowning deeply, Zhang Xian paused for a brief instant as he assessed the lady before him before asking, You haven't been in love before, have you? That's right. The lady shook her head. She had dedicated her life to the terpsichore, spending her time doing nothing but cultivate. Never had she met a man who had caught her eyes, so naturally, she hadn't had the opportunity to fall in love as well. That's indeed the problem. Zue Linglong created the fleeting fragrance terpsichorean art in the days when she first came to know love. Innocent and pure, she and her lover vowed to spend their days together until their hair loses its color and their lives come to an end. This terpsichorean art consisted only of a few simple movements, but it reflected her expectations for the blissful life ahead of her. You have never been in love before, so it will be hard for you to grasp this kind of emotions. As a result, Your intent is not aligned with your dance, and forcefully executing it will only cause you to suffer injuries instead. Zhang Xian explained. All right, why don't I modify this terpsichorean art for you to remove this flaw, if you wish to learn it? With a light chuckle, Zhang Xian turned to the other party and said, I can teach you. Chapter 773. Poor, teach me? The lady's eyes lit up. The fleeting fragrance terpsichorean art was currently the strongest technique she possessed, but she had never been able to successfully cultivate it. If she could master the technique after its modification, it would surely augment her fighting prowess significantly. Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before saying, That's right. The core of this terpsichorean art lies in its intent. Even though you have never experienced the deep anticipation in wanting to spend your life together with a person you deeply love, you have experienced the loneliness and determination in striving for excellence in your cultivation. Even though that is a different emotion from the former, it doesn't pale in its intensity. If you can tap on it, you will still be able to draw out immense power from the terpsichorean art. I ask of you to enlighten me. The lady clasped her fist and bowed. From their previous conversation, she could already tell that the other party's understanding of terpsichorean arts far surpassed hers. Master teachers believed in taking the proficient as their teacher. Even though she was a Saint Realm expert, it wouldn't be a humiliation for her to humbly seek guidance for the doubts she was facing from someone weaker than her. Okay. Seeing the other party's polite attitude, Zhang Xian nodded in commendation. A true master teacher should always remain humble and prepared to learn from the strengths of others, regardless of how young or weak they might be. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian reshaped the fleeting fragrance terpsichorean art to fit the intent the other party was capable of drawing out. He reconfirmed the feasibility and effectiveness of the technique before imparting it to the other party. Hearing the details of the revised fleeting fragrance terpsichorean art, the lady slowly went through every part of it so as to better comprehend the technique, and the astonishment on her face gradually increased. Realizing that the technique imparted to her was tailored to her needs, she turned to the other party with eyes filled with awe. The lady hurriedly dispelled the Jinchi cage around Zhang Xian, clasped her fist, and earnestly apologized. Pardon me, I was reckless. If she had been thinking that the other party intended to steal something from the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion earlier, such a thought had already vanished from her mind by this moment. While the collection of books in the library was beneficial to most students and teachers, it was already no longer useful in advancing her proficiency as a terpsichore. Since it was useless to her, considering the fact that the other party's comprehension of the terpsichorean art was even deeper than hers, what could possibly interest him in there? It seemed like the young man before her really had nothing to do with that fellow she had found hiding in the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion earlier. The entire matter was just a coincidence. May I know how I can address you? Having thought this matter through, the lady's attitude became much politer than before. Elder, you are too polite. I am Zhang Xian, a freshman who has just enrolled at the academy. Zhang Xian quickly replied. Zhang Xian? You are Zhang Xian? Taken aback, the lady's eyes slowly widened into huge circles. You know me? Zhang Xian asked. Of course, you are the student whom school head Mo proactively wanted to take under his wing and school head Zhao wanted to acknowledge as his junior. These two matters have spread like wildfire amongst the teachers in the academy. I would have to be living under a rock to not have heard of it, the lady said with a bitter smile. This freshman had broken far too many records right after his arrival. While he might still be little known amongst the student populace, he had already caused a massive stir amongst the teachers. Never in the history of the Master Teacher Academy had there been a student who had earned the favor of two school heads, only to reject the both of them flatly. I thought that Zhang Shi only possesses outstanding talent in beast taming and smithing. To think that your understanding of terpsichorean arts has reached such astounding depths as well, the lady said with eyes gleaming in admiration. She had tried looking into Zhang Xian's background at one time, and according to the rumors, he had a teacher who was sufficiently capable to even offer pointers to Pavilion Master Mo. How could such an outstanding figure possibly intend the Terpsichore school harm? There was no benefit that the Terpsichore school could offer him. Thus, it could only mean that she had wronged him. Elder, you are too courteous. The study of Terpsichorean arts is deep and expansive. I have barely scraped the surface, Zhang Xian quickly replied. Each occupation that had withstood the test of time was powerful and profound in its own right. Even though Zhang Xian had gained a deep understanding of terpsichorees over the past few hours, it was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire occupation. As such, his words were not just humility. The lady nodded. To be able to remain humble despite your achievements, it is no wonder schoolhead Mo and schoolhead Zhao have such a high opinion of you. My name is Wei Ranxue, and I am an elder of the Terpsichore school. Honestly speaking, your mastery as a terpsichore is far above mine. So you need not address me as elder. Just little Wei will do. I might have more problems regarding terpsichorean arts that I will require your advice on in the future, so I will be in your care. Since the other party had offered her valuable guidance, he could be considered as half a teacher to her. As such, despite her older age and higher cultivation, she couldn't accept Zhang Xian addressing her as elder. All right then. Seeing the other party's earnest expression, Zhang Xian could only nod in agreement. In truth, such a situation was nothing much. This was somewhat similar to the relationship between him and Luo Qiqi. Despite the latter's higher cultivation and older age, she still addressed him as teacher nonetheless. This was one of the master-teacher traditions, taking the proficient as one's teacher, as well as an acknowledgement of a master-teacher's desire for knowledge. Recalling the matter beforehand, Wei Ranxue turned to look at Zhang Xian thoughtfully. Zhang Shi, I seem to recall you saying that you were here to take the terpsichore examination. Does that mean that you don't have an emblem yet? I have been learning my terpsichorean arts from my teacher all along, so I haven't had a chance to take the terpsichore examination yet, Zhang Xian said. You have never taken the terpsichore examination? This is no problem at all. Unlike those upper 9 paths occupations, where one has to go through all kinds of examinations in order to obtain their emblem, with my testimony that your comprehension of terpsichorean arts is beyond mine, I will apply for a 6-star terpsichore emblem for you right now and deliver it to you later. Wei Ranxue chuckled. The ranking system amongst the upper 9 paths was much stricter, and one had to go through all kinds of examinations in order to advance a rank. At the same time, there was a rigid prerequisite on one's cultivation realm as well. Even though terpsichores were one of the 10 supporting occupations taught in the Master Teacher Academy, it was a lower 9 paths occupation. As such, it didn't have requirements as strict as the others. As long as Wei Ranxue served as a guarantor of his abilities, she would be able to apply for a 6-star pinnacle terpsichore emblem for him straight away, thus sparing him the trouble. Thank you for this. Not expecting the other party to volunteer to help him apply for the 6-star terpsichore emblem, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately clasped his fist in gratitude. Once the application passed, he would have 2 6-star supporting occupations. For more, and he would be able to take the 6-star Master Teacher examination. You're too polite, Wei Ranxue replied. With a smile on her lips, she invited, if Zhang Shi doesn't mind, do you want to take a seat in the terpsichore hall? I wish to learn more about your insights regarding terpsichorean art. That, with my current state, I think I shall not impose on you. Furthermore, I have only just recovered from my berserk state, so I will need to rest for a moment, Zhang Xian said as he glanced at his muddied clothes. His body was first face-planted into the ground before bashing through innumerable walls in an attempt to escape. He had also been injured by the other party's soul attack, thus leaving him with both internal and external injuries. Therefore, he needed to return to his residence to recuperate from his wounds. Pardon me for my discourtesy. It was only at this moment that Wei Ranxue recalled that the other party had just gone berserk a moment ago, so she immediately apologized in embarrassment. I'll be bidding farewell now then. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian turned around and walked away. The Terpsichore school was severely lacking in male students, and considering that it was already noon, it was inevitable that Zhang Xian would catch the gazes of many as he walked amidst the crowd. However, he couldn't care less at the moment. Rushing forward, he soon returned back to his residence in the elite sector. Teacher, you are injured? As soon as Zhang Xian walked into the room, Luo Qiqi immediately walked up to welcome him. However, Upon seeing his unkempt look, she froze in shock. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem at all. I'll go take a rest first. Too exhausted to explain, Zhang Xian pushed open the doors to his room and walked in. His physical wounds weren't a problem. By circulating his heaven's path Qi, he would be able to recover from them swiftly. The main problem lay with his soul. He had taken several heavy blows from a Saint Realm expert, leaving his soul with a feeling as if it had been ripped apart. If not for the extraordinary resilience of his soul, it might have already dissipated by now. Zhang Xian took out a high-tier spirit stone from his storage ring. Without any hesitation, he began driving his cultivation technique, and pure spiritual energy began flowing from the high-tier spirit stone into his body, mending his injuries. The wounds on his soul were more difficult to treat than his physical injuries. Even with the Heaven's Path Soul Art and a high-tier spirit stone, it still took him some time. Only after relentless effort over 4 hours did his soul finally regain the glow and power it had before. Recalling the various matters that had happened today, a feeling of helplessness couldn't help but wash over Zhang Xian. I really should be more careful the next time I wish to browse through books. He had been thinking of taking all of the books in the Master Teacher Academy into his library of Heaven's Path and leave the Empire, but it seemed like this thought was far too naive. For one, there were many restrictions imposed on the libraries throughout the academy. Even as a soul, it wouldn't be easy for him to enter or leave those areas. It was fortunate that he had read the Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art up to 6-star beforehand, allowing him to convince the other party that he wasn't there to cause any harm. But there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be caught before he was done reading through the books the next time, or that the person he encountered would be as patient and rational as Wei Ranchue. Forget it. I should focus on cultivating my soul first. In the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion, Zhang Xian had managed to compile 2 Heaven's Path Soul Arts. Now that his soul energy had recovered, it was about time for him to start cultivating. The higher his soul cultivation was, the faster he could browse through the books, and the better he would be able to conceal himself from others. Zhang Xian took his clone out and imparted the simplified versions of the Heaven's Path Soul Art to him as well. Constructed out of a god artifact, his clone possessed an incredibly resilient body. His core weaknesses came mainly from his low Zhenqi and soul cultivation realm. Due to the lack of a suitable soul cultivation technique, his soul cultivation realm had been stuck at consonant spirit realm for quite a long time. Since Zhang Xian had managed to obtain the next 2 dawn of the Heaven's Path Soul Art, it was best for them to cultivate together. After all, his clone was also a part of his fighting prowess as well. Zhang Xian and his clone drew their souls out of their bodies simultaneously, and holding a high-tier spirit stone each, they began to drive their Zhenqi according to the cultivation technique they had. Pure spiritual energy flowed into their souls, and the aura they exuded swiftly grew stronger and stronger. After an unknown period of time, Honglong, with a sudden jolt, both of their souls achieved a breakthrough, reaching Cosmos Bridge Realm. However, they didn't stop cultivating there. Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage, Cosmos Bridge Realm Intermediate Stage, Cosmos Bridge Realm Advanced Stage. An hour later, both Zhang Xian and his clone souls reached Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle simultaneously. Even though his clone was cultivating the simplified version of Heaven's Path Soul Art, his rate of cultivation was able to remain on par with the main body due to it being nourished by the 9 Hearts Lotus over an extended period of time. Kacha. Just as they were about to strive for a higher realm, with Akacha, the high-tier spirit stones in their hands abruptly shattered into dust. Both the souls of the main body and the clone were 10 meters tall, so the spiritual energy required for them to achieve a breakthrough was significantly higher than normal souls as well. As a result, one high-tier spirit stone was only barely enough for them to advance from Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle to Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle. Continue, Zhang Xian said through gritted teeth. If advancing to Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle would take him a high-tier spirit stone, it was hard to imagine how many more he would require in order to reach perfect harmonization realm or even higher. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian took out the remaining 8 high-tier spirit stones he had and split them equally between him and his clone. Let's start. Drawing his soul out once more, Zhang Xian resumed his cultivation. Spending one high-tier spirit stone, he managed to make the breakthrough to perfect harmonization realm. Spending yet another one, he reached perfect harmonization realm intermediate stage. Before long, he was done consuming all 4 high-tier spirit stones, and his cultivation stopped at perfect harmonization realm advanced stage. To think that even 4 high-tier spirit stones wouldn't be sufficient for him to reach pinnacle. Isn't this rate of consumption a little, way too high? Looking at the powdery remains of the 10 high-tier spirit stones which he had gathered with great difficulty, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel incredibly frustrated. He was only at perfect harmonization realm, but the rate of consumption of spirit stones was already astounding. Without a doubt, the number of spirit stones he would require would only increase exponentially. Where in the world was he supposed to gather that much money? He'd thought that he had already become a little tycoon with 10 high-tier spirit stones in his possession, but in the blink of an eye, he was poor once again. Chapter 774. Hu Yaoyao's invitation origin heavy water costs 10 high-tier spirit stones per bottle. I need 10 bottles to cultivate the 3rd incandescence of quintuple incandescence golden body. So in other words, I require 100 high-tier spirit stones. Considering that I have expended 4 spirit stones cultivating from Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle to Perfect Harmonization Realm Advanced Stage, in order to reach Pinnacle, I will need 2 high-tier spirit stones, or perhaps even more. Beyond that, Ethereal Treading Realm, Chrysalis Realm, Half Saint. The number of high-tier spirit stones will only increase exponentially. Without at least 100 high-tier spirit stones, I won't be able to go far. Zhang Xian's head began aching. It seemed like his wish of reaching Saint Realm within 10 days was nothing more than a pipe dream at this point. Putting everything aside, just the lack of spirit stones was already a huge problem in itself. I really should start finding a way to earn more money. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. It was clear that he would need to find a stable source of income, but several hundred high-tier spirit stones was no small sum. It would be hard to find a viable solution at a whim. I should take a look at how much I have progressed for the time being. He could slowly contemplate the issue regarding earning money in the future. For the time being, he looked inward in order to assess his current strength as a result of the recent breakthroughs. With his soul reaching perfect harmonization realm, his strength had soared once more, leaping from 3,200,000 ding to 10 million ding. Factoring in the 8 million ding he could harness from both his physical body and zhenqi cultivation, he had a maximum of 26 million ding at his disposal, putting him on par with a Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage expert. Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage 25 million ding, Intermediate Stage 28 million ding, Advanced Stage 31 million ding, Pinnacle 34 million ding. It must be said that the rate at which he was growing was truly frightening. Zhang Xian turned to his clone and noted that the latter had also stopped at Perfect Harmonization Realm Advanced Stage. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze on him, his clone's eyes gleamed in excitement. Shall we have a duel? Zhang Xian shook his head awkwardly. I'll pass. Even though his clone's cultivation was mainly derived from his soul, his physical body was simply too powerful. It would be a grave mistake to gauge his strength just by his soul cultivation alone. Furthermore, it seemed his physical body was gradually growing stronger as he advanced his soul cultivation. With Zhang Xian's current strength, he could easily defeat opponents with higher cultivation realm than him. But even so, he was still a far way off from matching with that fellow. If he were to challenge the other party to a duel, there was not a shadow of a doubt that he would be utterly crushed. It was already extremely embarrassing that he, as the main body, was unable to defeat his clone. Why would he intentionally ask for a beating on top of that? Returning his clone to his storage ring, Zhang Xian pushed open his door and walked out. As he made his way to the main hall, Luo Qiqi suddenly walked up to him and greeted him. Zhang Xian had already changed into a fresh set of clothes. With the advancement of his soul cultivation, his eyes seemed to have grown a little profounder, and his aura had become more indiscernible, creating an unfathomable aura around him. Teacher, Senior Hu Yaoyao has just sent a letter over inviting you to a night banquet, Luo Qiqi said as she assessed Zhang Xian with doubtful eyes. Yesterday, When her teacher had returned injured in the afternoon, she'd thought that it was a result of a confrontation with Hu Yaoyao while trying to get the location of Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence out of her. But considering the fact that Hu Yaoyao had sent an invitation letter to them just a moment ago, that possibility could be eliminated. The chances were that her teacher hadn't met Hu Yaoyao outside of the first meeting. But if that was the case, where did he go the previous night? And who was it that injured him? Night banquet? What night banquet? Zhang Xian was taken aback by those words. Was Hu Yaoyao already going to make her move against him? Here, take a look at this. Luo Qiqi raised her hands to pass an envelope over. Zhang Xian took the envelope from her hands and opened it. Contained within the envelope was an invitation letter, and putting aside the pleasantries written, the content was mainly speaking about how she'd felt a strong affinity with them when they'd met the previous night. Therefore, she decided to extend an invitation to them for her night banquet, and she hoped that they wouldn't turn down her goodwill. The address was the Terpsichore School, Cloud Sparrow Lodge. Cloud Sparrow Lodge? Zhang Xian asked questioningly. That is Senior Hu Yaoyao's private residence. It is located within the Terpsichore School. Luo Qiqi explained. Fearing that her teacher wouldn't understand, she further elaborated, the elite sector is divided into 4 subsectors, namely D, C, B, and A, which correspond to Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3, and Grade 4 students respectively. Grade 5 students don't reside in the elite sector. Instead, outstanding Grade 5 students can have private residences constructed for them in the school of their main supporting occupation. Naturally, the location and facilities of those private residences are far better than those in the elite sector. Zhang Xian nodded. He had heard it from Huang Xing and the others when he first arrived at the elite sector. Of the 4 subsectors, he was currently living in Sector D. Sensing the scent of a scheme from this matter, Luo Qiqi said with a frown, Teacher, the other party refused our request yesterday, but she still chose to send us this abrupt invitation letter today. I fear that she is up to no good. There is no doubt that she is up to no good. However, if we don't go, it will be impossible for us to locate Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence, Zhang Xian analyzed calmly. Hearing those words, Luo Qiqi could only nod in agreement with a bitter smile on her face. If there was another way around this matter, they would have already made a move. However, with the other party holding the vital information they required, they could only play along with her games. Since that's the case, what is there for us to hesitate about? Since she has invited us to a night banquet, we will just have to head over to take a look, Zhang Xian said. He had headed over to the Hu Yaoyao's residence in the hope of sounding her out, but in the end, due to the other party abruptly stripping, he could only abandon his original intention. It was just a matter of time before they would have to confront one another. This night banquet might be a trap prepared for him, but it was also an opportunity to get the location of Wu Yangzi's old residence out of her. Naturally, Zhang Xian wouldn't give this chance up so easily. He was severely lacking money at the moment. If he could find Wu Yangzi's treasure, he might be able to free himself from the troubles he was facing. Hearing her teacher's decision, Luo Qiqi made up her mind as well and asked, Then, should we head off now? Now. Zhang Xian glanced at the sky, and only then did he realize that the sun had already set. It was already afternoon by the time he returned from the Terpsichore School, and his recuperation and cultivation had taken him around 5 hours or so. As a result, by the time he was done, the sky was already pitch black. Let's head off then. It was already about time for the night banquet to start, so they had to make haste. Leaving the residence, the duo headed straight for the Terpsichore School. While the Terpsichore School wasn't as large as the blacksmith school, its size was still nevertheless impressive. It took some time before the duo arrived at the courtyard where Zhang Xian had seen Hu Yaoyao stripping last night. So, this is the Cloud Sparrow Lodge. Zhang Xian nodded. Based on what he had seen yesterday while following Hu Yaoyao, the residence was much more majestic and larger than the surrounding residences and those in the elite sector as well. This residence wasn't called the Cloud Sparrow Lodge initially. According to the rumors, back when Senior Yaoyao was taking the 6-star Terpsichore examination, she wore a magnificent dress and performed the dance of the rippling cloud robe. Her dance was so alluring that it attracted the excited chirping of the visiting cloud sparrows, and their calls resounded for a very long time, even after the dance had ended. In commemoration of that event, this residence was renamed the Cloud Sparrow Lodge, explained Luo Qiqi via Jinqi telepathy, knowing the story behind the name. Zhang Xian nodded in response. The dance of the rippling cloud robe did possess such astonishing capability when paired with resplendent clothes. It could easily beguile humans and beasts alike, sending them into a feverish state. Cloud Sparrow was a small savage beast that possessed minimal fighting prowess. However, it was a connoisseur of art, and its excited chirping could be considered the greatest applause and recognition to a dancer. That matter solidified Senior Hu Yaoyao's standing in the Terpsichore school, and even the head of the Terpsichore school accepted her as her direct disciple. Luo Qiqi continued. The head of the Terpsichore school was naturally one of the 10 great master teachers as well. Being the direct disciple of such an incredible figure, little had to be said about Hu Yaoyao's standing in the Master Teacher Academy. This was also one of the reasons the bewitching devil faction had grown to become one of the largest factions in the academy with innumerable followers. At that moment, the doors to the Cloud Sparrow Lodge creaked open, and the lady whom Hu Yaoyao had addressed as Shinru yesterday night walked out and clasped her fist respectfully. The two of you must be Zhang Shi and Luo Shi, right? As Zhang Xian had been too focused on Hu Yaoyao the previous night, he'd neglected the lady before him. However, standing at such proximity to one another, he realized that her cultivation had reached a fair level as well. Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Pinnacle Expert. With this, she could probably be considered as one of the top experts amongst the grade 4 students. Yet, she was still ordered around as a subordinate in Hu Yaoyao's residence. It seemed Hu Yaoyao's influence was greater than he had initially thought. We are, Luo Qiqi replied. Faction leader Yaoyao has instructed me to escort you in. Please follow me. With a graceful smile, Shinru turned around and led the way. Following behind her, Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi stepped into the Cloud Sparrow Lodge. As Zhang Xian had been too engrossed in following Hu Yaoyao's trail and avoiding the eyes of others last night, he hadn't thought much about the residence. Strolling through it leisurely now, however, he realized that the residence was enormous. It was at least 7 times larger than his residence in the elite sector. In the courtyard, there was a pond in which many koi fishes were swimming to and fro. Beautiful flowers were cultivated in the area, and they exuded a light but refreshing fragrance. Furthermore, there seemed to be a spirit-gathering formation constructed beneath the residence. The spiritual energy in the area was even more concentrated than that in the elite sector. Even if an ordinary human incapable of cultivating were to live in this residence, their body would be nourished by the concentrated spiritual energy, leaving them energized and invulnerable to most common illnesses. This way, Shinru gestured with her hands. After walking through a long corridor, walking across 2 small bridges in between, they finally arrived at the main hall. The interior of the main hall was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. There is no one inside? Stepping into the main hall, Zhang Xian scanned the room, and he was surprised to see that it was devoid of people. There were small wooden tables laid out for both the host and the guests in the vast room, and they were filled with fine wine and food. However, the person who had invited them, Hu Yaoyao, was nowhere in sight. Faction leader Yaoyao has some urgent matters to deal with, so she had to leave for a moment. She will be back very soon, so she instructed me to lead you to the main hall to take a seat first, Shinru explained with a smile. I see. Based on the conversation he had overheard yesterday, Zhang Xian knew that Hu Yaoyao intended to deal with him. Most probably, her absence was also a part of her plan as well. Knowing that it would be futile for him to probe deeper, he shrugged the matter off with a smile. After which, he and Luo Qiqi walked over to the 2 empty guest seats and sat down. Zhang Xian had to admit that the other party did make ample preparations for this night banquet. The dishes on the table were all top-grade delicacies made of the meat of valuable spirit beasts. With just a sniff, one would immediately start salivating. Just this table in itself is probably already worth several hundred middle-tier spirit stones. As expected of the leader of the bewitching devil faction, she sure is rich. If I really find myself in need of money, perhaps I could find some way to shake some out of her. Zhang Xian thought as he stroked his lower jaw. It was just a moment ago that he had gone bankrupt, so such extravagance felt exceptionally stinging on his eyes. Since that fellow could spend several hundred middle-tier spirit stones just on a meal itself, she should surely have some money to spare for a poor man like him. Enjoy your meal. I will take a look at how our faction leader is doing. Shinru walked up to their table and poured them a cup of wine before backing out of the main hall with a courteous smile. Teacher, what do you think she's trying to do? Looking at the lavish spread before her, Luo Qiqi was bewildered. Regardless of what she is up to, I will make her reveal the location of Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence today. Don't worry, Zhang Xian replied confidently. If it had been a day ago, he would have been hesitant to speak such words. However, after a night of studying at the Terpsichore Compendium Pavilion, he was now a 6-star Terpsichore whom even Wei Ranxue was in awe for. No matter what Hu Yaoyao was up to, he was confident that he would be able to deal with whatever she was going to throw at him. If it came down to it, he could even utilize his Terpsichorean art and beguile her to resolve the situation. All right. Luo Qiqi was still a little apprehensive inside, but she still nodded in response. She had no idea where her teacher's confidence came from, but since he dared to utter such words, he must have an idea in mind. Chapter 775. Luo Qiqi faints. After chatting casually for a moment, silence gradually returned to the room. As Zhang Xian raised his wine cup, he activated his eye of insight and scanned the room discreetly. A moment later, a slightly perplexed expression flickered momentarily across his face. Other than the spirit-gathering formation, there was no other formation or mechanism that he could see through his eye of insight. Didn't Hu Yaoyao intend to deal with him? Why hadn't she prepared anything then? Did she really think that she could subdue him without any preparation? Just as Zhang Xian was in deep thought, Luo Qiqi suddenly called out, "Teacher, look over there." Turning his sights to the direction her finger was pointing toward, Zhang Xian saw a 2-meter-tall weapon rack with a slightly yellowish shield hanging on it. There were slight traces of patina one, which hinted at the long history behind it. It is probably just a decorative artifact, Zhang Xian replied. Judging from the design of the weapon, it was probably smithied as an ornament. It wasn't uncommon for large clans to hang such items in their main hall in a display of power. I have read many books regarding Elder Wu Yangzi, and according to the records, he smithied a total of 124 weapons in his life, and 17 of them are shields. One of them, the Blazing Moon Copper Shield, has a bizarre fiery moon design, and it resembles that of this shield, Luo Qiqi said with a frown. Blazing Moon Copper Shield? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian began examining the shield more carefully. Even though it was quite a distance away from them, with their keen eyes, they could still easily see the fiery moon reminiscent of the sun inscribed onto it. Unlike ordinary shields, it also had an irregular hexagonal shape. On the whole, the shield seemed exceedingly queer. Realizing the significance of Luo Qiqi's words, Zhang Xian asked agitatedly, "You mean that this is a shield smithied by Elder Wu Yangzi?" "Yes." Luo Qiqi stood up and walked toward the corner of the main hall and began examining the shield carefully. The more she studied the shield, the grimmer her expression became. Still in his seat, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the shield as well. While the shield was ancient, it had an extremely complex workmanship that, based on Zhang Xian's comprehension of smithing, bore a striking resemblance to that of the zither forging technique. Eye of insight. Lines of insight rippled in Zhang Xian's eyes as the information regarding the shield appeared before him. This was indeed left behind by Elder Wu Yangzi. Zhang Xian was taken aback. He'd thought that it was only an imitation, but the evidence was pointing to it being authentic. It is said that Elder Wu Yangzi smithied the Blazing Sun Copper Shield in remembrance of his late wife, so he never put this artifact up on sale before. Many thought that it had disappeared along with him, but to think that it would actually be here, Luo Qiqi exclaimed in shock. Clenching her fists tightly, she continued, "It seems Senior Yaoyao really does know where the old residence is. There is a high chance that she might have unearthed it from there." Zhang Xian also shared the same thoughts as Luo Qiqi. Since this shield had never been put on sale before, there was a high chance that it had been hidden in Wu Yangzi's old residence, and Hu Yaoyao had managed to find it by some stroke of luck. After examining the shield, Luo Qiqi was just about to return to her seat when she abruptly froze again. There's also a sword here. On the wall, not too far away from them, hung a sword in its scabbard. A weapon rack had hindered her view of it from her seat, so Luo Qiqi hadn't noticed it previously. It was only after walking up to the shield that she managed to get a clear view of the sword. Just like the shield, the sword hilt and scabbard also carried traces of age on it. With just a single glance, one could tell that it was an ancient artifact. Walking up to the sword to assess it, Luo Qiqi's frown deepened. Eventually, she took it down from the wall. Luo Qiqi wasn't the type to take the possession of another easily. For her to take the initiative to step forward to take down the sword, it could only mean that she had noticed something peculiar about it. Knowing this, Zhang Xian asked, "What? Was this sword smithied by Wu Yangzi as well?" "Yes. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the blazing moon blade that Elder Wu Yangzi left for his daughter. This sword has also never been sold on the market before. If there is a fiery sun inscription on the blade, that would mean that my deduction is correct," Luo Qiqi explained as she placed her hands on the scabbard and the hilt each and pulled. Voila! A chilling glint flashed from the body of the sword, sending a shiver down the spines of those in its vicinity. "A good sword, that is," Zhang Xian exclaimed. Even though this sword wasn't on par with his Glacier Rain sword, it was still an incredible creation that had managed to reach Spirit Pinnacle. There's indeed a fiery sun. With her eyes fixated on the sword, delight surfaced on Luo Qiqi's face. But before her delight could bloom into a smile, a light buzz sounded from the sword. Wong. The sword trembled violently, as if the spirit within it was protesting in fury. "This is bad." Hearing that sound, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He hurriedly stood up and rushed up to her, but despite his swift reaction, he was still a step too late. As if sapped of her strength, Luo Qiqi's figure abruptly staggered and fell weakly to the side. Zhang Xian immediately caught Luo Qiqi's falling figure and placed his forefinger and middle finger on her wrist to feel her pulse. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness there isn't anything wrong with her. It seems she has only lost her consciousness. Fearing that Hu Yaoyao would suddenly spring something on them, Zhang Xian had chosen to remain in his seat and wait patiently for whatever was to come and deal with them. He'd thought that the other party would resort to using formations and mechanisms against him, but who could have known that she would spike the sword instead? Knowing that Luo Qiqi was fine, Zhang Xian tapped on a few points of the sword first before grabbing the blazing moon sword to examine it. There is no poison on it. It seems Luo Qiqi was indeed attacked by the spirit within the sword instead. Still, to think that this sword would have the ability to jolt one's soul. Most formidable artifacts would possess some kind of unique ability. Take the bronze gong that Zhang Xian had seen in the Spirit Emporium previously, for example. It had the ability to destroy one's soul. With a strike of the gong, one's physical body and soul would suffer immense damage. From the looks of it, the blazing moon blade did possess the ability to jolt one's soul. It was out of a moment of carelessness, while touching it, that Luo Qiqi was attacked by the spirit within, resulting in her loss of consciousness. Realizing what was going on, Zhang Xian gently placed Luo Qiqi down on the table by the side before harumphing coldly. "Come out." While artifacts did possess offensive capability of their own, their fighting prowess was severely limited without someone driving them. It was just like how he'd managed tame almost all of the treasures of the Spirit Emporium, but he was still unable to rival Wei Changfeng. Even though the blazing moon blade had reached Spirit Pinnacle, making it difficult for even a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert to tame the spirit within, it was still impossible for it to render Luo Qiqi unconscious so easily. Without a doubt, Hu Yaoyao had tampered with the weapon. The other party knew that they were anxious to seek out Wu Yangzi's old residence, so she intentionally placed the shield there in order to draw their attention to it first. After confirming that the shield was safe, and due to the shock from the discovery of another product of Wu Yangzi's hands, their guards would be down when they approached the sword, thus allowing it to successfully knock them out. Hu Yaoyao's intended target was probably Zhang Xian, but Luo Qiqi had ended up falling for it instead. Given that such a trap had been prepared for them, the other party must have been hiding in the surroundings, observing them quietly from the shadows. There was a brief moment of silence before a soft chuckle echoed in the room. No wonder you were able to deal a heavy blow to nearly all of the student factions. You are indeed a smart person. The door opened, and Hu Yaoyao's slender figure stepped into the room. She was dressed in a burgundy dress which emphasized her curvaceous figure beautifully. It seemed she had devoted more effort to dressing up for this occasion. She looked much more charming and seductive than the previous day. For a grade 5 student to pick on a freshman, don't you think that this will reflect badly on your reputation? Zhang Xian glanced at her figure impassively. My reputation? I invited you to my night banquet out of goodwill, but in my moment of absence, you took my sword without permission. Don't you think that the one whose reputation will be reflected badly is you? Hu Yaoyao stepped forward leisurely and chuckled. A slight and refreshing fragrance drifted from her body, tingling one's senses. It was no wonder her faction was known as the Bewitching Devil Faction. As if a mischievous fox spirit, her gestures and movements carried a kind of seductive charm and pulled at one's heartstrings. It wasn't too difficult to imagine that there would be an army of master teachers in the academy who would be willing to throw themselves into flames without batting an eyelid for her. But while this kind of deadly charm might be effective on others, Zhang Xian remained completely unfazed by it. Shaking his head, he gazed at Hu Yaoyao nonchalantly, as if merely looking at yet another human being. It is out of curiosity that we stepped forward to admire the artifacts you have put on public display. Why should that reflect badly on us? On the other hand, despite inviting us over, you chose to hide and observe us from the shadows. I don't think that it can be any more apparent who is the one who is up to no good. But since we won't be able to come to a consensus on the matter, let's not waste our breath and get straight to the business at hand. Where is Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence? Hu Yaoyao was slightly taken aback. On top of being a 6-star terpsichore, Hu Yaoyao was a 6-star demonic tunist as well. At her current level of expertise, she was already capable of utilizing her voice as a medium to unleash her prowess as a demonic tunist. Right from the start, she had been using a terpsichorean art and a demonic tunist art simultaneously to bewitch Zhang Xian. Under such an assault, even a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert would find it difficult to retain their rationality. Given that the other party was only a Cosmos Bridge realm cultivator, even if he wasn't bewitched by her, his soul should have at least been rendered feeble by the attack. How could he possibly remain completely unfazed and even rationally question her back? Regarding the matter of the old residence, I will speak as long as you agree to my conditions. Despite Hu Yaoyao's doubt, she didn't allow it to appear on her face. With a seductive smile that scratched at one's soul, she said, "Join my bewitching devil faction and obey my commands obediently, and not only will I tell you the location of Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence, I will even lead you there myself." Obey your commands obediently? Zhang Xian glanced at her somewhat mockingly. Aren't you already trying? To be able to tame several hundred spirit beasts in a breath and win school head Imo and school head Zhao's favor, there is no doubt that Zhang sure possesses an exceptionally powerful soul. Even if I were to use all of my means, it is questionable they will be effective on you. It won't be feasible for me to make you submit through my terpsichorean arts. I admit at least this much. At this point, Hu Yaoyao's crimson lips curled up playfully. But what about Luo Qiqi? Qiqi? What do you mean? Zhang Xian frowned upon hearing those words. Luo Qiqi has been attacked by the spirit of the blazing moon blade. If you don't treat her soon, it's very possible that the damage to her foundation might become permanent, making it nigh impossible for her to make any progress in the future, Hu Yaoyao replied with a taunting smile. Damage to her foundation? Permanent? Zhang Xian was taken aback. A jolt on one's soul could only render one unconscious at most. Damaging one's foundation and rendering it nigh impossible for one to make any progress. Where in the world did she find the confidence to spout such bullshit? Zhang Xian was perplexed for a moment before it suddenly dawned on him. The other party must have thought that he was lacking in the study of souls, and on top of that, his worry for Luo Qiqi could have sent his mind into disarray, making it impossible for him to think rationally. She thought that, by exaggerating things, she could force Zhang Xian to submit to her terms. On the off chance that Zhang Xian refused, She could have prepared a record crystal somewhere in advance to take down this scene. When Luo Qiqi finally roused from her sleep, she would show it to her and sow discord between them. With such a precedent between them, there would be a permanent rift between their relationship as a teacher and a student. This was indeed checkmate. Zhang Xian would have been trapped no matter what he chose. To save Luo Qiqi, he would have to agree to her conditions. Disagree, and he would potentially lose Luo Qiqi's trust forever. Regardless of the choice, she would be the final victor. As expected of the leader of the bewitching devil faction, she was indeed a fearsome adversary. Chapter 776, Bewitching Devil. That's a good plan, but it's a pity that she found the wrong opponent. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian shook his head. It must be said that Hu Yaoyao had indeed planned this well. Anyone who was ignorant of souls would be in a state of panic at this moment, forced to choose one of the two options. However, this problem was nothing for Zhang Xian at all. As a soul oracle, the true master in the study of souls, he could think of at least a dozen ways off the top of his head to wake Luo Qiqi from her sleep instantaneously. The only reason he hadn't done so yet was to see what Hu Yaoyao had prepared for him. It would be truly disappointing if this was all she'd got. With this much, how could she possibly declare that she would take him down so confidently last night? Zhang Xian shook his head and said with a tinge of disappointment in his voice, "Save petty ploys like that for others. Are you actually so naive to think that you can ruin our teacher-student relationship through this?" He and Luo Qiqi were comrades who had survived a life-and-death situation together. How could such a cheap ploy possibly foil their relationship? You are smarter than I thought. However, realizing that Zhang Xian had seen through her thoughts, a hint of astonishment flashed across Hu Yaoyao's eyes. However, the smile on her face only deepened. In the next moment, she abruptly reached out her hand and flicked lightly. Selah! A surge of sword chi shot forth from her fingertips and severed the cloth concealing the unconscious Luo Qiqi's shoulder, revealing her smooth shoulder and neck bone. If Luo Qiqi were to wake up to this and realize that her teacher actually harbors some lustful thoughts toward her, do you think that she will still be able to remain as trusting of you as before? Hu Yaoyao chuckled. Even if she doesn't doubt your character, I can just take the recording of this scene and spread it amongst the students of the academy, saying that you intend to make sexual advances toward Luo Qiqi. I wonder if the students will be more inclined to believe my words or yours. Honestly speaking, I am curious to see how many fans of Luo Qiqi will stand up in her stead. Zhang Xian frowned. If Hu Yaoyao were to really take a snippet of the recording and frame it in a suggestive manner, considering the bewitching devil faction's influence in the academy, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to turn the student populace against him. While Zhang Xian had no qualms about being misunderstood, such rumors could ruin Luo Qiqi's reputation as well. Naturally, this was a situation Zhang Xian wanted to avoid. I intended to give you a chance, but you just had to keep pushing your luck. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. The next moment, he raised his hand, lifting it to his forehead. It was a simple action, reminiscent of the gesture one would make when adjusting one's fringe, but for some reason, the movement felt extremely natural and graceful, as if a dance performance. Hu Yaoyao thought that the young man before her would start to panic helplessly before her, but upon seeing this gesture, she froze. Hong Long. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure gathered and rushed for her soul, inducing tremendous dizziness in her head. Damn it, this is a terpsichorean art. How can he possibly know any terpsichorean arts? Hu Yaoyao's face paled under the pressure, and she nearly lost consciousness. As one of the top students of the Terpsichore school, she had intended to make use of her terpsichorean art to pressure the other party into submitting to her. However, before she could succeed, she was already struck squarely by the other party using the same method she was going to use against him. The immense frustration she felt from being outdone in her field of specialty left her on the verge of spewing blood. However, considering the limitations of the other party's cultivation, no matter how strong his soul might be, it would be impossible for him to leave her dizzy for too long. As soon as she recovered, she would make him regret his actions. Vowing angrily, Hu Yaoyao was just about to focus her soul energy to dispel the dizziness in her mind when she suddenly felt a searing energy gushing right for her. To dare assault me, you are courting death. Realizing that the other party was attempting to launch an attack on her in her weakened state, Hu Yaoyao strenuously lifted her palm to retaliate. Based on the intelligence she had received, Zhang Xian was only a Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle cultivator. Even in her moment of weakness, it was impossible for him to subdue a Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle expert like her. At Chrysalis Realm, one's power would have crystallized into the form of a golden core, granting them strength almost reaching up to that of a saint. How could she possibly be defeated by a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator in a fight? Hula! Just as her palm was about to clash with Zhang Xian's attack, she suddenly felt the assault before her vanish with a slight gust of wind. The next moment, she suddenly felt yet another immense might gathering behind her. How did he withdraw his attack so quickly? Narrowing her eyes, Hu Yaoyao's heart leaped in shock. In her moment of weakness, it had already taken all she had to focus all of her might to protect her front. She could clearly feel a violent strength reminiscent of the raging torrents of a river rushing for her, but with her reaction dulled by vertigo, it was impossible for her to retaliate on time. Pung! Struck squarely on her back, Hu Yaoyao's face paled as her entire figure catapulted forward before crashing heavily onto the ground. Pooh! Blood spewed from her mouth. In this short encounter, she had already sustained grievous wounds. Feeling her internal organs being jolted from their original position, Hu Yaoyao was overwhelmed with shock. The strength he commands is on par with a Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator? How is that possible? There was no doubt that the other party's palm carried a might exceeding 25 million ding. Otherwise, given the resilience of her body as a Chrysalis Realm expert, even if she was caught off guard, it was impossible for her to be wounded so heavily. Wasn't the other party a Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle cultivator? Yet, not only did he manage to successfully assail her soul, he was even able to command a might of 25 million ding. Just how in the world did he do it? Another mouthful of fresh blood spurted by Hu Yaoyao's mouth. The next moment, she felt someone lifting her body up, and her body immediately tensed in alarm. Soon, as the dizziness she felt began to dispel, she got a clear sight of the situation before her. At this moment, she was being held up by Zhang Xian, who was looking at her with a frustrated expression. His expression seemed to be saying that he didn't intend to make a move at all, and she was the one who forced him into resorting to physical violence. Seeing this, Hu Yaoyao's slender figure trembled once more, and yet another mouthful of fresh blood spewed from her mouth. She was a grade 5 student, a Chrysalis Realm expert. She should have been the one teaching the other party a lesson. Yet, at this very moment, it seemed as if she was a mischievous student who was taught a lesson after being caught pranking someone instead. Can anyone tell me how in the world everything suddenly came down to this? To think that she, one of the top grade 5 students in the academy, would end up being utterly subdued by a freshman in the academy. The immense frustration she was feeling at this moment from the stark contrast between expectations and reality left her on the verge of going insane. Spew out the location of Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence, and I can drop everything that has happened today, Zhang Xian said impassively. With Zhang Xian's mastery of Terpsichorean arts, which was on par or even higher than most 6-star pinnacle terpsichoras, and his extraordinarily powerful soul, it wasn't impossible for him to assail Hu Yaoyao's soul while she was unguarded. After which, by exerting the incredible might of 26 million ding he commanded from his body, soul, and zhenqi, it wasn't too difficult for him to overpower the weakened grade 5 genius. If Zhang Xian wanted to, he could even have killed the other party easily. Humph! Hearing the threat in the young man's words, Hu Yaoyao sneered coldly. At this point, she had already recovered from her shock, and she taunted with a provocative smile. So what if I don't spew out the location of Elder Wu Yangzi's old residence? What can you do about it? Are you going to kill me for it? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian frowned. Despite all that Hu Yaoyao had done, her actions didn't warrant death. On top of that, putting aside the fact that she was a master teacher and that they were in the Master Teacher Academy which prohibited killing amongst fellow students, Just the fact that it might be possible that what Hu Yaoyao had claimed was true, that she was the only one who knew where Wu Yangzi's old residence was, made it an unwise decision to kill her. If they were to really kill her, it was possible that they might never be able to find Wu Yangzi's treasure anymore. Of course, I won't kill you for something as trivial as this. However, I can seal your acupoints and hang you on a flagpole so that everyone passing by can admire the embarrassing state of the leader of the bewitching devil faction. Throwing Hu Yaoyao on the ground, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and glanced down at her coldly. Are you trying to compete with me who can be more shameless? Ha, you must be joking with me. When I was at the peak of my shamelessness, you were still playing in the mud. You dare. As expected, upon hearing those words, Hu Yaoyao's smile vanished, and her face turned livid. To be honest, she'd thought that she was already quite a brazen person herself. But to think that this fellow would be even more brazen than her. One must know that she was one of the top beauties in the academy, and a slight smile or a small gesture could send butterflies fluttering in the stomach of another. There were many men who would be more than willing to do anything to please her, but not only did this fellow beat her up mercilessly, he even wanted to hang her on a flagpole. Screw you. You can try me if you want to, Zhang Xian replied coldly. You. Hu Yaoyao glared at Zhang Xian furiously with gritted teeth. Considering how the fellow before her had caused such a huge uproar in the academy as soon as he had arrived, destroying the passageway of records in the blacksmith guild and provoking the 4 biggest school factions in the academy, she might still harbor some doubts if it was anyone else, but this fellow, she could totally see him doing it. Putting everything else aside, she could still feel a stabbing pain in her organs from the heavy blow on her back. Considering how he was able to strike her so heavily without any hesitation, it shouldn't come as a surprise that he would hang her on a flagpole. But to submit to a freshman? Impossible. Ever since entering the academy, she, Hu Yaoyao, had always been the one to get the better of others. When had she been bullied like that before? If she were to give in, what pride would she have to remain in the academy? Not to mention, what would the members of her bewitching devil faction think of her as well? But if she adamantly refused to submit, what if that lunatic were to really do it? Frustrated, Hu Yaoyao clenched her teeth so tightly together that it felt as if they would chip soon. In that moment of dilemma, her gaze suddenly fell on Luo Qiqi, and a thought flashed through her mind. Sila. She extended her right hand to her left shoulder and tore off the cloth of her dress, revealing her smooth shoulder. If you wish to hang me on a flagpole, so be it. However, be prepared to face the consequences then. If I were to say that you tried to take advantage of me, I wonder what will happen to you. For a master teacher to engage in such despicable acts, will you even be able to retain your master teacher license? Hu Yaoyao chuckled cunningly. Challenge me? Try again a century later. Zhang Xian was rendered speechless by the other party's antics. He finally understood why the other party was called the Bewitching Devil. If it had been Luo Qiqi who'd met with such a situation, she would have been overwhelmed with embarrassment and humiliation. Yet, Hu Yaoyao actually went to the extent of ripping her clothes apart. If she were to run out in such a state and scream that Zhang Xian had taken advantage of her, there would really be quite a few people who would believe her. Ultimately, ladies were often viewed as the weaker gender, making it easier for them to win the sympathy of others, especially for those as beautiful as Hu Yaoyao. Even though Zhang Xian had nothing to fear as he hadn't done anything at all, the master-teacher pavilion wouldn't act without concrete evidence on hand, and it was illogical to think that a transcendent mortal 6-dan cultivator could actually take advantage of a transcendent mortal 9-dan cultivator. But considering the large fan base that Hu Yaoyao had, he would definitely face a fair bit of trouble following such rumors. That would truly be annoying for him. All Zhang Xian wanted to do was to spend his time in the master-teacher pavilion peacefully, reading his books and making some breakthroughs in his cultivation before leaving quietly. Why was this simple wish of his so difficult to achieve? Seeing the young man before her fall speechless, Hu Yaoyao's eyes curled into crescents, and she chuckled softly. Enduring the severe pain her body was suffering from, she stood up and walked up to Zhang Xian. Standing half a chi one away from him, she taunted, "What? Are you scared now?" With their bodies nearly pressed against one another, Zhang Xian could clearly smell the unique fragrance that she exuded. Troubled by her actions, however, Zhang Xian frowned and subconsciously took a step backward. Just as he was considering whether he should send another fist at the other party to make her behave, an astonished voice abruptly sounded. "Teacher and Senior Yao Yao, what are you two doing?" Unknowingly, Luo Qiqi had woken up amidst their confrontation, and looking at the two who were just slightly more than a chi away from one another, exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 777. She was the one taking advantage of me. The blazing moonblade had only jolted Luo Qiqi's soul. While she had fainted from the impact, there was actually no significant damage done, and she would awaken once her soul calmed down. The moment she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was her teacher and Hu Yaoyao's bodies pressed closely together, as if lovers rendezvousing in the night. This was especially so with the clothes of the latter ripped by the shoulder, revealing her silky skin. If one were to look from the side, one could even see hints of her voluptuous figure. Bewildered by the scene before her, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Whoa, Qiqi, you are finally awake." Hearing that voice, Hu Yaoyao anxiously covered her body as she backed away from Zhang Xian with fear and anguish reflected in her eyes. Pointing at Zhang Xian with a trembling finger, she cried, "It is out of kindness that I invited the both of you for dinner. But your teacher actually tried to take advantage of me. With this, how can I possibly face others in the future?" The more Hu Yaoyao spoke, the more miserable she looked. With her face still pale from the injury she had incurred previously, she seemed like a damsel in distress, bullied by a hoodlum but had no way to redress her grievance. "Stop fooling around." Unexpectedly, Luo Qiqi shook her head in response to Hu Yaoyao's words. "Teacher tried to take advantage of you? Senior, you must be mistaken somewhere." Hearing those words, Hu Yaoyao's body staggered weakly, and she nearly fainted on the spot. "Big sister, can't you take a look at the situation before you? Look at the wretched state I am in, as well as the fear in my eyes. Surely any rational person could tell that I have been taken advantage of? Fool around? Which eye of yours saw that I am fooling around? I have been taken advantage of, all right. Putting aside the fact that my teacher isn't your opponent, even if he was, there's no way he would be interested in you. So, you can rest assured that he would not lay a single hand on you." Luo Qiqi replied earnestly. Back then, after surviving the ordeal in the underground chamber in which Wu Yangzi had been imprisoned, she, Yu Feier, and Zhang Xian had been together for more than half a month. Both she and Yu Feier possessed beauty on par with Hu Yaoyao, but Zhang Xian didn't even spare them an additional glance throughout their journey. Given such, why would he take advantage of Hu Yaoyao, whom he had only met twice? Even if you wish to put on an act, at least show some professionalism in crafting your story. Pooh. With Luo Qiqi's merciless words adding salt to her injury, the severe wound she had incurred before aggravated, and fresh blood spewed from her mouth once more. What the heck is this? Who am I? A famed beauty of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, an existence whom no man can remain unmoved before, Hu Yaoyao. Yet, when I said that I have been taken advantage of, not only did you toss aside my words as if they were nothing, you even said that he was completely uninterested in me. What right does he have to be uninterested in me? Why won't he lay a hand on me? Hu Yaoyao spat through gritted teeth. The more she thought about the matter, the angrier she felt. At this moment, she could almost explode from sheer fury. Calm down. My teacher is an unparalleled talent, so his standards are extremely high. It's only natural that he's not interested in you. Luo Qiqi consoled. Hu Yaoyao's body trembled in frenzy, unable to believe what she was hearing. Are you sure you are consoling me? Why does it feel like you are pricking my heart with a needle instead? I am Hu Yaoyao. To think that a day would come where I would actually be snubbed by a man. The outcome of this matter had Hu Yaoyao nearly going insane from the sheer ridiculousness of the situation. However, she didn't remain frenzied for too long. No matter what, she was still a grade 5 student, the leader of one of the largest student factions in the academy. Despite her raging fury, she still managed to forcefully calm herself down. Harumphing coldly, she said, "Fine. Even if he is uninterested in me, it's a fact that he bears lustful intentions toward you. If you don't believe me, look at your clothes." Luo Qiqi might have been able to remain confident of her teacher's morals when looking at the matter as a third party, but when she was involved in it as well, surely her confidence would waver. Me. It was only then that Luo Qiqi realized that her clothes had been ripped apart by a surge of sword qi as well, baring her smooth shoulder. Really? Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up as she hurriedly turned her gaze to her teacher, only to meet with his clear and pure eyes. Thus, she could only shake her head with a bitter smile and say, "Teacher isn't interested in me either." Hu Yaoyao's body trembled uncontrollably yet again. What in the world was this? She had made meticulous preparations to drag Zhang Xian's reputation into the gutter, leaving him incapable of raising his head before others. But who could have known that Luo Qiqi would actually be so trusting of him? If he is uninterested in both you and me, who in the freaking world can catch his eye then? Hu Yaoyao had always used her appearance and figure to deal with men, and never once had she failed before. Yet, on this day, she'd suffered a crushing setback. Not only so, even at this point, she could still feel her organs churning within, leaving her face paler and paler. When had she, Hu Yaoyao, suffered such a crushing blow before? If others were to learn of this, how could she continue to keep her head high before them? It was just the previous day that she declared confidently to Dong Xian, Shuizhenyang, and the others that she would definitely subdue Zhang Xian, and she had even invited them over to watch the show she had prepared. But if there was still any show to be seen at this point, it would only be her humiliating herself. As fury swiftly grew and clouded her mind, she furiously roared, "I will kill you." She could no longer care less about anything else at this moment. Gathering immense might in her hand, she thrust her palm forward to strike Zhang Xian. Dong, dong, dong. But before her palm could reach Zhang Xian, a series of knockings suddenly sounded from the door, following which, the calm voice of a lady called out, "Yao Yao, are you in there?" "Teacher." Hearing the voice, Hu Yaoyao immediately leaped in shock. "Teacher? Could that person be School Headway?" Luo Qiqi exclaimed in astonishment. It was common knowledge in the academy that Hu Yaoyao's teacher was the head of the Terpsichore school. Since Hu Yaoyao was addressing the person at the door as her teacher, it could only mean the latter was School Headway. School Headway? Teacher? Zhang Xian was taken aback for an instant as well. However, in the next moment, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly rushed up to Hu Yaoyao, grabbed her hands, and placed it on his chest. "What are you doing?" Not expecting Zhang Xian to suddenly rush forward to grab her hands, Hu Yaoyao was flabbergasted for a moment before hurriedly retracting her hands. Sila. But unbeknownst to her, her finger had been hooked onto Zhang Xian's clothes. As a result, when she retracted her hands, she ended up tearing a portion of his clothes as well. In the next moment, the zhenqi of the young man before her abruptly flew into disarray, and his face reddened. With a spurt of fresh blood, he suddenly flew backward. Pong! His back crashed into the doors of the main hall, and even though he managed to land on his feet eventually, his ghastly pale face and trembling limbs seemed to indicate that he could collapse at any moment. "What are you doing?" Seeing the other party grab her hands at one moment and spurting blood and flying backward in the next, Hu Yaoyao was completely bewildered. She couldn't understand what he was up to, but an ominous premonition grasped her heart, telling her that she was going to be in for a round of misfortune. Yao Yao. However, the situation left her no time to think the matter through. After hearing the commotion in the room, School Headway immediately rushed forward to strike open the door with her palm. Pa. In the next moment, a lady who seemed to be in her 30s flitted into the room with a gust of wind. "Teacher." School Headway. Upon seeing the figure who entered, Hu Yaoyao and Luo Qiqi immediately bowed deeply without any hesitation. The lady was none other than the head of the Terpsichore school, one of the 10 great master teachers. "What happened?" School Headway asked with a frown. She had barged in after hearing the fighting sounds in the room. After entering, she saw Hu Yaoyao standing unharmed at the center of the room. On the other hand, however, a severely injured young man was lying feebly against the wall not too far away. Zhang Shi, taking a closer look at the severely injured young man, school head Wei couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was also stunned by what he saw. The lady was none other than the Saint Realm expert whom he had met earlier this afternoon, Wei Ronxue. When did she become the head of the Terpsichore school? Wasn't she just an elder? But considering that the 10 great master teachers were also known as the 10 great elders, it wasn't really a mistake to say that she was an elder of the academy either. Seeing Zhang Shi, who was half a teacher to her, lying by the side of the room severely injured, Wei Ronxue immediately asked anxiously, "Zhang Shi, what's wrong?" With a pale face, Zhang Xian said weakly, "Thank goodness you came at a timely moment. Otherwise, Hu Yaoyao might have really violated me." "Violate you?" Upon hearing those words, Hu Yaoyao nearly fainted from anger. "Brother, that's my line. You are the one who is going to be cursed at by others for years to come for attempting to take advantage of me. How did I become the one who attempted to violate you?" If things had gone according to her plan, she would have made everyone think that he had malicious intentions at heart, and through exerting pressure on him via the student populace afterward, she would force him into submission. But how did the tables end up turning on her? At this moment, she finally understood why the other party had grabbed her hands previously. After all that had happened just now, Zhang Xian's clothes were ripped, and his body was severely wounded. No matter which angle one looked at him from, he seemed like a pitiful person who had been humiliated and was powerless to retaliate. "Teacher." On the other hand, Luo Qiqi clutched her forehead with her hand. She knew that her teacher wasn't a person who would allow himself to be bullied, and as she had expected, the tides ended up turning on Hu Yaoyao instead. "Trying to frame my teacher? You'd better prepare to have the favor returned to you." "Violate you?" Wei Ronxue was taken aback as well. With grave indignation on his face, Zhang Xian spoke through gritted teeth. "That's right. She invited me over, hoping to learn Terpsichorean arts from me, but I rejected her. Who could have known that sword over there would assault Luo Qiqi and me? If not for the fact that I haven't recovered from my internal injuries yet, how could I possibly be humiliated like that? Why you? How dare you slander me?" Hu Yaoyao was on the verge of going insane. "Learning Terpsichorean arts from you? I did invite you over, but how in the world was I to know that you are capable of Terpsichorean arts as well? Furthermore, internal injuries? What internal injuries do you have? I am the one who has internal injuries, not you." Hu Yaoyao had thought that she was already scheming enough, but who could have known that she would actually be outwitted by an even more shameless fellow? "I slandered you? Since you are still denying it, do you dare to swear that you didn't attempt to assault Luo Qiqi using that sword?" Zhang Xian said aggrievedly as he stared at Hu Yaoyao in indignation. Hu Yaoyao wanted to refute Zhang Xian's claim, but she had no idea how she could explain the situation. She did prepare something in the sword which ended up knocking Luo Qiqi out. "Can't do it, right? Since that's the case, do you dare vow that you didn't declare that you were going to kill me and attempt an attack on me?" Zhang Xian pressed on. "That's because you..." Shameless, agitated, Hu Yaoyao's breathing hastened, and her chest leaped up and down along with her breathing. At this point, she was on the verge of exploding from rage. She did declare that she was going to kill Zhang Xian, but that was just a figure of speech in a moment of anger after being provoked by him. Interjecting the other party's words, Zhang Xian declared in a feeble voice, "I am only a weak Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle cultivator, whereas you are a Chrysalis Bridge Realm Pinnacle expert. With 3 whole cultivation realms between us, I am powerless before you. But even if I were to be killed, I won't allow myself to be humiliated." Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Hu Yaoyao seemed to have suffered yet another heavy blow, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "You call that powerless? Doesn't that mean that if you were to possess power, I would die with even just at a glance from you? You were the one who nearly killed me, and yet you still dare to say such words. How can your skin be so thick?" However, the urgent matter at hand was to placate her teacher first. Hu Yaoyao immediately turned to her teacher in order to explain the matter, only to see that the extreme lividness on the other party's face. "Hu Yaoyao, how dare you?" "Teacher," Hu Yaoyao had never seen her teacher flying into such a rage before, and her face immediately paled in fright. Don't you even think that I am oblivious to the trouble you usually cause? I only choose to turn a blind eye to it all as long as it doesn't affect your studies. Yet, you took my kindness for granted and attempted to make a move on Zhang Shi. Tell me, who gave you the guts to do something like that? Wei Ranxue roared furiously. Zhang Shi was half a teacher to her. She was indebted to him for his guidance. It was one thing for Hu Yaoyao to trouble others, but to dare lay her hands on her benefactor, this was going over the top. Hu Yaoyao's body froze. Kneel down, Wei Ranxue ordered sternly with a tight frown on her forehead. Chapter 778. Apprentice Hu Yaoyao, Teacher. Hu Yaoyao's eyes reddened in indignation as she bit on her scarlet lips. After a moment of hesitation, her knees fell to the ground. She was filled with hatred for Zhang Xian, but she dared not to defy her teacher's orders. Little Wei, it's fine. I believe that she only did it out of a moment of folly. At this point, Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. Little Wei? Hu Yaoyao almost failed to resist the urge to claw at her hair. Her teacher, Wei Ranxue, was one of the 10 great master teachers, a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, as well as the head of the Terpsichore school. Yet, a 20-year-old freshman actually dared to address her as Little Wei. This student of mine has always been mischievous. I usually leave her to do as she pleases as long as she doesn't go overboard, but I didn't expect her to go for you as well. If I don't punish her strictly today, she will never learn her lesson. Wei Ranxue replied. With her eye of discernment, she could tell that something was amiss with the situation. It was unlikely that things were as what Zhang Shi had put it out to be. However, considering Hu Yaoyao's character and her past deeds, she could roughly fathom the happenings. Her student had always been mischievous, but too busy with her work as a school head, she never really had a chance to discipline her student over such matters. Thus, she decided to make full use of this opportunity to teach her student a harsh lesson so that she wouldn't cause even greater trouble in the future. Putting everything aside, given the deep understanding of Terpsichorean arts that Zhang Shi possessed, she had been thinking about how she could convince the latter to conduct a lecture in the Terpsichore school for the students, but by the time she knew it, Hu Yaoyao had already provoked him. Are you intentionally working against me? How do you expect me to convince him to conduct a lecture in our school after such a matter? Teacher. Not expecting her teacher to trust Zhang Xian's words over hers, Hu Yaoyao panicked. Enough. I am speaking to Zhang Shi. There's no place for a junior like you to butt in. Reflect on your actions silently. Wei Ranxue flung her sleeves and harumphed. Junior. Hu Yaoyao's body trembled. Those words. Did that mean that the other party was her senior too? But wasn't he just a freshman in the academy? Zhang Shi, allow me to apologize to you in the stead of my troublemaking disciple. Here is a miniature restorative pill. It should be of some help in the recovery of your wounds. Flicking her wrist, Wei Ranxue took out a jade bottle and passed it over. Miniature restorative pill? The grade 6 pill? Zhang Xian was astonished. Miniature restorative pill was a well-known grade 6 pill that was effective even on injured Saint Realm experts. Just a single one of them was easily worth several high-tier spirit stones in the market. To give it away so casually, the other party was so generous that he was already starting to feel a little embarrassed. How do you want me to deal with this troublemaking disciple of mine? Zhang Shi, feel free to speak your mind. I'll surely do as you request. Seeing Zhang Xian take the pill, Wei Ranxue heaved a sigh of relief before continuing. Since the other party had taken her miniature restorative pill, it was unlikely that he would ask for something extreme in exchange. How to deal with her? Zhang Xian fell into a moment of contemplation. In truth, had Hu Yaoyao not tried to sow discord in the relationship between him and Luo Qiqi, he wouldn't have flown into a rage either. It was due to her lack of respect for the sacred relationship between a teacher and a student that he was determined to teach her a stern lesson, so as to let her know that there were some boundaries that one simply shouldn't exceed. Step beyond the boundary, and an action would be nothing but despicable. I am lacking an apprentice recently, so why don't you have her follow me for 3 months, and we will call this matter off. For a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian proposed. Hu Yaoyao had yet to reveal the location of Wu Yangzi's old residence, so it was best to keep her around for the time being so that he would have plenty of opportunities to try to get it out of her. Apprentice? Hearing the request, Hu Yaoyao nearly fainted on the spot. She, a 6-star terpsichore, was going to serve as an apprentice to this fellow? What kind of joke is this? There is no way my teacher will agree to this. Otherwise, what will become of my teacher's dignity? Just as Hu Yaoyao was certain that school head Wei would reject the other party's request, she saw the latter's eyes lit up in agitation. That will be for the best. Allow me to thank you in place of Yaoyao then. Zhang Shi's comprehension of terpsichorean arts had reached an astounding level. If Hu Yaoyao could become his apprentice and learn from him, she would definitely progress leaps and bounds as a terpsichore. Honestly speaking, even Wei Ronxue was feeling a little envious of the opportunity presented to Hu Yaoyao, so how could she possibly turn it down? Teacher. Hearing those words, Hu Yaoyao exclaimed in a panic. Enough. It's only due to the good karma you have accrued over the past few lifetimes that you are given the opportunity to become Zhang Shi's apprentice. From today on, you shall leave this residence and follow Zhang Shi. Study well and return accomplished. Interrupting the other party's words, Wei Ronxue said. As the other party's teacher, she did have the right to make such a decision in the stead of her student. Apprentice. Hu Yaoyao muttered sorrowfully through gritted teeth. At this point, she felt as if tears would spill from her eyes at any moment now. Her teacher actually agreed to that fellow's request? Why? She had invited that fellow over to teach him a lesson and take him in as her subordinate. Yet, in a bizarre twist of events, she became the other party's apprentice instead. What the heck was this? Thank you, little Wei. Seeing the other party agreeing to it, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Shi, here is your terpsichore emblem. Also, do take my personal token with you as well. There are many rules in the academy, so you might find yourself inconvenienced on many aspects. However, with this in hand, you should be spared lots of trouble. Wei Ronxue had made the application with the Terpsichore Guild headquarters right after she returned earlier in the afternoon, and it didn't take too long for her to receive the approval from them. After obtaining the 6-star emblem for Zhang Xian, she immediately went to look for Hu Yaoyao to have her pass it on to the latter, but who knew that she would see such a sight as soon as she arrived? Thank you, Zhang Xian said as he took the emblem and token from Wei Ronxue's hands. Honestly speaking, he hadn't expected the other party to be so efficient. I won't impose on you any longer then. Farewell. After chatting for a moment longer and deciding that Hu Yaoyao would report to his residence tomorrow, Zhang Xian left the Cloud Sparrow Lodge with Luo Qiqi. After the duo left, Hu Yaoyao turned to her teacher and asked anxiously, Teacher, why? She couldn't understand why her teacher, one of the 10 great master teachers, would actually make her serve as an apprentice to that fellow. Zhang Xian's understanding of terpsichorean arts has reached an extremely profound level, such that he could even be my teacher. The dance of the rippling cloud robe which you have danced for your 6-star terpsichorean examination previously, he has identified 17 flaws in them and corrected them impeccably. Here is the manual which I have edited based on his guidance. Just take a look at it, and you will know how incredible a figure he is. Flicking her wrist, Wei Ronxue whipped out a book. After hearing Zhang Shi's explanation regarding the flaws and the solutions to them, she immediately returned back to her residence to compile them into a book, and in the midst of doing so, she had gained a deeper insight of terpsichorean arts as well. At the same time, she couldn't help but be awed time and time again by the ingenious modifications the other party made to the dance of the fleeting cloud robe. If Hu Yaoyao had danced the version modified by Zhang Xian in her 6-star terpsichorean examination, perhaps what she would have attracted wouldn't just be a few cloud sparrows, but a mighty dragon of the heavens. Realizing this, she immediately rushed to the Cloud Sparrow Lodge to instruct Hu Yaoyao deliver Zhang Xian's emblem in her stead. The purpose of this was to allow the duo to interact with one another and foster a close relationship, as well as to teach her student to remain humble, as there was always a mountain taller than the other. But who could have known that she would end up seeing the both of them crossing blows instead as soon as she arrived at the Cloud Sparrow Lodge? Since it was impossible to reverse what that had happened, she decided to just go along with Zhang Xian's wish and send Hu Yaoyao over to serve as his apprentice. While Hu Yaoyao might suffer a little under the other party, as long as she were to work hard and learn well from him, she could possibly surpass her very soon and become a 7-star terpsichore, or perhaps even go beyond that. He corrected the dance of the rippling cloud robe. There is a flaw in it? Hu Yaoyao replied subconsciously in disbelief. This dance had been passed down for innumerable years, and despite having cultivated it for a very long time, she had never found anything amiss with it. Yet, her teacher said that that fellow had identified 17 flaws in it. Perplexed, Hu Yaoyao flipped open the book and began browsing through it. Just a split moment later, she was already drawn in by the content of the book. Her leisurely gaze slowly turned grim, and her face turned a shade paler with each page she flipped. As a talented 6-star terpsichore, even though her understanding of terpsichorean art still wasn't able to match school head Wei Ranchue's, it was still something she could take pride in. In the book, her teacher had marked the flaws out clearly along with their implications, and the modification to resolve the respective issues were written beneath them. As a veteran practitioner of the dance of the rippling cloud robe, she could swiftly tell that there wasn't any mistake with the analysis. Teacher, are these modifications really made by him? After a long moment of silence, Hu Yaoyao gulped down a mouthful of saliva before slowly turning her gaze to her teacher. Wei Ranxue nodded affirmatively. If she hadn't witnessed it personally, she would have also found this hard to believe. It was only due to the exchange she had with Zhang Xian that had her convinced of the latter's deep understanding of terpsichorean arts. Hearing the confirmation by her teacher, Hu Yaoyao suddenly recalled how her soul was assaulted by Zhang Xian previously, leaving her in a state of dizziness. Back then, the other party didn't even dance at all. In other words, he had turned a casual gesture into a terpsichorean art. Even her teacher was incapable of such a feat. All right, study hard and serve Zhang Shi well. This is a precious opportunity. Don't waste it. Knowing that it would take some time for her student to accept this, Wei Ranxue left her with a piece of advice before leaving the residence to give her some space to think things through. Hu Yaoyao was a rare genius with an astounding talent for terpsichorean arts, but it was exactly due to that which gave rise to her excessive pride. Perhaps this setback might help her to mature both as a terpsichore and a master teacher. After her teacher left, Hu Yaoyao turned her gaze to the modified manual once more, and a short moment later, she started to dance. She wanted to try for herself to see if the modified manual was feasible in practice or not. As her beautiful figure moved gracefully around the room, it was as if flowers had instantaneously bloomed in the area. A bewitching scent gradually drifted from the main hall. As the koi fishes in the courtyard caught the scent, they fell into a trance and, putong, they sunk to the bottom of the pond. The flowers in the residence, captivated by the scent, began swaying along in harmony, and their petals fluttered in a calm breeze. If there had been a human in the residence, he would have been fallen into a stupor as well. Not even a half-saint expert would have been able to remain unfazed before it. A moment later, the dance finally stopped. As Hu Yaoyao's body came to a halt, everything settled down and returned back to normal. However, she continued standing in a daze, as if she had been overwhelmed by her own dance as well. At this moment, a single thought dominated her mind. This was what a true terpsichorean art should be. Everything she had learned before couldn't even come close to this. Unknowingly, tears began streaming down her cheeks in her moment of agitation. I am crying? Hu Yaoyao muttered blankly as she placed her hands on her cheeks and felt the moisture on it. Even though she was able to draw out significant prowess from her dance of the rippling cloud robe in the past as well, she had been missing the very quintessence of the terpsichorean art, leaving her far from truly mastering it. However, at this very moment, she felt as if the terpsichorean art had fused with her soul, becoming a part of her. What she had done before could only be considered as an emulation of the terpsichorean art's form, missing out on its intentions entirely. It was only in this instant that she was finally able to grasp the true essence of the dance. Just how deep of an understanding does he have of terpsichorean arts to refine the dance of the rippling cloud robe to this extent? Exhaling deeply, Hu Yaoyao couldn't help but mutter beneath her breath. Faction leader, Dong Xian, Shuizhenyang, and Long Congyu seeks an audience. Just as Hu Yaoyao was immersed in her thoughts, Shinru suddenly walked into the room and reported. Bring them in, Hu Yaoyao said. She thought that she would definitely be able to take down Zhang Xian tonight, so she had gone ahead to invite the others over to show off her work. Who could have thought that someone was indeed taken down, but the person ended up being her instead. How did it go? Where is Zhang Xian? How did you deal with him? As soon as the group walked into the main hall, Shuizhenyang immediately asked. Indeed, tell us how you taught him a lesson. Did you force him to listen to you through brute force, or did you convince him by bewitching him? Long Congyu added. In their perspective, since Hu Yaoyao had declared that she would be able to do it, she would surely succeed. After all, her ability in this field was truly no joke. To be honest, even they would be a little apprehensive at the notion of going up against her, especially after hearing about the vicious methods she had used to deal with her opponents. How I taught him a lesson. Hu Yaoyao turned around and bowed slightly towards the group. Zhang Xian's private apprentice, Hu Yaoyao, greets you all. Chapter 779. Establishing a Faction Apprentice? Zhang Xian's apprentice? For a short moment, Shuizhenyang and the others were stupefied by what they had heard. What is going on? Didn't you say that you would teach Zhang Xian a lesson? How did you end up becoming his apprentice instead? There were two types of apprentices. One type was those who were new to the occupation, having yet to receive even their one-star emblem. They would follow an official member of the occupation and learn under them. The other would be a lower-ranked member of the occupation, serving as a private apprentice to a higher-ranked member. To distinguish between the two types of apprenticeships, the latter was often known as a private apprentice. While the goal for a private apprentice was to learn from their master, the truth was that their standing was beneath that of even a student, and they were expected to deal with all sorts of miscellaneous issues for their master. As the top students of the academy, each of the four of them had private apprentices under them. For example, Shinru was Hu Yaoyao's private apprentice. But weren't you going to make Zhang Shi submit to you? Why did you become his private apprentice instead? I failed. I wasn't Zhang Shi's match. You all can leave now. After reintroducing herself, Hu Yaoyao waved her hand to gesture for the rest of them to leave, unwilling to speak anymore. They had come to celebrate the victory, but after hearing those words, Dong Xian, Shuizhenyang, and Long Congyu could only leave with bewildered looks. What is going on? After leaving the residence, the trio stared at one another in confusion. From the looks of it, it seems her plan has failed, and she even ended up being taught a lesson by Zhang Xian instead. Dong Xian said. Based on her understanding of Hu Yaoyao, this was the only possibility she could think of. That seems to be the case. Shuizhenyang scratched his head. But that's Hu Yaoyao. I have exchanged blows with her several times, and I have suffered quite a bit due to her unconventional means. To think that she would actually suffer such a crushing defeat to a freshman, there seems to be something uncanny about that freshman. But the more uncanny he is, the more interested I become in him. Long Congyu said as a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. They were all the top geniuses of the Master Teacher Academy, so when had they feared a challenge from another before? For a freshman to foil their businesses so brazenly as soon as he arrived, they had to retaliate in order to uphold their authority. Honestly, I am also rather interested in him as a person as well. Dong Xian chuckled. At this point, she remembered something and turned to Shuizhenyang. Didn't you dispatch some men to deal with those freshmen who assisted him? I thought that Hu Yaoyao would be able to succeed, so I dispatched my men to put those troublemaking freshmen in order before coming here. Judging by the time, it should already be done by now. Shuizhenyang replied. Dong Xian pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Given the strength of your subordinates, they shouldn't face any problems dealing with those freshmen. However, those freshmen have Zhang Xian backing them, and we have yet to take the ladder down. You were too rash. You should have waited for news of Hu Yaoyao's success first. As the saying goes, a cornered dog bites. If we push him too far, we might end up getting burned ourselves too. So what? From the moment he foiled our business, we were already destined to be enemies. Even if you are willing to be compassionate to your enemy, do you think that your enemy will do the same for you? You must be joking. Besides, my men challenge them in a manner which is in accordance to the school rules. Even if Zhang Xian wishes to get even with me over that, what can he do? As long as my men didn't breach the rules, not even school head Mo or school head Zhao will be able to say a thing about the matter. Xue Zhenyang spoke confidently with a light chuckle. Unless he is able to surpass my subordinates in terms of battle techniques, he will just have to accept it as it is. Your men challenged him in the field of battle techniques? Long Tsangyue burst into laughter. Indeed, you are the big senior of the martial arts school, the pride of the school head. Your understanding of the spear has already reached an unfathomable level. Having received your importations, your subordinates' comprehension of martial arts should also be top-notch. Battle techniques require years of training in order to refine one's form and intention to perfection and achieve a harmony between them. No matter how talented Zhang Shi is, he's still far too inexperienced. It is unlikely for him to have achieved great accomplishment in the field of martial arts as well. Unlike most supporting occupations where it was possible for one to make swift progress, one could only take a step at a time for battle techniques. Only through persistent effort over a long period of time could one accomplish anything. Xue Zhenyang had a fiery and reckless personality, but his understanding of battle techniques, especially in the field of spearmanship, was unmatched amongst the students of the Master Teacher Academy. Rumor had it that he had already comprehended the heart of weapons, achieving perfect harmony with his spear. Indeed, even though we are master teachers, we are cultivators as well. If we don't show them what we seniors are capable of, they might just think that we have spent our years in the Master Teacher Academy achieving nothing. With his back as straight as a spear, Xue Zhenyang spoke with absolute confidence. He was no match for Hu Yaoyao in terms of scheming. In fact, he had been outwitted each and every time. But in terms of fighting prowess, the latter wasn't a match for him. His spear possessed might reminiscent of a mighty dragon. Even amongst all of the grade 5 students in the academy, there was only a handful who could match him in a battle. You're right. Supporting occupations are important, but the most important aspect of a cultivator is ultimately still strength. Let's head over and see your subordinates teach those freshmen a lesson. Long Tsangyue chuckled softly. All right. Xue Zhenyang nodded. With this, the trio began walking toward the freshman living quarters. Shortly after leaving Hu Yaoyao's old residence with Luo Qiqi, as Zhang Xian reached his residence in the elite sector, he saw Ruohuan Gongzi standing anxiously outside his door. Zhang Shi, Senior Qiqi. Upon seeing the both of them, Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes immediately lit up, and he rushed up to them. I was just about to find you. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. Find me? Ruohuan Gongzi was taken aback. You were the one who distributed the teacher information document to the other freshmen for free, right? Zhang Xian questioned coldly. That fellow had distributed the book that he had compiled for them to the other freshmen without his knowledge, and he had even used his name in doing so. Due to that incident, he had become an eyesore for all of the student factions. He had done nothing at all, but this grudge just suddenly fell on him, bringing him so much trouble. He hadn't even confronted Ruohuan Gongzi to settle this score with him, but the latter had already come knocking on his door. He sure was brazen. That was the least I could do. Zhang Shi need not thank me for it. Upon hearing those words, Ruohuan Gongzi waved his hands magnanimously, as if saying that he only did what he had to. The least that you could do? No need to thank me for it? Zhang Xian nearly choked on his saliva. The other party had screwed him over so badly, but why did he act as if he had done an anonymous good deed instead? As frustrated as Zhang Xian was feeling at this very instant, seeing the grim expression on Ruohuan Gongzi's face, it seemed that the latter had something urgent that required his help. Thus, he decided to put the matter aside for the moment and asked, Did something happen? Due to the matter with the teacher information documentation, there were quite a few seniors who have come to challenge us over the past few days. Today, 3 experts arrived at the freshman living quarters, and the words they spoke were truly infuriating. Out of fury, we accepted their challenge to a duel, but in the end, we were defeated tragically, and quite a few of us were severely injured, Ruohuan Gongzi said. Most of the freshmen were at Transcendent Mortal Fordan Pinnacle, and only a small handful had reached transcendent mortal 5 Dan and 6 Dan. On the other hand, even the weakest of the seniors were at the Cosmos Bridge realm. How could they possibly be a match for them? Seemingly noticing the doubts running through Zhang Xian's mind, Ruohuan Gongzi replied, "They suppressed their cultivation realm to our level and challenged us to a battle of pure martial arts." Martial arts? Zhang Xian was stunned for an instant before nodding in realization. If the seniors had suppressed their cultivation realm to be of the same level as the freshmen, the battle would be decided mainly by the expertise and skillful utilization of their martial arts. In that case, it would at least be a fairer match between the two. Indeed, they have been standing outside the living quarters, saying that they will only back down if someone is able to defeat them. Otherwise, they will make sure to beat us until we dare not take a single step out of our rooms. After saying those words, Ruohuan Gongzi lifted his gaze, and with a conflicted expression, he continued, "On top of that, they said that if no one is able to defeat them by today, they want Zhang Shi to make a public apology to them, and all of the freshmen will have to purchase a copy of the teacher information documentation." Public apology? Me? What does this matter have to do with me? Zhang Xian was speechless. So what if the seniors challenged the freshmen? What did this have to do with him? For him to make a public apology, just how in the world did he cross them this time? Ruohuan Gongzi scratched his head in embarrassment as he said, "You also know that joining the factions established by the seniors will require quite a substantial membership fee each year. However, as freshmen, how could we possibly have the money to pay for the membership fee? Thus, all of us decided to join the student faction you established." The student faction I established? When did I establish a student faction? The more Zhang Xian listened to the other party's words, the more bewildered he became. Was it really still him they were talking about? Just when in the world did he establish a student faction? Well, I thought that Zhang Shi's act of giving away your points in the entrance examination for free to the other students was an attempt to rally them together under you. So I assumed that you were going to establish a faction yourself. On top of that, the only person who all of us freshmen are awed by is you, and all of us are willing to listen to your commands as well. Thus, after some discussion, we decided to start a student faction with you as the leader, Ruohuan Gongzi said. I am the leader? Zhang Xian felt as if the world had gone mad. Unknowingly, he actually became the leader of a faction. It was as if they were pushing him into a sea of flames. Indeed, Zhang Shi, we hope that you won't turn this position down. Without an affiliation to any student faction, it is too difficult for a freshman to thrive in the academy. In fact, one might even be hindered at every step taken. Of the 30,000 freshmen, you are the only one who commands the respect and admiration of everyone. If you don't step up to the position as the leader, who else can? Ruohuan Gongzi said anxiously. Besides, the seniors have been doing whatever pleases them, oppressing the freshmen as and when they like just because they have been in the academy for a longer period of time than we have. If we don't unite together to fight back against them, we will never be able to stop their tyranny. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian hesitated. He was displeased at being pushed to the forefront of the conflict despite having done nothing at all, but Ruohuan Gongzi's words did carry some truth in them. Without being affiliated with any student faction, it would be hard for a freshman to survive in the academy. Due to the matter with the free teacher information documentation, there were already a fair number of seniors who carried hostility toward the current batch of freshmen. If they didn't unite together to fight back, their life could be made extremely difficult. Didn't you guess that such a situation would happen when you gave the teacher information documentation out for free? Zhang Xian glanced at Ruohuan Gongzi coldly. As knowledgeable master teachers, how could Song Chao, Luo Xian, and the others be unaware that their actions would offend the seniors? Back then, we only did that out of indignation. The seniors had intentionally raised the price of the teacher information documentation, knowing that we would have no choice but to purchase it. On top of that, they conducted forceful deals, pummeling the students who refused to purchase it to serve as a warning to the others against rejecting them. Furthermore, even if we were to buy from one of the student factions, we might end up offending another student faction instead, thus resulting in us getting bullied regardless of the choices we make. Therefore, after some discussion with the others, We agreed that instead of living pathetically under their oppression, we might as well stand up and return the favor. As a result, we decided to distribute the book which you'd given us to the other freshmen. Ruohuan Gongzi's face reddened as he added, "For this matter, I ask of Zhang Shi's forgiveness. We only did it because we were forced into a corner as well." Geez, Zhang Xian sighed. Having attended the public lecture event, he had a rough idea of the situation there as well. He had stopped by a member of the true Helios faction, and the latter took a particularly arrogant attitude with them, threatening that if you don't buy my teacher information documentation, you will be making an enemy out of the entire true Helios faction. Considering that the freshmen who had just enrolled into the academy were the weakest amongst the student populace, and that they had no connections to tap into either, they couldn't afford to offend any of the student factions. Zhang Xian was fortunate in the sense that he had won Elder Mo's favor during the entrance examination. As a result, most seniors wouldn't dare to provoke Zhang Xian in fear of bringing Elder Mo's ire upon themselves. Realizing this, Zhang Xian sighed in resignation and asked, "Fine. Since you have initiated a student faction in my stead, what is it called? I should at least know this much, right?" Seeing that Zhang Xian had accepted the matter, Ruohuan Gongzi heaved a sigh of relief and replied, "The student factions are often named after their leader. For example, the true Helios faction's name is derived from Shuezhenyang 1, and the Ashen Moon faction's name is derived from Long Tsangyue 2. Thus, we also took your name into consideration in naming our faction, so as to make it apparent who our leader is." "My name? So, our faction is called the Zhang Xian faction?" Zhang Xian asked. "No, it's called..." At this point, a look of excitement appeared on Ruohuan Gongzi's face as he said, "Xian faction." Chapter 780. Why don't you stay as our gatekeeper? Xian faction? Upon hearing the name, Zhang Xian nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. I understand that the names of most student factions have 2 syllables, so you wanted to do the same as well? I know that unlike Shuezhenyang and Long Tsangyue, my name only has 1 syllable, but surely you can just add my surname in as well. Xian faction. Shin your head. Look at the names of the other student factions. True Helios faction, Ashen Moon faction. Each of them sounds majestic and impressive, but as for mine, don't you think it sounds a little too cute for the name of a faction? Yes, our initial intention was to go with Xian faction, but there were quite a few people who opposed to it, saying that it is an inauspicious name, as if casting doubt on the future of our faction. They proposed for it to be named Xian faction instead. This way, it gives an unfathomable and profound feeling to those hearing its name. Ruohuan Gongzi explained one. Zhang Xian's body swayed weakly. To think that even his name would be scorned. Those seniors have come to challenge our faction, and as you are the leader of our faction, it's only natural that they've demanded an apology from you. However, none of us are a match for them, so I can only ask for Zhang Shi's help with this issue. After explaining the matter, Ruohuan Gongzi revealed the purpose behind his visit. His initial thought was to first build up Xian faction and only bring Zhang Xian in once everything was in place. But who could have known that the other party would go to the extent of blockading their entrance? Left with no choice, he could only head here to ask Zhang Xian for help. "All right, since it's my student faction, it won't do for me to just watch by the side while someone is hindering and beating up my members. Let's head over to take a look," Zhang Xian said as he rubbed his glabella in frustration. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt like he was Zhao Kuangyin too, being forced to don the yellow robe 3 after the coup at Qin Bridge. Even when idle, disaster would still somehow find its way to him, as if he was a magnet attracting trouble. Without any prior warning, he suddenly found himself as the leader of a faction. Just what in the world was this? It would be too late even if he were to turn down the position now. The seniors and the other student factions had already decided that he was the ringleader behind the mess, and they would do everything they could to bring him down. Rather than standing against them alone, he might stand up as the leader of the Xian faction and organize its members to stand against the seniors together. Honestly, his only goal here was to read books and live his life in peace, but somehow, he found himself becoming the nemesis of the seniors and the messiah of the freshmen. Just the thought of it left him feeling a little stifled. Unlike Zhang Xian, who had been given the highest of privileges right after his enrollment in the academy, freshmen usually lived in shared dormitories in a corner of the academy. With Ruohuan Gongzi leading the way, it didn't take long for the trio to arrive at the dormitories. The area was filled with many high-rise buildings, and a vast square stood at the very center of the buildings. There were several dueling platforms on the square with chairs and tables scattered around them. Looking at the sides of the square, there were quite a few cleaning tools lying in the corner. It seemed this was the area where duels were often conducted, and it was frequently cleaned to maintain the area. At this moment, the square was packed with countless freshmen. Even though it was already in the middle of the night, there were several torches lit around the square, and quite a number of night illumination pearls were floating above as well, bringing light to the area. On the dueling platform at the very center of the square, 3 men stood proudly as they gazed down at the crowd beneath them with an air of superiority. "Those 3 are the seniors who came to challenge us," Ruohuan Gongzi said. Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the trio. Instead of the usual master-teacher robe that students wear, they were dressed in tight training clothes. The first one seemed to be in his late 20s, and he was slightly taller in stature than the other 2. There was a well-groomed beard on his face, and what was particularly striking about him was the aggressive glint in his black eyes. Held in his hand was a majestic 9-ringed saber which was nearly half of his height in length. Bulky and heavy, it was a weapon that demanded immense strength from its wielder. The second one had long arms and legs, but his figure was slightly slimmer than the others. He held no weapon in his hands, but his figure was reminiscent of an agile ape. The third wielded a long spear that extended over 2 meters long. His very presence felt sharp like a sword, as if he would slice apart even the air itself. "Not bad." Zhang Xian offered a rare compliment to the trio. As expected of veteran martial artists, he could already feel the aura they were exuding even from a distance away. It was no wonder they dared to challenge all of the freshmen. They did possess the strength to act so arrogantly. Recognizing the trio, Luo Qiqi sent him a telepathic message. "They are from the True Helios faction." "True Helios faction?" "Yes. I recognize the 3 of them. They are grade 4 students. Their cultivation levels have already reached transcendent, mortal 8 Dan ethereal treading realm pinnacle. The one who is wielding the 9-ringed saber is called by Shuang 4. Due to the stark contrast with his dark complexion, he was mockingly addressed as White Face in the beginning. However, as he comprehended the saber heart and began making his name as a skilled saber user, others began calling him the White-Faced Frenzied Saber. As time went by, this name stuck with him, so he decisively chose to change his name to by Mian 5. Even within the martial arts school, he can be considered as a famed genius. Luo Qiqi explained. The second is known as Yuan Gang. Due to his long arms and his exceptional proficiency in close-quarters combat, he was given the nickname Supreme Ape. After hearing that name, instead of flying into a rage, he even took delight in it, thinking that it was particularly suited to him. As a result, others also began addressing him as such. As for the last one, he is called Qin, and he is the strongest of the group. He learned his spearmanship straight from Shuizhenyang, and he once severed a river several dozen meters wide. This feat bore testimony to his immense strength and aptitude with the spear. So came his reputation as the river-severing steel spear. The 3 of them are experts of the martial arts school, possessing exceptional talent for battle techniques. Considering that they are the ones challenging the freshmen, it will indeed be difficult for the freshmen to defeat them. Luo Qiqi shook her head. Of the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the students of the martial arts school possessed the greatest fighting prowess. Skilled in battle techniques, they were capable of utilizing profound maneuvers in battle to turn the tables on their opponents. Even among the powerful students of the martial arts school, these 3 men stood amidst the top. For a bunch of freshmen who had never undergone the advanced training of the academy, it was nigh impossible for them to defeat such opponents. Even with their cultivation suppressed, their sharp insight into the flow of battle and reaction speed weren't things that clarifying turbidity realm or consonant spirit realm cultivators could match. "They are from the martial arts school?" "I see." Zhang Xian nodded. Back then, when he was traveling to Hongyuan City, Luo Qiqi had touched on the martial arts school while introducing the basic system of the Master Teacher Academy to him. Unlike the other schools, the martial arts school wasn't affiliated with any supporting occupation. It was constructed for the sole purpose of raising the fighting prowess of the master teachers. Most of the students of this school had achieved a profound understanding in the study of martial arts, making them unmatched in a duel against their peers. Taking the trio on the dueling platform, for example, even amongst ethereal treading realm pinnacle experts, they could be considered as the cream of the crop. Considering the skills that they possessed, it was no wonder they dared to provoke all of the freshmen at once. They indeed had nothing to fear. Is there anyone else? While they were speaking, another freshman was defeated by Supreme Ape Yuan Gang. The latter sneered coldly as his gaze swept across the crowd. Is this all this batch's freshman has? I thought that you were still all right, but it seems like I overestimated all of you. With capability like yours, you all still dared to create a faction? How laughable. I'll fight you. Hearing the other party mocking them, a freshman couldn't suppress his rage and stepped forward. This freshman was at Consonant Spirit Realm Intermediate stage, so Yuan Gang suppressed his cultivation to equal his. As soon as the battle started, Yuan Gang's figure immediately disappeared. Before the freshman could even process what was happening, he was already struck in his chest, and the impact sent him flying from the dueling platform. They aren't a match for them at all. Zhang Xian shook his head. The freshmen consisted of the top geniuses from the various areas, but there was simply too huge a gap between them and the top students of the martial arts school. It was no wonder Ruohuan Gongzi had rushed to his residence to bring him over. It was indeed impossible for the freshmen to defeat them on their own. They were simply on two completely different levels. With several millenniums of history behind it, the martial arts schools possessed the most valuable of insights from countless preceding master teachers. On top of that, there were formidable master teachers who were experts in combat themselves, guiding the students personally. Perhaps if the freshmen were given a few more years to refine their skills in the academy, they might still be a match for the trio. But at this very moment, it was impossible for them to stand against the trio. Let's head over. Knowing that none of the freshmen would be a match for the trio, Zhang Xian sighed deeply before making his way forward. Zhang Shi is here. Our faction leader has come. This is great. We are saved. Faction leader, these old students are too much. You must teach them a lesson in our stead. Indeed. We can't simply let them step over us like that. Before Zhang Xian could reach the dueling platform, there were already several freshmen who had recognized him, and they shouted in agitation. Following which, the other freshmen in the surroundings immediately turned their gazes over, their eyes glowing with relief and hope. This young man before their eyes had done a lot for them. He had given out his points in the entrance examination, allowing more than 20,000 students to successfully enroll into the academy as well. After which, he had given out the teacher information documentation for free, sparing them from the extortion ploy of the seniors. Furthermore, at this very moment, he was the head of Xinxian faction, their leader. His arrival was like an injection of confidence to them, as if they had finally found their pillar of support. The crowd swiftly opened up a pathway for them, allowing Zhang Xian, Luo Qiqi, and Ruohuan Gongzi to walk right up to the dueling platform. Beneath the dueling platform lay several dozen injured students. Even though their injuries weren't too severe, they were left in quite an unsightly manner. Zhang Shi. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Song Chao, Luo Xian, and the others rushed up to him agitatedly. Ever since they had known Zhang Xian, there had not been a single occasion they could recall in which the latter had been incapable of something. The trio on the dueling platform might be impressive, but they had absolute confidence in Zhang Xian. In their view, it was already a certain victory for them from the moment Zhang Xian arrived on the scene. While a wave of excitement washed across the crowd beneath, the trio on the dueling platform also glanced down to look at Zhang Xian. So, he is the legendary Zhang Xian? He looks so. The dark-faced by Mian sneered. Regardless of whether he is so or not, we must make him learn the price of offending our true Helios faction. Supreme Ape Yuan Gang harumphed. Be careful when you strike later on. Our faction leader has already warned us about his incredible background. It'll suffice for him to learn of our prowess. There's no need to go too far. It won't be in our favor if this matter reaches the elders, Qin instructed. Don't worry. We know what to do. He's just a freshman. I'll leave him on his knees, begging for mercy within 3 blows. Bai Mian declared confidently with a sneer. With a flick of his wrist, his immense saber flew in an arc, creating a deep resounding whir in the air. Stabbing his saber into the platform, he glanced at Zhang Xian coldly and asked, "You are Zhang Xian?" His voice was overflowing with aggression toward Zhang Xian. Looking at the hostility the other party was exuding, as if he had wronged the other party grievously somehow, Zhang Xian could only nod helplessly. Others do address me as such. Good. Do you dare duel against me? With a provocative smile on his lips, Bai Mian issued his challenge. Don't worry, I'll suppress my cultivation to your level. I won't take advantage of you. A duel? Seeing the other party challenging him to a duel right away, Zhang Xian sighed deeply before replying, "That's fine by me, but if I am not mistaken, you seem to have said that you want me to apologize to the true Helios faction and have all of the freshmen purchase the teacher information documentation if the freshmen lose this confrontation. Is there such a matter?" That's indeed the case. Bai Mian nodded smugly. Since you have imposed a bet on the duel, what do you have to offer if you lose then? Zhang Xian questioned. Us? Bai Mian was slightly thrown off his momentum by the question. However, he recovered swiftly and answered, "There's no way we will lose." A higher grade student challenging a lower grade student. While it was a challenge in name, it couldn't be clearer to everyone that this was just a means to teach the other party a lesson and impose hierarchical order upon them. Given such, how could they possibly lose? Zhang Xian shook his head. There's no way you will lose? Don't be so certain about it. There's no such thing as a sure victory in a duel. If you aren't willing to put anything on the line, why should I waste my time fighting with you? You wish to bet with me without putting anything at stake? You must be joking with me. If there's nothing to earn, why should I tire myself out? Not expecting the other party to raise the issue about the stakes as soon as he arrived, Bai Mian turned to the other two to seek their opinions. Qin had a frown on his face as well. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and said, Zhang Shi is right. Since we have imposed conditions on you, it's only right for us to put something on the line as well. How about this? If we lose, I'll take back everything I have said and apologize to all of you. Apologize? Zhang Xian shook his head. How about this instead? It hasn't been long since our Xin faction was established, and it just so happens that we are lacking some servants to guard our doors. If you lose, you shall back out of the true Helios faction to watch our doors. What do you think of that? Chapter 781. Imparting a saber art maneuver, watch your gates. Qin, Bai Mian, and Yuan Gang clenched their fists tightly after hearing those words, nearly exploding on the spot. They were grade 4 students, ethereal treading realm pinnacle experts. Yet, a freshman actually wanted them to watch their gates? Was this even a bet anymore? This was clearly an attempt to humiliate them. Weren't you confident that you wouldn't lose just a moment ago? If you won't lose, surely the content of the bet won't matter to you, right? What? Has your confidence wavered? Zhang Xian gazed at the trio with a slight smile on his lips. Change the conditions? With a livid expression, Qin flung his sleeves and harumphed. Even though they wouldn't lose, they couldn't bring themselves to accept such a bet. The other party was clearly belittling them. It seems you aren't as confident as you seem. Well, there's no need to be embarrassed about losing. Everyone loses sometimes. There's no shame in it, Zhang Xian consoled. You. Hearing those words, Qin, Bai Mian, and Yuan Gang nearly spewed blood. What do you mean by embarrassed? What do you mean by saying everyone loses sometime, and there's no shame in it? We aren't afraid of losing. We just find your conditions humiliating. Just as they were about to refute the other party's words, the other party suddenly lowered his head, seemingly falling into contemplation. If you are really that afraid of losing, why don't I offer some guidance to some of the freshmen and send them up to fight against you? If that's still too much for you to accept, how about those you have just defeated? Surely you should be a little more confident with that? I don't think I can go any lower than this, You. Seeing how the other party was going further and further, Ing Qin's fury peaked. Fine. We will accept your conditions. You'd better pray that you are as capable as your mouth, or else just wait and see. Upon receiving the other party's agreement, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction before issuing a set of instructions. Good. Ruo Huan and Song Chao, send a few men to construct a gate at the entrance. Otherwise, there will be nothing for them to watch later on. The living quarters of the freshmen were enclosed, and there was an entrance for students to enter and leave the premises. However, there was no gate at the entrance. It would be awkward if those fellows had nothing to watch over when they lost. All right. Ruohuan Gongzi and Song Chao nodded before leaving to settle the matter. You are courting death. Seeing how the other party was acting as if victory was assured for him, Bai Mian finally reached the limit of his tolerance. His dark face warped in savagery, and the enormous saber in his hands also buzzed in resonance to his emotions. Turning to Ing Qin, he said, "Allow me to teach this fellow a lesson." After saying those words, he immediately walked to the center of the dueling platform, and with eyes as sharp as lightning, he bellowed, "Zhang Xian, I shall be your opponent for the first match. Come." Zhang Xian shook his head. "Calm down, there's no hurry. Youngsters nowadays sure don't know the virtue of patience." You. Suffering yet another blow, Bai Mian's face turned even darker than before. "We might look young, but we are all in our 50s, you know? You are only a brat in your early 20s, and yet you dare to call us youngsters? How shameless can you get? Is your mouth the only thing you have? If you are a man, you'd better come up here this instant." Knowing that it was impossible for him to win a verbal war with the other party, Bai Mian gritted his teeth in anger. "I won't take advantage of you. You will surely lose if I head up there. Like I said before, I will find a few freshmen to fight against you. Since I have already given my word, I'll honor it." Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Ignoring the frenzied Bai Mian above, he turned to the freshman and asked, "Is there anyone here who was defeated by this fellow and wields a saber?" Upon hearing the question, the crowd stared at one another bewilderedly. They thought that Zhang Shi had only said those words to provoke the seniors into agreeing to his conditions. Was he really serious about it? But they had already lost, and it had been a crushing defeat at that. Even if the wounds they had suffered weren't substantial, there was no way they could defeat them. "I lost just now." After a short moment of silence, a freshman suddenly waved his hand and walked out from the crowd. It was a young man in his mid-20s with a cultivation of consonant spirit realm primary stage. There was a glaring and hideous saber cut on his body, which even though it wasn't a serious wound, it seemed as though he would have been sliced into two if his opponent had put slightly more strength into the attack. It was only due to his opponent's mercy that he was still living at this very moment. Not bad. Zhang Xian assessed him carefully from head to toe before nodding in approval. "You shall go up to the dueling platform and defeat that fellow later on." "I." The young man leaped in shock. With a conflicted expression, he said, "I am not a match for him. I wasn't even able to withstand a single blow of his previously." When he faced Bai Mian just a few moments ago, as soon as the duel started, before he could even raise his saber, he was sliced through by the other party's weapon. Given the huge disparity in strength, he would lose no matter how many times he challenged Bai Mian. "It's fine. I'll impart a saber art maneuver to you right now, and if you execute it well on the stage later on, you should be able to defeat him within a single blow," Zhang Xian said. "A saber art maneuver?" The young man repeated in disbelief. What use was a single maneuver? Given the other party's deep comprehension of saber arts, even if he were to learn 100 saber art maneuvers, there was still no way he could match up to the other party. "That's right. Pass me your saber." Paying no heed to the other party's shock, Zhang Xian nodded nonchalantly. All right. Even though the freshman had no idea what his faction leader was up to, he still passed his saber over obediently. Damn it. Seeing that Zhang Xian was really going to impart a saber art to an opponent he had defeated and make him go up against him once more, Bai Mian nearly exploded from fury. It was already challenging the limits of his tolerance for the other party to act as if victory was already in his grasp. But the other party then went on to choose an opponent he had utterly defeated just a moment ago to teach him a saber art. hoping that he could defeat him. What kind of game are you playing over here? I wouldn't be a genius of the martial arts school if I could be defeated that easily. You are too smug, arrogant, and conceited. Even the head of the martial arts school wouldn't dare to make such claims. By Mian, since Zhang Shi is going to impart a freshman a saber art to challenge you, we shouldn't take advantage of them either. Inhibit your senses to avoid learning anything about the saber art ahead of the battle. Ingqin's complexion looked awful as well. However, as a master teacher, he still had a reputation to uphold. Given their deep comprehension in battle techniques as geniuses of the martial arts school, if Zhang Xian were to teach the freshmen before them, it was likely that they might have already mastered the technique before the freshmen could even make sense of it. If that happened, would there even be a need to carry on with the duel? The outcome would have already been decided. Even if they were to win, it would reflect poorly on them. At the very least, if they were to inhibit their senses to avoid learning anything about the saber art ahead of the battle, there would be nothing the other party could say upon the conclusion. All right, Bai Mian nodded. However, just as he was about to inhibit his senses, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to them and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Since you are students of the martial arts school, I believe you should have a deep understanding of battle techniques. Since that's the case, I ask of you to take a look at it during my impartation and correct any mistakes in it." Bai Mian and Ingqin stared at one another blankly with blinking eyes. That fellow, was his head stuck in between a gate, or did a donkey kick him foolish? You want your faction member to challenge me in the field of saber arts, and yet you still want me to take a look at it in advance? What kind of logic is that? Just as Bai Mian was at a loss about what he should do, he suddenly received a telepathic message from Ingqin. Since he wants us to take a look, let's just do as he says. He is the one telling us to take a look anyway, so surely he can't complain about it when he loses. Ingqin was the leader of the group, so Bai Mian could only agree to it. Thus, he focused his gaze on the young man imparting a saber art below. It will only be a single move, so watch closely. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Zhang Xian chuckled, and with a slight flick of his wrist, he performed a diagonal slash. The saber moved at an extremely slow speed, as if the slow stroke of a brush on paper. You call this a saber art? Bai Mian was completely flabbergasted. Even when he had only just started learning saber arts when he was 5, he had never executed such an ugly move before. In no way was this a saber art. Even the technique used to split lumber in two was much more elegant than this. He was still wondering what kind of formidable saber art the other party was going to teach the freshman that was capable of defeating him in a single move. But who would have thought that the other party would execute such crap instead? Are you fooling around with me? At this moment, Bai Mian wasn't the only one whose mind was in turmoil. The young man whom Zhang Xian was imparting the saber art to was also nearly on the verge of tears. He'd thought that, given how confident the faction leader was, he must have had some powerful move to teach him. Never had he thought that it would be something like that. Given his eye of discernment, he could tell that there was absolutely no skill or anything deeper lying beneath that slash. Such a haphazard, slow, and powerless attack wouldn't even kill an ant. Could he really defeat a grade 4 senior whom he wasn't even able to withstand a single blow from previously with something like this? In an instant, all of the confidence he had before escaped from his mind. Just as the young man was overwhelmed by helplessness, not knowing what Zhang Shi was up to, he suddenly heard a faint voice sounding by his ear, following which a thought suddenly emerged within his mind, and his body jolted in response. The crux of my saber art lies not in the form but the intent. This is the essence of my saber art, comprehend it well. This is soul impartation? Sensing the new battle technique in his mind, the young man's eyes widened in shock. Soul impartation was said to be an ability that only 7-star master teachers were capable of utilizing. Why was their faction leader able to use it as well? Seeing the young man fall into a daze, Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over to chide him. Don't let your thoughts wander. Make good use of the time you have to comprehend the cultivation technique. Take note of the saber intent which I have imparted you as well. Use it along with the saber art later in the duel as well. Yes. Recovering from his astonishment, The young man quickly turned his focus to the saber art in his mind. In there, he felt a concentration of saber intent, which carried an aura so sharp that it left one feeling powerless before it. The young man narrowed his eyes. He might not be as experienced and knowledgeable as Bai Mian in the field of saber arts, but as a practitioner of the saber as well, he was still able to tell at a single glance how powerful the concentration of saber intent was. As long as he imitated it, his comprehension of the saber would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, reaching a level beyond imagination. He drove his zhenqi through his body according to the imparted saber art while tapping into the concentration of saber intent, and for an instant, it was as if sharp blades had flickered across his eyes. After grasping the rough flow of the technique, the young man took a deep breath and bowed all the way down to his waist level. "Thank you, faction leader." Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. "It's all right. Now, go and defeat that fellow." Not only did Bai Mian possess an exceptional aptitude for saber arts, he had also immersed himself in its training for several decades now. Even if Zhang Xian were to impart the simplified Heaven's Path saber art to the young man, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Bai Mian right now. Thus, Zhang Xian could only impart a portion of his saber intent as well. Weapon intent was something fleeting and intangible. Just like a sensation or a certain state of mind, it was impossible to describe it entirely through words. Even if one had comprehended it, it was nigh impossible to transfer saber intent to another party. However, Zhang Xian cultivated the Heaven's Path saber art, which was the most direct interpretation of the quintessence of the world, making his saber intent wholesome and flawless. By tapping into his capabilities as a soul oracle as well, it was still possible for him to transfer a portion of his saber intent over without it dissipating for the other party to use. Yes. Taking a deep breath, the young man nodded. With a leap, he stepped onto the dueling platform. If he had still been a bit apprehensive at the thought of facing Senior Bai Mian earlier, thinking that there was no chance he could defeat the other party, at this very moment, having learned a move from the simplified version of the Heaven's Path saber art and harnessing Zhang Xian's saber intent within him, all fear had vanished from his mind. "You really think you can win against me like that?" Seeing the fellow really leaping up to the dueling platform to challenge him after learning a completely useless saber art which couldn't even be used to chop lumber, Bai Mian felt as if he was about to explode with anger. "Pardon me." The young man nodded before raising his saber. In an instant, an aura that felt as if it could split the heavens burst into the air, and in the next moment, the saber was already falling on Bai Mian. Voila! Despite the young man's consonant spirit realm primary stage cultivation, the cold glint of his saber extended across several zhang instantaneously, as if a streak of lightning, tearing through space to crush Bai Mian. Lightning flash of saber. This is an ability that only those who have comprehended saber heart can use. How is it possible that you... Bai Mian's body trembled in shock. His eyes were bulging as if they would drop off at any moment. He could hear a deafening rumble swiftly crescendoing next to him, as if it was going to cast him into oblivion. Chapter 782. Wretched competition. Just like any other weapon, if one's saber art was aligned with nature, one would be able to comprehend saber intent, and only after that would it be possible for one to comprehend saber heart. This was similar to how, in swordsmanship, one had to first comprehend sword intent before they could comprehend lower sword heart, middle sword heart, and higher sword heart. Even as a genius of the martial arts school, specializing in the study of saber art, Bai Mian was only at saber intent pinnacle, a considerable distance away from comprehending saber heart. Yet, the incredibly sharp aura his opponent exuded along with the lightning flash of saber. The other party was actually utilizing a technique that only one who had comprehended saber intent could use. How was that possible? When he fought with the freshman earlier, he could clearly sense that the latter had only comprehended the bare basics of saber intent, a long distance away from matching him. Yet, with just that single saber art maneuver Zhang Shi had imparted to him, his comprehension of the saber had actually advanced by so much. Damn it! Bai Mian's body trembled in shock. In the midst of a battle, however, he swiftly responded to the freshman's attack, raising his saber to defend against the move. While he was shocked by the freshman's feat of comprehending saber art in just a short moment, he still didn't think that he would lose. After all, he had seen the technique Zhang Shi had imparted to the freshman, and it was littered with hundreds of flaws. On top of that, it was incredibly slow. As long as he moved swiftly and curbed the other party with speed, he would still be able to overwhelm him and achieve an easy victory. Who? In that split moment when Bai Mian's enormous 9-ringed saber was about to meet the freshman's saber abruptly twisted in an elegant arc, bypassing Bai Mian's weapon to cut down on him. It was as if Bai Mian's defense meant nothing to him at all. This is distillation of the profound, surpassing technique through ability? Bai Mian's body stiffened. While he was studying the saber, a master teacher whom he deeply respected had once told him that upon reaching a certain level of mastery in the saber, one could reduce complex saber arts into simpler and more concise techniques. But this simplification of the saber art didn't mean that it had become weaker. On the contrary, the lack of extraneous movements meant that there were fewer flaws that one could exploit against the technique, making it even more difficult to oppose. Bai Mian had thought that such a realm existed in a world far beyond his, and he could possibly never encounter it in his entire life. But he was seeing it from the freshman at this very moment. The saber art which the freshman was executing was not complex at all. It was just a simple slash without anything fancy to it, but it carried a might capable of slicing through anything. Bai Mian felt as if his entirety had been overwhelmed by the might of the slash. Regardless of what technique he utilized, there was no way he could stand against the slash. Flee. In that instant, fear took over Bai Mian's instincts. Not daring to take the slash face-on, he immediately retreated hurriedly. Retracting one's saber art abruptly in the midst of its execution would lead to a backlash in one's jinshi, but given that Bai Mian was an ethereal treading realm pinnacle expert utilizing the might of a consonant spirit realm primary stage expert at the moment, he could easily suppress it. Thus, despite the seeming distressed state he was in, he hadn't suffered much damage from this move. Voila! Taking 2 steps back, Bai Mian was just about to raise his saber art to counterattack when the freshman before him swung his saber furiously once more at him. This time, the attack felt even sharper and more powerful than before. The slash had harnessed the remaining force from the previous slash to amplify its might more than twofold. At that moment, it seemed as if a tempest had struck the dueling platform. This is accretion of saber might? Bai Mian was on the verge of spurting blood. He had thought that after the freshman had put his might into the first blow, his strength would surely decline considerably. Who knew that not only would that not be the case, he would even amplify his second slash significantly through accruing the might from the first. Even the first slash was already beyond his capability, so how could he possibly withstand the might of 2 slashes at once? Thus, he retreated once again. Hoo-hoo. Seeing Bai Mian retreating once again, the freshman felt a burst of confidence, and he launched his third slash decisively. As if tributaries gathering into an ocean, the might of the 3 slashes converged with one another to produce an unopposable force. The young man was only at consonant spirit realm primary stage, but through harnessing the capability of saber heart to converge the might of 3 slashes together, he could easily overwhelm a consonant spirit realm intermediate stage, or even an advanced stage cultivator. No, this won't do. If I allow him to continue building up strength, I'll surely lose without doubt. Realizing the crux of the problem, Bai Mian's face turned grim. His initial thought had been to dodge the attack, and at the moment the other party's strength died down, he would be able to do as he pleased. But who could have known that the other party's saber art would only grow stronger with time, its might amplifying with each slash? From the very first dodge he had made, he had already lost the initiative. If he were to continue avoiding the attacks, the odds would only continue stacking against him, and eventually, he would be overwhelmed. It's do or die. Gritting his teeth, Bai Mian's strength surged frenziedly from his arm as he swung his saber to face the freshman's slash. Spirit High-Tier Battle Technique. River-Severing Furious Saber. This technique was said to have been created by a Saint Realm expert. Out of vengeance for the grievances his lover had suffered, He drew his saber and slashed down furiously, dividing a river several 10,000 meters long in two permanently. This was the strongest saber art he had after cultivating for so many years. Even though he was lacking Jinchi to execute it perfectly after suppressing his cultivation to consonant spirit realm primary stage, through his deep understanding of saber arts, he still managed to pull it off. Saber chi immediately gushed forth from his saber to collide with the freshman's ferocious slash. Hong long. With a deafening reverberation, the two sabers collided with one another. In an instant, Bai Mian's face reddened as the might from his river, severing frenzied saber was overwhelmed instantaneously. Following which, the amplified slash continued falling furiously toward him, seemingly about to rip his meridians apart. This is bad. Bai Mian's face turned livid. While the thought of being unable to withstand the slash had crossed his mind, he didn't think that it would be to such an extent. Despite his retaliation, the slash still continued flying toward him with unabated might. In that desperate moment, Bai Mian roared furiously, and his cultivation, which he had suppressed initially, began rising rapidly. Consonant Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage. Consonant Spirit Realm Advanced Stage. Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. Cosmos Bridge Realm Primary Stage. His cultivation had to rise by an entire realm before he was able to dispel the overwhelming saber chi before him. Peng. Due to Bai Mian's forceful counterattack, the freshman was knocked back, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. Even though he had sustained some damage from the last attack, his eyes were glowing with excitement. You have lost. The other party had been forced to unseal his cultivation in order to withstand his blow, which meant that he had broken the rules, and thus, he had lost. Upon hearing those words, Bai Mian's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and he muttered feebly, I have lost. There was no other choice for him but to admit it. So many eyes had seen him being forced into a corner, unable to retaliate at all. This was his utter defeat. It was just a moment ago that this freshman had been defeated by him in a single blow, but in the next moment, he was defeated by the latter instead. Despite being the person in question here, the situation before him felt so mystical that he could hardly believe what had just happened. That Zhang Shi had only imparted a single move to the freshman, and the latter had gained sufficient strength to defeat him? Just how in the world was that possible? Bai Mian wasn't the only one who couldn't get to grips with the situation. All of the freshmen beneath also felt as if their eyeballs were going to pop out of their sockets. They had witnessed the prowess of the freshman before and after he had learned Zhang Shi's saber art. To allow the freshman to gain the power to defeat a genius of the martial arts school just by imparting a single move to him, this was just way too exaggerated. Was their faction leader in truth a deity in disguise? Faction leader. I succeeded. I managed to defeat a grade 4 student. Upon hearing Bai Mian's confirmation, the young man immediately leaped down from the dueling platform excitedly and rushed up to Zhang Xian with clenched fists. Having executed the saber art, he understood just how powerful the move which the faction leader had imparted to him was. As long as he studied it thoroughly and practiced diligently, his understanding of the saber would surely soar, allowing him to become a saber master. As such, it was inevitable that he would be so excited. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Shi abruptly slapped him on his head with a livid expression, as if a senior chastising a disappointing junior. Faction leader. The freshman was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Why was the faction leader angry? He had defeated his opponent. After that disappointing performance of yours, you were still in the mood to celebrate? Honestly, can you even call what you have just did saber art? In the very first move, if only you had utilized the full extent of your strength, your opponent couldn't have dodged at all. It was a duel you could have won in a single move, and yet you dragged it on for 3 moves. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? The more Zhang Xian spoke, the angrier and more disappointed he felt. If he could, he would truly have wanted to knock some sense into the fellow. No matter what, the other party was a half 5-star master teacher. How could he be so slow on the uptake? He had personally imparted a simplified version of the Heaven's Path saber art to the other party and even transferred a portion of his saber intent to him. And yet, That fellow still required 3 blows to defeat his opponent. That was a disgrace. Win in a single move. Bai Mian nearly spurted blood upon hearing those words. I am a grade 4 student, a genius of the martial arts school. It's already incredible that you were able to grant a freshman the strength to defeat me within 3 blows just by imparting a saber art to him, and yet you are still disappointed by it. Yes. Hearing the chastising from the faction leader, the young man could only hang his head in shame. The faction leader was right. If he put his full strength into the very first blow, Bai Mian would have surrendered immediately. Things wouldn't have dragged on to the 3rd blow. Bai Mian wouldn't have resorted to a desperate struggle, and he wouldn't have been injured either. All right, at least you are repenting. However, take note of this in the future. No matter who your opponent is, you have to strike decisively. The slightest bit of hesitation could cost your life. Seeing the other party's regretful expression, Zhang Xian's rage finally alleviated slightly. Sighing deeply, he waved his hands and turned to the dueling platform once more. Which one of you is next? I shall be your opponent. Yuan Gang stepped forward. Bai Mian's defeat had shocked him deeply as well. At this point, he knew better than to underestimate the young man standing before him. All right, Zhang Xian nodded. Who was defeated by him earlier? Me, faction leader. I lost as well. You didn't lose as badly as I did. Allow me to do it. The hell you lost badly. You only fell from the stage. Look at me. I was even slapped by him. I am in the most wretched state of all. Let me challenge him. Look, I even spewed blood. Let me do it. Upon Zhang Xian's call, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. All of those who had been injured previously immediately rushed up indignantly, howling in agitation. They had witnessed how the freshman who had been defeated in a single blow earlier, turning the tables on Bai Mian after Zhang Shi's guidance. If they could learn a thing or two from Zhang Shi as well, their fighting prowess might be able to soar like his. With such a good opportunity lying before them, only a fool would give it up. To think a day would come that I would see such a sight before me. On the stage, Yuan Gang and Ying Qin's mouths twitched. The heck? The freshmen had always gone out of their way to avoid any confrontations with their seniors. After all, the disparity in strength was as clear as day. Never had they seen any freshmen volunteering to challenge the seniors so energetically before. Moreover, it was one thing for them to fight over the opportunity, but screw their competition over who was in a more wretched state. The more wretched one's state was, the weaker they were in the previous confrontation. To still be vying for the opportunity after being defeated so tragically, what do you take us seniors for? Aren't you all being too arrogant? Watching as the crowd below argued over who was in a worse state, Ying Qin's face turned more and more livid. There were even a few of the freshmen who had regretful expressions on their faces, as if lamenting how they hadn't allowed Yuan Gang to get a few more punches on them. Eventually, Ying Qin came to the limit of his tolerance, and he sent a telepathic message to Yuan Gang. Make sure to subdue them decisively. You mustn't show them any mercy at all. It'll be a grave humiliation on us, and the true Helios faction if we lose again. In truth, Bai Mian's loss had already introduced some doubts into their minds. They realized that they had grossly underestimated Zhang Shi's capability. However, the arrow was already knocked, and it was too late for them to back down. No matter what, they had to win the next round. Otherwise, they just might end up becoming the gatekeepers of the Xianxian faction. Don't worry, I'll give it my all. Yuan Gang nodded grimly. While the duo was speaking, Zhang Xian was done picking out his next competitor as well. It was a young fellow whose face was bruised to the point that there was not the slightest uninjured area to be seen. His nose and teeth were slightly crooked, and a stream of blood flowed uncontrollably from the edge of his mouth. I remember that fellow, but I don't recall beating him up so heavily. Could it be that, just so he would appear more wretched than the others, he chose to beat himself up? Upon seeing the appearance of the other party, Yuan Gang's eyelids began twitching uncontrollably, and he nearly keeled over. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.